Hi, I'm Zoe, a software engineer and former university professor. Today, we're going to be building out Amazon, a full-stack e-commerce website. And to do this, we're going to be using Next.js, React, TypeScript, and Material UI on the front end, and then on the back end, we're going to be using Supabase. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them below. And if you're considering a career in web development, check out that first link in the description to get started. Let's start the build. So first off, I want to show you what the actual website's looking like. So you can see a little version of it here, but let me make it full screen so that you can actually see it bigger. All right, awesome. So yeah, this is the website we're going to be building. As you can tell, it looks a lot like Amazon, just like our own version of it, right? So yeah, let's do a quick walkthrough. So by the end of this build, what we're going to be able to do is have this dashboard page where you have a bunch of different items that you purchase. You can then go ahead and click on any of them or search. So if I searched for, let's say, backpack, I would then get this result here, the Fjallraven Fullstack #1. And then I get, the description here, the price, and an add to cart and a buy now button. What we are also going to implement today is the add to cart and the buy now functionality. So when you hit add to cart, it will actually automatically push it to your cart. And then you can go ahead and, keep it in your cart. You can delete it if you want. You can check out. And then you can go ahead and place your order. So that's basically what we're going to be working on today to build this out. So first things first, let's go ahead and get started initializing our Next.js app and creating all the pieces that we need. All right, so I've already gone ahead and started sort of like a base app, sort of Next.js, Material UI, and TypeScript starter, so we don't have to worry about that. And today we're going to be using the app router with Next.js, so if you do have any questions about app router versus pages, we're going to be covering a lot of that as we go through today. But yeah, if you do want to use the starter for this, it's linked in the description below. It's called Muxt, like Material UI, Next.js, TypeScript, starter app. So yeah, go ahead and check that out if you do have any questions. All right, so first things first, let's go ahead. I've also created our .env file and sort of put all the secrets away, so we don't need to worry about that. But that is something you're going to want to do if you are working with Supabase. So first thing we're going to do is we want to build out our initial backend. So where I'm getting this data from is from a website called Fake Store API. Now what Fake Store API gives us is basically like the data for a fake store. So if you check out their website here, this is like an example of the fetch you can do. So you can try it out and get sort of like this object worth of information. They have about 20 objects, 20 different products on their store, their fake store. So you can basically grab all of those if you'd like and use them in your project here. Because we do want to have a sort of true backend component to this, what I've done is I've sort of used their data for this, but I've put it into our actual database so we can do proper calls from the database, and I can show you guys how to build it out sort of fully full stack. So yeah, this is just to familiarize ourselves with the data, we get an ID, we get a title, there's a price, a description, a category, an image, and a rating. Now the rating is interesting because it's actually an object nested within an object. So it's you get the property of rate, and then you also get the property of count. So those two things will be something to look out for as we work on our project here. So what I've gone ahead and done already, I've basically grabbed all of the products that are available here when you go to fakestoreapi.com/products, and I've gone ahead and dumped them in this larger Google Sheet right here. So if you want to just go ahead and super quick grab that, that's also linked in the description below. I think it's like Fake Store API data or something like that. But yeah, that is available down below if you're interested. All right, so once we've gotten all of our data together, the next thing we're going to want to do is actually set up our account with Supabase and actually build out our initial table. So I've gone ahead and done this initially already. As I told you, I set up the secrets on my end already so that doesn't get exposed on the internet. But basically what you'll want to do is go to Supabase, create a new table over on the left here, and then just start inserting your different different fields here, your different products. So you'll just hit insert, and then you can insert a row, a column, or you can even import all the data from a CSV if that's the easiest way to do this. So yeah, you'll notice that we have our ID, which is a type of integer. We have a timestamp. We have our title, which is text. Our price, which is going to be a number. Description, which is text. Category, which is text. The image string, which is also text, and then the rating, which is JSON. These are fields you're gonna have to define when you do set up your table, so it's important to sort of just like be aware of how to actually define them. Awesome. So once you have all of those things defined and ready to go and your table is all set up, you're gonna go into your settings in Supabase, and then you're gonna go over to your API and you're gonna grab all that information. It's gonna be your, project secrets, your Supabase URL and your public secret key. So you want to grab those two pieces, and then you're going to head over to your .env file, and you're just going to create two variables. One's going to be next_public_Supabase_URL, and then you're just going to paste that public URL, and the other one is going to be next public secret key with the underscores for the spaces, and you're just going to put that secret key in there. And yeah, both of these are going to live in your .env file. So it's important that you set this up first so that you can actually utilize it in the next steps you take. And then you also want to make sure that you add them to your git ignore so that they don't get inadvertently posted online. All right, and yeah, if you guys do have any questions about this, please feel free to hop into the chat. I'm there ready to answer any questions that you do have, or if something's unclear, we can also take a pause and sort of go over what's going on there. But yeah, moving forward. So once you have your Supabase table set up, you have it connected to your actual Next.js, now we can start to actually hook into it, and we can actually start to use it in our project. So if you go over to your Next.js app, this is just what I've spun up. This is using that starter. There's really nothing going on just yet. So let's take a look at our files here. As you can see, it's running down here in the terminal. So we have our app folder here. And if you've seen other tutorials I've done before, you'll notice that we've been using the pages router. We've switched over to the app router for this one, so we can try that one out. So in your app folder here, you have we have a lot of important features, but two main sort of features you want to check out. So you have your layout.tsx file, which is sort of like that just general, like, okay, this is where everything is sort of established in a way. You have the theme provider, which is something we've put in for Material UI, and then within this theme provider is where all your React children, your other components and other pages are going to be passed through. And then you have the actual page itself. So this is what we're going to be styling out as our dashboard page, and this right now just has an H1 that says home, which is right here. So what we can let's also check out our files here. We also have some starter files here. If you check out the link that says /Amazon, it's like GitHub /Davidson/Amazon, that's going to have all the files from this specific project. So if you do want these like images, these assets, these resources, definitely check it out there. So we have the Amazon logos, we have some images for our dashboard that we might use, we have our Prime logos, and then we have a star icon, which we're going to use a little bit later for our rating. So those are all available there. Then in our styles, now this is something a lot of you guys asked for last time. You wanted to customize a Material UI theme, and so that's what we have in our styles folder here. It's not customized yet, but we're going to go ahead and customize it a little bit. So we have just our general theme here. So we are currently in dark mode. I might actually just go ahead and change that to light, because Amazon is more of a light theme at the moment, or the one we're going to be building is a light theme. And then you can go ahead and actually customize the different elements that are present in your Material UI database. So like if you go over here and you go to, this link here, it's called themed components. Basically, you can walk through how to actually override the styles in your Material UI project, essentially. So you can go as far as grabbing the type, like the Material UI button, and then you can override the styles, like say, oh, I want all buttons to have a font size of 1 rem, for instance, right? So you can really go ahead and get really, really specific with your styling with Material UI, and we're going to be doing a little bit of that with our H1s, H2s, etc., and possibly some custom components as well, just to make sure that we're sort of being most efficient. I think when you actually do these style overrides, it allows you to save a lot of time going forward, especially if you're going to use using like as a very similar type of button or anything like that in the future. All right, so going forward, we've checked out those, and then one other thing you're going to want to do is you are going to want to add, I think it's to the Next.js config. If you're going to be using the assets from FakeStore API, you're going to want to add this block of code here, which basically just allows us to use the images that are hosted at fakestoreapi.com. If you don't do this bit, you're going to get an error. And so yeah, just definitely check out the Next.js config. As I said, it's going to be linked in the repository down below. So yeah, definitely make sure not to skip that piece. All right, yeah, and if you do have any questions, feel free to drop them down below. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing that we're going to want to do, we are going to want to actually hook up our Supabase database, our Supabase backend, to what we're doing here. So the first thing we're going to want to do here is we are going to actually create client side piece here. I'm just trying to grab that documentation for you guys here. All right, so yeah, first thing we're going to want to do, let's go ahead and create a library, a .lib folder, and create a Supabase file within that. So new folder here, .lib, or just lib, and then new folder within that, we're going to call it Supabase. And then within this Supabase, assuming we want to like maybe hook up to something else going down the line, I'm going to create another file called products, and that because that is the name of our table in Supabase. So now that we have our products file here, what we want to do is basically hook up to those env variables that we've set up earlier and actually use them in our project. So we're going to say export const Supabase equals, we're going to create the client, create client, and oh, you know what? I'm skipping like a super important step. I think we actually have to install Supabase because although I've added the variables, I haven't installed it. So let's go ahead and do a Supabase install. All right, so yeah, we have to make sure and do this stuff because it's super important, because if we don't install it, how are we going to know, how's our project going to know how to use it? All right, so let's go ahead and install Supabase. So yeah, as I said, this is a very like fresh project in terms of what is like included. So yeah, Supabase is not there yet. All right, so cool. We've gone ahead and installed Supabase. And yeah, basically we're following the steps that are here in the initializing. So we're going to import create client. We're going to create the client. This is their like sort of placeholder information. We're going to use a .env, as I said, just to keep things private. And yeah, we'll also then later generate the TypeScript types and things like that. All right, but first, for now, we're just going to create the client. So let's go see if we can import that from Supabase. There we go. And then we are going to use our process.env next underscore public underscore Supabase underscore URL, and we're going to say process.env next underscore public underscore secret underscore key. And so these are going to be our two URLs here. Oh, and it's saying it might be undefined. We're just going to use the bang and explicitly say that it's going to be there. It's also going to be telling us that Supabase is not a word. It is a word for our project, so I'll just add that to our workspace settings. All right, cool. So we've gone ahead and added this here to our file. What else do we do? I think we're good doing that for now. One thing I will want to do is actually go ahead and generate our types, if that's not too much trouble. But we don't need to do it right this second. Let's do a few more things, and then we'll go ahead and generate our types. All right, so we've gone ahead and created this products file. As I mentioned, we're using products because the name of this table here is products, just to sort of like tell us what we're using. If we created another table in the future, maybe we'd want to connect it in a different way to Supabase. Awesome, so that is all set up. Next thing we're going to want to do here, now we're going to want to create our sort of like our hooks, or our use Supabase hook, essentially, that's going to allow us to hook into actually using Supabase, like connecting back and forth to the database. So I'm going to create a hooks folder. Hooks. And then within that, I'm going to create a new file called use Supabase.ts. And so yeah, what this file is going to include is just all of that like larger object that is going to basically allow us to use a whole bunch of different hooks, essentially. So like we're going to be able to get the data, get the products, you know, filter the products, etc. We're going to basically define all of this in this file here. Also, I don't know if I mentioned, but we're also going to be using Redux in this for general sort of actions surrounding the project. All right, so first things first, what we're going to do, we're going to say export const Supabase. So we're going to see me call Supabase or import, or use Supabase, I should say, in this project a lot. And we're just going to leave that there. What we also need to do, so for, all right, I guess what we also need to do is import Supabase because we're going to end up using that. Supabase. Yes, good. And there we go. All right. And yeah, if you do have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I am checking it out just to see if you guys have any questions, or if you're watching this later, drop them in the comments below. I do pop back over and see if anybody has any questions. All right. So yeah, next thing we're going to want to do is we are going to create our first sort of like get function, essentially. So we want to say, let's do a general get products to start with. So I'm going to actually use React state in this to sort of like make my life a little bit easier because we are using hooks. So I'm going to say const products and then set products equals use state, and then we're going to give it an any type for now, but as I mentioned, we're going to type everything later, and then it's just going to start as an array. So that's the first thing. Then we're going to say const get products equals async. It's going to be an async function. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say, we're going to destructure data and error from our await here. So we're going to say await Supabase.from. And if you're curious as to where I'm getting this information from, it's actually from the Supabase website itself. So the JavaScript client library, this is the one we've just installed here. Once you've installed it, it actually, if you scroll down a little bit, it actually shows you how to grab the data you want in different ways. So you can fetch data from specific tables or rows or columns as well, I should say. And so it'll actually give you, it's a very long page of how to insert, update, upsert data, how to grab sort of exactly the data you're looking for. So yeah, we're going to be sort of referencing this page as we go on, but definitely if you are not sort of familiar with Supabase, definitely check out all right, cool. So let's go ahead and say Supabase.from, and the name of our table is products. So we're going to say from products. We want to then select, and we're just going to say the general asterisks of all. So we're going to select all. And then we're going to say if data, so if we get back data, we then want to set products to be data. We'll save that. And then if we get an error, we want to console.log that error. And we can just save that. All right, awesome. So we've set up our first sort of fetch of the products. Now, what we want to do with this now, with this hook that we've created, we need to return something from it so it's actually useful to us. So we're going to say we want to return, And then this is going to be the first thing we're returning. We're going to return both products, and we're going to return get products. So basically what we'll be returning here is this variable product. So if there are products, we'll return that. And then the actual hook here of get products, the actual call, the fetch call of get products, so that if we do get products, we can, or if we do want to get products, we can actually call it in our program here. All right, cool. So we've set that up. We can actually test to see if this is working by sort of really quickly sort of throwing it together in a component. So let's see where I can actually use this. Let's go ahead and grab this. Let's go ahead and just grab this on our dashboard page for now, just as an example. All right, so how I would use this in practice, I would say const and then just destructure again. So const products and what was it? Get products equals use Supabase. Call that hook. Great. And then what we want to do then is in a use effect, just for our example here, we're going to say get products and pass it right there. And we want to console.log, whoops, products. I'm going to pass in get products. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and check out our console and see if this is running. Let's refresh the page here. Oh, you know what? It's giving us an error because we are using the app router. So this is really good this happened now, so we can sort of show it. So because we're using the app router, we have server-side and client-side components. And because this is using a use effect, we do need to add the use client sort of declaration at the top. That way we won't get any errors for our server-side components. All right, so we can see here that it is sort of doing an infinite loop here, but we have actually gotten our, let me go ahead and just stop the network call there. Yeah, we have actually gotten our data here. So as you can see, we have gotten our Supabase table. We've gotten our category, our first 20 objects, category men's clothing, date created at, description, ID, image, price, rating, and our title. So we have all of that data, so we know that it's working properly. So good to go on that front. So you can go ahead and close that out, and we can remove this from here because we don't actually need it at the moment. All right, cool. So now that we've gone ahead and grabbed our, we've confirmed that our data is hooked up correctly, we've confirmed that our project is hooked up correctly, we can go ahead and remove all of this extra details from here. And then we can go ahead and start to work on our custom Material UI theme. Question in the chat, I'll pause and take that briefly. Question is, how did you learn all that you're doing now? Was it self-taught or did you do this in school? Everything I learned right now is 100% self-taught. I did not go to school for this. I went to school actually for filming and acting. So definitely not necessarily or at all computer science or coding. What I actually did was I used a bunch of, a combination of friends and free resources online and some paid resources online, like Codecademy's like paid stuff, and taught myself how to code. It actually ended up taking me like probably over like a year or so to learn how to code, and I ended up, as I said, reaching out to friends and having mentors within the coding community, the software development community, who helped me sort of go down the right paths. Honestly, this was sort of a more roundabout way of learning how to code. I do still 100% like doing self-taught or doing a program, but it did take me a little bit longer. That's actually why I can just really quickly show you guys. I created a course in order to teach people how to code. It's a program that basically involves mentorship, and you can basically sign up for one of our mentorship programs and learn how to become a professional coder if you want to. Learn how to basically do everything I'm teaching in this in this tutorial today. So if you are interested in learning how to code, if you're interested in checking out our curriculum online, you can definitely check it out here. It's 17 chapters of knowledge, everything from what is web development to applying and interviewing for a job as a front-end developer. So yeah, we've had pretty successful students in the past. So yeah, if you're interested in checking that out, it's davidsonprogrammingacademy.com. It's that first link in the description below. So yeah, if you do have questions about learning how to code, check that out or reach out to me directly. Thanks for the question. All right, so next thing we're going to do now is we're going to set up our custom Material UI theme. So as you notice here on our site, or even if we just go to like Amazon.com, you can see that there's sort of like a generally defined, like very specific, like what everything is and where it goes. So we want to sort of play into that those like H1s, H2s, H3s, etc., and sort of build our styles around that. So let's go into here. Let's go and start by creating all of those pieces there. So as I mentioned before, our layout file in our project here is where we've already started to inject our theme. So this theme provider is from Material UI Movie Material, and we've connected it to our theme, which is from our styles.theme, which is over here. And so we'll go ahead and modify a lot of our aspects here. We will make a couple of modifications outside of this just to sort of make our life a little bit easier. Like we'll do some in-component styling, but yeah. Sorry. One thing I do like to do is set or build a colors sort of like folder, which allows me to see to have like all of the colors in one location, so that if I do decide to like really change the theme up, I can just change that specific color. Like if I go into Amazon site here, right, and I decide that this like black or dark blue up here, I then suddenly want to change all of these to be, I don't know, purple or whatever, I can just then go to my colors folder and change that. So let me start by initializing that colors folder. So I'm going to say new file, colors.ts. I'm going to say export const colors equals, and then this is just going to be our object. So we're going to say, let's go ahead and grab all the colors that we need. So let's start with that dark blue. And we're going to say that it is, let's grab it here. So we're going to use this eyedropper tool. If you haven't used it before, a pretty cool Google Chrome extension, just an eyedropper that allows you to click this button, pick a color from the web page, and then just literally grab it from wherever on the page, and it'll save that data for you. So we can go ahead and grab it from here. As you can see, our eyedropper has grabbed that information here, and we can just grab that color there. All right, so we'll go ahead and grab that, and that's going to be our dark blue for the project. Save that. Let's just go ahead and initialize a couple of these really quickly. I want to also grab our, let's say, medium blue. Let's grab that one there. And we'll probably add more to this as we go along, but just for now, so we have some colors to work with, because we're going to start building our header and things like that. I'm going to add that. I think our white is probably going to be white. Let me just confirm this. Oh, getting a little error there. All right, there we go. Yeah, the white is just white, so I'll just add like a general white there in case we do want to change it in the future. Let's grab this gray. These three. And let's call this light gray. I think there's probably another gray or two. Light gray. Great. And, oh yeah, let's grab this like yellowy thing. Pale yellow? Pale orange? Pale orange? Yeah. Let's see what other colors we have here. If I go to the, oh, you know what? We do have some colors down here. So if you notice, there's this like teal sort of color here. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. That's going to be like our returns and, you know, sort of like the the sort of like things they want you to click on, links essentially. So grab that. But it's not quite that like regular link blue. It's like a specific link color. And then there's like a green here. Yeah, so doing this now just makes it so much easier in the future. I don't have to keep coming back to this file. I probably will still come back to the file, but fewer times than I would have had I not done this initially. So go green, save that. And then we're gonna grab, I think there's a red here and a yellow. So we're gonna grab this red. Awesome. Grab that red there. And then we're gonna grab this yellow. Awesome. And let's see what other, if I add it to cart, proceed to checkout. Right, that should be good for now. We'll definitely need to add in some other colors as we go through. Like for instance, if we inspect this, one color I could already see needing to grab is if I click hover on this button, you can see it sort of changes a slightly darker shade of orange. So maybe I want to grab that and call that like orange. I think we got the other one pale orange. So we can say this, we can call this one just a regular orange. Orange. Or if we go here, maybe I'll call that like dark orange. Hover there. Yeah, Amazon, when you look at their website, it's very basic styles. Like nothing is super crazy. It's like really like back to basics sort of stuff, which is not a bad thing. It's just like you see where they're really using like the fundamentals of CSS, you know, Flexbox, grid, those sorts of things. So it's pretty cool to see, sort of like the practices being put into place. But all right, cool. So I think we have enough color. Oh, and the white, I forgot white. White, which is just FFF. All right, so I think we have enough colors to get started here. Question in the comments are, am I on IG? Yeah, we're on IG at davidsonprogrammingacademy.com. And another question just popped in. If you don't know much about Next.js and if you know React and Express, yeah, you can definitely follow along. Next.js is really what we're going to be using a little bit more for the routing and things like that. But it's super easy to pick up, I think. If you just follow along with this tutorial, I have another tutorial on my channel. If you follow along with these videos, I think it should be fairly straightforward in terms of understanding. And as I said, we have the starter file below. So if you do want to go ahead and just get started with a Next.js project, you can definitely use that. Or on their website, of course, they also have starters. Mine just combines Material UI, TypeScript, and Next.js. So if you're interested in following along with that, definitely, no problem. Yeah, Next.js is mostly React, so it's pretty easy to understand if you're coming from a React sort of perspective. Just a few other additional things that make it really cool to use. All right, so first things first, we have basically established a theme here. I want to go ahead and beef up this theme a little bit. So I'm gonna try adding in the background color here. I'm not sure if it's gonna actually work, but you can add in the background and like give the background a default color. So if you notice on the website, it's actually this like light gray background. There are pages where we go to a white, so you could argue that maybe it's a white background, but either way you're gonna end up overriding it at some point. So I'm gonna start with the dark gray background and then just override it to white when necessary, because I think it's dark gray a predominant amount of the time, or like a majority of the site. So yeah, we're gonna use this light gray as our background. And what we're gonna say here is default colors. So this is when we're sort of going into that colors file we've just created. Default colors dot light gray. And so that's gonna be our background. Let me add a little comma here. And awesome. So as I said, this isn't, I don't know if this is gonna actually naturally work immediately, but we can also add it in another section if it doesn't. All right, so the next thing we're gonna wanna do here is define our typography. So if you're looking at the website here, let me go to a specific product. You'll notice that there isn't like it's a little bit, I would say, tricky to determine what the H1s, H2s, H3s are, potentially. So we're gonna go off what we're seeing here. I'm gonna say that this is probably the H1, and a really cool trick is to just grab what you think is, you know, whatever that is. In this case, it is the H1 in our example here. You can just literally grab it, inspect it, and then just go into the styles here and just grab what information you need. So in this case, we see that the element is what? It's like a 1.5 rem. Yeah, 1.5 rem, line height. And so yeah, what we can do here for our H1 is just change this to 1.5 rem. Maybe I'll take out the font weight here because it seems like those H1s are not bolded, but maybe we'll need it in the future. And we'll just go through like that. So let's see if we can find an H2 on that same page. Oh, here we use an H2 for the typography. So let's go ahead and grab that there. Let's say font size actually looks bigger. That's interesting. 2 rem. I wonder if that was an override. But sometimes the H2s are bigger than the H1s, to be honest. It's not necessarily abnormal. Let's go ahead. Let me see if I can pull up. Let me pull up an Amazon page here. Let's see. So if I want to, let's go ahead and check out something random on the first page here. Let me take a look at what they have here. All right, so yeah, that's their H1. Just verifying with the real site now. Let's see what size. Font size is 24 pixels, so yeah, that's 1.5 rem. And then let's see. Let's see if we can find an H2 on this page. All right, so this H2 is also 24 pixels. Interesting. I guess maybe the line height is different. All right, we'll go with this for now, and then we can always change it. Font size, 1.5 rem, and then we'll grab the font weight of 700 here. All right, we'll go H3. Let's see if we can find an H3. And again, they might have like done custom stylings. They might not like have an exact, I mean, they might. I don't work for Amazon, but maybe not all H2s are the same size. So font size, we're gonna have 18 pixels. 18. We'll just auto convert that. And then font weight, we'll say 700. 700. Oh, and I'm getting an error here because I'm missing a comma. Very important. All right, we'll see if we can find an H4. And you can do this with any website, right? Like we're doing Amazon today, but you can literally do this with any website that is relevant for you. Any website you want to like create a clone of, totally valid. Font size 18 pixels. Maybe they just have like one. I don't know. Anyway, font size 1.125 rem. Let's go H5. I'm not seeing any H5s on this page. Maybe an H6, which wouldn't make sense if we didn't have any H5s. Say add to cart. Maybe there's one on that page. No. Oops. No? All right. I think we can probably leave that alone for now. Material UI also does come with its like own built-in H4, H5 sort of things. So we don't necessarily need to define every single last one. It's just to make our lives a little bit easier. One thing I do want to add though, there's like one of the sets of styles where the font is a little bit smaller, and I do want to add that as like body 1 or something like that. Font size, yeah, I think it's this one where it's 14 pixels. So I want to go ahead and add that. You can also customize. There are 2 types of bodies. There's body 1 or body 2. So you can like have 2 options there. We're going to just give this one the font size of 14 pixels just so we have that option. I think the regular one would be 16 pixels. There we go, converted it. Yeah. And yeah, we'll go from there. There might even be a smaller one than that, to be honest. Let's see if it's this one. Maybe that's 14 as well. Yeah, 14. All right, cool. Just looked a little bit bigger. All right, we'll go with that. All right, and then let's see, what else do we need to do? I think we'll come back and customize this a little bit further once we actually start building it. So let's do just that. Let's start by building out our first page. You can see though already our home button has, our home thing, H1 has changed based on what we have here. So that's pretty cool to see. But our background has not changed. So let's go ahead and actually modify that style in our layout folder. So if I close out a couple of these just to keep things clean, let's go to our layout on our home page. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to add a style here. I'm going to say style. I'm just inline styling. I'm going to say I want the background color. Oops. Background color to be, grabbing it from colors again, dot light gray. Let's save that. And okay, cool. Awesome. Not getting the whole page right now, but we can work on that. And I think one thing I also probably want to do is set the margin to be 0. Yeah. And what else? Oh, we're importing globals.css. I think I'm actually going to comment this out for the time being because I don't want to use their styles. I want to use my custom styles. There we go. That did it. All right. So now we have our light gray background. We can get started. All right, and we'll come back to this layout file a lot to add things like our Redux provider, persisting, things like that. But we'll go ahead and leave this alone for now. All right, so first things first, let's go into our page here, and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna build out our, well, actually, you know what? We do want to build out our header first. So maybe that's what we'll start with. So one really sort of quirky and interesting thing about the header is that it's actually not going to live in this file like you might think it would. We're actually going to put it in our layout file here because it actually allows us to have it persist across multiple pages much more easily than if every time we create a page. The way you create pages in the app router here is you create a new folder, and then you add a page to that folder. Sorry about that. And basically the way we would then have to do it is adding the header to each of those pages, which is something we don't really want because this header on the Amazon store here is pretty persistent across like every single page that you check out as a user. So we don't want to have to like re-add this every single time we want to access it. What we want to do is just have this persisting across most pages. The only pages it's not present on is like the checkout page, which we can override for that one individual page. So yeah, what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and we are going to actually add the header in here. So let's do 2 things. Let's create the header and then we'll add it in here. All right, so what I want to do outside of my app folder, I like to do it outside of the app folder. You can do it wherever you want. Anything that goes in the app folder, as long as it doesn't have a page.tsx file, it will not turn into a route on Next.js. If you've used Pages Router before, you know that every folder you create creates a route. It's not like that on the app router. You actually have to create a page file in order for it to be considered one of the routes. So you could create your components folder in your app folder. I prefer to keep it outside just because that's kind of what I'm more used to coming from the page router. Maybe that'll change. Components. So within my components folder now, something else I like to do is I like to separate them just a little bit. The more complicated the app, the more folders I do end up creating. For now, I'm just going to create a folder called shared. So these are going to be components that are sort of used across all of our pages or across several pages. So in our shared folder here, I'm then going to create our header .tsx. Let's save that. Awesome. So now using autocomplete, I can use our create our header component here. RIFC. Awesome. I prefer the export at the bottom, just a preference thing. And we have our header here. So if I go ahead, I can then import it into my layout here. Now it's important that you note where I'm importing it here. I'm not importing it outside of the theme provider, outside of these, because we do need those things to pass to it. I'm importing it right above the children layer here, or the children being passed here. All right, so we're going to import that from our header and save that. And if we go to our app, you'll see we have header and we have home. Awesome. So yeah, as I said, I'm importing it right here so that's passed to all of our pages and also so that's above our children. So that's the header. All right, let's go ahead and start building it out. And yeah, as I said, if you do have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat below. I am sort of like keeping one eye over there. So yeah, don't hesitate to if you have any questions. All right, so let's go ahead and let's start with our head. So I'm going to be using Material UI components for a lot of this, just to make the build a lot more quickly and quick and a lot faster. So I'm going to, instead of using divs, I'm going to use boxes. The reason for this is because when you use Material UI components, you actually get access to this special prop called the SX prop, which you've probably heard me talk about before. But the SX prop, basically, it's like that inline style prop that I used on the layout earlier, where you can do with any HTML component, just add styles. But it allows us to do special things as well, like add hover states and just do a little bit more complicated customization. So I really do enjoy using this prop, but you can only use it with Material UI components. So just sort of my reasoning there. Feel free to do whatever you want. No, nothing is wrong, you know, in terms of styling, as long as you match to the design, if that's what you're going for. All right, so first thing we're going to start though is we're actually going to use SX prop, and we're going to give it a background color, and it's going to be, we're going to have to import colors. It's going to be that dark blue. Remember that dark blue we grabbed first? We're going to have that be our color. And then the color for the text, so we can actually read it, is going to be our white. Oops, colors.white. Awesome. Resolve to a class. Let's see. Okay, still getting that error. Oh, why is it saying element type is invalid? Interesting. If I change, let's see when. Sometimes you do end up having to trace back like what happened. So let's go ahead and say, if we go back to the div with header, if we're still getting that error. No, we're not. All right. So why is box giving us an error? That's super weird. It's like such a simple thing. All right, let's go ahead and try and redo it. Let's say box header. Element type is invalid. Let's Google this and see what the issue is. So if you ever hit a problem, just Google it and see. What the problem could be. All right, that didn't really help too much. Ah, here we go. Next.js movie. That's exactly what we need. Oh no, it's unanswered. All right, so let's go ahead and see if we can figure this on our own. try export default function. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's the way we imported it here. Header, no, components, that's seems all right. Yeah, like we forgot to export. I did change it from, oh, okay, let's see. Header.tsx, header. What if I change it to this? Okay. Export. Okay. Export default. Let's see if that fixed it. Header. If you do know the answer to my problem, feel free to drop it in the chat below. Thank you for watching. Let's see if that fixed that. Whoops. All right, I'm not gonna fight up with this too much. We're just gonna create div. That is really concerning that that's not working. Let's see. All right, so if I add it to the style and I say background color, is going to be colors dot dark blue. Save that. Awesome, that worked. And then if I change it to color, it will be colors dot white. All right, so that seems to be working. Yeah, I'll troubleshoot this. I guess we can actually troubleshoot it. We already have our box working here. So maybe it's, oh, you know what? It might be where the box is imported from. That was definitely giving me an issue at one point. Let's try and change it to that box and see if that fixes it. That's what it was. All right, so if you guys are facing this issue, make sure you do import your box from MUI material box. That does create an issue on server-side components rather than on the client-side components. So if you hit that problem, make sure and have that very explicit box. All right, cool. So yeah, we've created our box. We've used our SX prop. We'll change it back to export default header, see if that causes a problem. Okay, let's see. This could also be what's causing our problem. No, all right, we're good. Sweet. All right, so we have our header, we have our background color. Everything is going well in that sense. And now looking at Amazon, let's go over here. We need a couple of different pieces here. We need our logo. We're not going to put in all of these pieces as you saw in our example. We don't necessarily have 100% of the elements here. And that's just sort of a time thing. It's going to take a lot longer to build out all of those pieces and have them at full functionality. But we are going to build out like as many as we can and get that look and feel so you can use this in a portfolio piece for a job or whatever you're trying to do. And in a later, if we do have time left over at the end, we'll go ahead and add in some of those extra pieces there. So first things first, we're gonna want to create this logo on the side here. So I'm gonna actually do this in another file. So I'm trying to make this as like segmented and clean as possible. So we're gonna create a logo.tsx file here. Same thing. And save that there. And then what we need to do to use for our logo here is actually, I think it's Amazon logo 2. It's the white one. Yeah, that's the one they're using up here because it's a dark color. So we're just going to go ahead and build that out. So when we have our logo here, it's also going to be a link. And so this is kind of where we start to work with Next.js a little bit. So we're going to use the link component. Oops. From next/link. And what that's going to do is going to allow us that when we click on it, it's going to take us back to the home page. So to do that, we need to just pass it in an href, and the href is going to be just the / there. All right, cool. And that should be good. Then within the link now, we actually want to import our image. So we're going to use image from next image. They prefer when you use their image component for optimization purposes and things like that. We have to give it an alt, otherwise we're going to get an error. So the alt is just going to be logo, and it's good for accessibility. And then we need to give it is it source? A source, yeah. Source is going to be slash, because the file is in our public folder. It's going to be slash Amazon-logo-2.webp. Make sure you get that right, otherwise you won't see your logo. And then I think we also need to add a width and a height. So I'm going to say width equals about 100, and height equals about 30, something like that. I'm not quite sure. And then we're going to import this into our header. So I'm just going to go ahead and import this as the first thing. Let me save that and import it. Save that. Awesome. All right, check out our page. Logo is not defined. We defined it. All right, it's there, but it's not there. Logo. Image, next image, logo, source, Amazon logo. Height. There it is. Okay, just needed a second. I'm trying to rush it. All right, so there it is. There's our Amazon logo right there. Awesome. So first step done. Another thing I do want to do is I do want to add some like padding, some like margin to our side here, because if you look at it on the site, there's like a little bit of padding all around the edge here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to our header here. So we're done with the logo for now. And I'm going to go and I'm going to say, I'm also going to probably just make it a flex box, because we're going to have a few different options. So display flex. And then, oh, you know what? Let me think about this going forward, because we're not just building one header or one component. It's actually going to be these two. So I might actually need two boxes. So it's going to be this larger box and this box, like the dark blue and the light medium blue or whatever we called it. And then it's going to be this box within here. So I'm going to make a second box is what I'm going to do. So that's going to be a display flex, and the flex direction of this one is going to be common. This column, this is going to be the larger box. And save that. And then the internal box, which has our logo in it, is going to be display flex, but not column. It's going to be a regular flex box. It's important to think about this, this sort of like architecture when you're starting to build your app, because it's like, you know, rather than going back and doing this later, it's easier to do it now and just make your life a little bit easier. Does this mean the entire app will be in the public folder when deployed? All right, question in the comments. Does this mean that the entire app will be in the public folder when deployed? Does anybody know the answer to that? I will answer it in a second, but I want to see if folks in the comments have the answer to that question as well. So I guess the question is, like in, if you think about the Create React app, the index folder is usually in their public folder. So I think what the person asking the question is asking, does this mean that likewise, the entire app is going to be in the public folder when it's deployed? Because we're using, for the logo, we use slash. So does that mean the rest of the app lives in the public folder? What do you guys think? Leave an answer in the comment below and we can pick it up in a few minutes. Excellent question, though. Really, hopefully it provokes a little bit of discussion down there. All right, so next thing that we're going to want to do here is we need to, so we have our display flex here, we have our logo. The next piece we're going to need is this like box here, this text box, I think. It's like a search component. So let's actually create another component. I love creating components. We're going to call it search, not TSX. And make sure it's in shared. Yes. Cool. Awesome. We have our search component here. So what our search or search bar? Let me change it to search bar, because we might actually have like a search page. So let me change it. Yeah, search bar. Search bar. Save that. All right, so search bar here. So what, sorry about that. What this is going to be is the actual form submission process here that we're going to, sorry about that, we're going to submit our search into. So let's go ahead and grab that from our Material UI component library. So it's going to be MUI, what is this? This is like a form input, text input form. Text field, that's the word. I was like, what is this called? Text field. And we do want to kind of customize it a little bit. Like, we don't want this basic text field. So I think if we scroll down a little bit, we can actually grab the text field, the customized text field. Is it here? Let's see, MUI customized text field. I might have just scrolled right past it. Because I know there's one that's like wrapped in like a paper component, like it's like paper component equals form MUI text, and maybe it goes through input base. No? All right, I think we can just create it ourselves regardless. But anyhow, so we're going to create this text box. So let's go ahead and build it using those pieces. So we're going to create a paper component, which is just like a generic sort of Material UI component. The paper component, just to tell you exactly what it does. Paper. It sort of creates like a paper-esque feel, like can allow you to elevate things if you do want to do that. So that's something we might want to do in the future, but we're not going to do that right this second. So we're going to say paper, type of component is going to be form. Save that. And then we are going to probably set the width here, I think. Oh, you know what? I think the reason I'd seen it with the paper was because we also want to add the button. I think that's part of the issue there. So we'll set the display to be flex. And then the width is going to be, let's do 80 view width for now, because it's pretty wide. And we also have nothing else on the page. So let's start with that. Cool. All right, and then the next thing I'm going to want to do is use that input base that we were just checking out. Input base. So it's going to be like a really basic version here. I think we can actually input base. Here it is. Yeah. Let's grab this actually, because this is basically what we want to do. So rather than building this out step by step, we can borrow their existing style. So what I just did, I just grabbed all of this from the React text field page, and this like using input base, the customization option. I was like, I know there's like a way to do this customized with what they have. So yeah, this is to allow us to have not just the input, but also these like side buttons as well. We're going to start with just the search icon, but we might expand to add other aspects there. So I'm going to say quick import, add all the missing imports. And then grab that search icon. It's not showing up, so we just grab it here. Grab that there. And then we don't actually need this second icon button, so we're going to remove that. Oh, you know what? We might need to install this. That's weird, though. Well, let me see. see if that fixes our issue. And yeah, we'll go from there. The next thing I should also do is probably import this into our actual search component. So we'll say search bar, and we'll import that from just import it from /, because it's right there. Save that. And I think we're just it's being a little bit slow because we have the stream running as well. But there we go. So we have our search bar imported there. Give that a little bit of a refresh. Oh, and we're getting that same error here. This is actually going to be a client-side component because we're going to have the actual like searching query use state. So let me see if I set it to use client, if that removes that error. Okay, cool. So it is a server client issue. So I've just set it to client side to remove that error, but for server side components, you have to import them explicitly because we've just like done a general material UI import. All right, so it looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and take out this little line here and change that to, what is it, search Amazon. All right, so this is a divider. We'll just go ahead and remove that, and we'll say search Amazon. And it's important to change your ARIA label as well, Amazon, save that. And that's looking pretty good. Now we did do some general customization here, so let's change this back to, I think it was 80 view width, because we do want it to be pretty long. Save that. And then I don't want the padding to be that. I think it's either padding or margin that we want, but let's see what else. We have our search icon button here. Looks pretty good. I think what we'll do is actually add just padding to the general outside of the header. So we're gonna say padding, maybe 2 rem. That might be too much. Yeah, that's a little bit too much. I'll say 1 rem. Cool. Looks pretty close. Maybe 1.5. We'll see. And then we also want to add some margin here, or we might end up doing space between. So maybe we don't add the margin just yet. Yeah, let's add justify content space between for these. We'll save that. And that'll sort of give us that spacing automatically without us having to do additional work on that front. Cool, looks pretty good. We have our search text field, and then we have our actual button here. Let's go ahead and customize it though a little bit so that it looks like the button that we have here. So going back to our search bar, button, oh, I said we have padding. What would that be? 10 pixels. I just like to write things out because you guys are going to use this as a tutorial, so rather than having like P and you're wondering what it means, like with Tailwind, just writing things out a little bit more explicitly to make things a little bit clearer. So padding is going to be same 10 pixels, just written out a little bit more clearly. And then we're going to say for our background color, we're going to say we're going to import our colors, and it's going to be, let's go ahead and import this. Yep, it's going to be, I think, pale orange. I'll save that. And then our border radius, because I don't know if you noticed, but it's like curvy on 2 sides and straight on 1 side. So we're going to say border radius is going to be like top is 0, so top left, then top right is like 1.25 rem. Bottom right is 0.25 rem, not 1.25 rem. And then bottom left is going to be 0. So we'll save that, and that, yeah, that. So we have our like curved on 1 side square. And then one last thing, when it hovers, we want it to change to like a darker orange, not necessarily a white. So this is where the SX properly shines, where we can use our and hover, and then create whatever style we want. So we want to say background color is going to be colors dot orange. I believe it was just the general orange we wanted. And awesome. Now when we hover, it's not crazy, but it's a little bit, it's like, oh, that's nice, change it a little bit. Awesome. Search bar and logo done. Next, we want these two buttons. We want returns and orders, and we want our cart. So it's important to think about what these buttons are doing. Like, they're buttons, but Amazon, the way it works, you go to a link, right? Like, it's not like it opens up a modal or something like that. It takes you somewhere different. So we want to definitely have these buttons function more like links. So let's go ahead and add that in. And yeah, if you do have any questions, feel free to drop it in the chat. Hello from France. Hello, bonjour. Great to meet you. It's great to see everybody from like all the different places in the world, and that's why I try and do these kind of early EST so that folks can tune in and see, regardless of where they're living. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to our header here. So we're done with the search bar for the moment. We're going to go ahead and add in actual functionality in a second, but for the moment, we're done. All right, so let's go ahead and create these two. So what's interesting as well is that we need to think about this as in terms of our flex box. So we have our logo on one side, we have this which is supposed to be centered, and then we have these two on the other side. So it's kind of like 3 components instead of 4, because the way space between works is like it will put equal space between each element. But the way we want it to function is like this in the middle is one, this is another, and these two are a third. So we're actually going to wrap these two at the end in a box. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's create another box. And again, boxes are just divs. And then we're going to say display flex so that the items appear beside one another. And then we want to basically create these links. Now, because it's something we're going to be using more than once, I'm actually going to create a component for it because, again, I love creating new components. And we're going to say header link.tsx and create that as a component. Let me save this and create this component. Awesome. So we have our header link here. And so what the header link is just going to do, it's going to take in whatever we pass to it and then return like a general sort of stylized thing. So we have returns and orders, we have our cart here. So yeah, it's not going to do a crazy amount of styling, just a little bit to sort of alleviate some of that extra styles that we would have had to ordinarily or otherwise do. So we're going to create a link component, not from Material UI, sorry. Link from net/link. Make sure you get that import correct when you're working with these two libraries, because otherwise it will not work. href, and we're going to pass in some different variables here. href, we're going to pass in children because we're not going to actually, we're going to like specify what we want it to be. And then we're going to pass in style. We're going to save those 3. And because it's TypeScript, we need to give them types, and I'm going to do inline typing today. Probably not the right name for it, but that is a sort of more descriptive word of what I'm doing. So we're going to add in a string. We're going to add in the children, which are going to be React node, I think. Yeah. And then the style is going to be of React.css. So this is if I want to add extra stylings to it, because it's not a Material UI component, I can't use the SX prop, I have to use style. So it's just sort of like allowing me to have a little bit of flexibility. So then the href is going to be href. The style is going to be style. And the, style. And the children are going to live in the middle here. Save that. Awesome. Now for the styles, it's going to be whatever styles we pass, but before those styles, we are actually going to have our custom styles, which is why we're kind of creating this component. So we're going to say the color is going to be white. And actually we're going to import it from colors, so color.white. Because it is a link, it's going to override our style, so we have to explicitly declare it. And then we're going to say text decoration, because if you ever done a link, you know it's going to add the underline, so we're going to say none. And then we're going to give it a little bit of a margin. Not much, maybe like half a rem, 0.5 rem, and then whatever styles are being passed already. We'll save that. All right, cool. And then we need to actually use it. So let's go ahead and add our header link here, import that, and pass in our actual elements here. So first things first, we need to add in the text, the like words, like what it's going to actually say. So, oh yeah, it's giving me an error because I haven't passed it in href. So we're going to say href is going to be equal to, it's going to be /cart, but we have not created /cart yet. We're going to pretend /cart exists. And then and I'm also going to make style optional, just in case we don't want to change the style much. And then children, we're going to start with, let's say a typography element. I'm going to say returns, what is it? Returns and orders. Now you'll notice returns and orders are actually two separate styles. So we're actually going to style them as two separate typography elements. So we're going to have returns on one line with its style, and then we're going to say and orders and on the second line, and orders. We'll save that. So this one, does that end? Let's see if that automatically. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's refreshing. Okay. I was like, it's not showing up. All right. Element type is invalid. Are we getting the same issue? Box. Let's say it's /typography. Probably have to change a setting in order to make that automatic. All right, cool. There we go. Returns and orders. So awesome. Returns looks like pretty much the size it should be, but orders looks a little bit small. So let's go ahead and update that. So let's maybe say equals body, not SX, sorry, variant equals body 2. Unless this is already body 2, then maybe we need to make the first one body 1. Yeah, returns actually looks bigger here, so let's change that. Let's make this body 1 or 2. Let's make it body 1. Interesting. Maybe I just need to actually explicitly set the style. Maybe there's like another body style we should have. So let's say SX equals font size 0. I think it was 0.8 for the other one. So let's do 0.75 rem. It's just a little bit smaller. Cool, looks a little bit smaller. And then we'll do here, we'll add in some font weight. And we're gonna make that like 700. So it's nice and bold. All right, cool. Looking pretty good. What else can we do here? I think we can maybe increase the font size a little bit, maybe to 1.1 rem. Or let's even say 1 rem. Was it not even 1 rem? Okay, there we go. That's the right size. Perfect. All right, so we have our returns and orders pretty much handled. Next thing we're gonna wanna do is create our cart. So for the cart, I think we need an icon. So I'm gonna head over to the MUI icons. And what is it? It's like a cart. Well, it's a cart, right? So let's search for cart. I think this one is probably the one to go for. Yeah, let's grab that. Import that there. And so what I'm going to do here is just create another header link within that box. And I'm going to, add in that shopping cart icon. Awesome. And then the href is going to be, oh, whoops, sorry. This one should have been orders. This one should be cart. Save that. And then next to cart, we have a typography element. And it's going to say cart. Let me go back here. Cool. So now we just need to display it like on the side of each other. So I think what we could do here is say style equals display flex. That's why I wanted that style in there, because I knew I'd have to change it up for this one. Cool. And then we want them to sit on the bottom. So that should be align items flex end or justify. Yeah, align items flex end. Awesome. And then I need this icon to be a little bit bigger. So there is an icon property called font size. And you can just say small, medium, large. So I'm going to say large because I'm assuming they probably start at medium. That looks pretty good. And then I just want to modify our typography a little bit. So then I'm going to say font weight 700. And I'm going to change the font size as well. Font size to be 1 rem. And save that. Cool. Looks pretty good. Looking pretty decent. Awesome. What else? Oh, this logo is like way up here. Why is that? Let me see. Oh, you know what? I didn't align the items. Let's see. So this is that box here. I just need to align items. It would be just nice if they did it automatically, just in the center. But I guess they all do the start or whatever. Align item center. Cool. Awesome. That looks way closer, like almost 1-to-1. Perfect. Last thing I want to do here, I noticed that there's just like a little bit of extra padding on this side here. That I think I'm just going to add some padding to the logo there. I'm going to say style equals margin left 1 rem. Or some margin, I should say. Yeah, awesome. That looks a little bit better. I think it's a little bit closer to what the actual website looks like. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. I think there's probably a little bit too much padding all around, to be honest. Maybe 0.5. That looks a little bit, yeah, that looks a little bit closer to the real Amazon. Cool. Awesome. So header first part is complete. Let me check out if there are any questions. All right, so good question there. Yeah, somebody in the comments mentioned that Stripe is not available yet in their country. Majorly rely on mobile money payments. The biggest challenge they face with e-commerce is integrating payments. Excellent question. Also, yes, I believe to answer the previous question, they will all be deployed in the public folder when finished. But yeah, Stripe is not yet available in our country. Yeah, that's definitely a major problem because yeah, Stripe is like the sort of ideal solution when you're building out an e-commerce site for, I mean, not most major brands, but a lot of major brands use Stripe or something that's like sort of pre-built, or Shopify or something like that in order to create e-commerce solutions. So it's really challenging to integrate that you know, in your payment solution. I think what I've seen other companies do is like work with a sort of centralized payment option. So like if there's like an online ticket taking service that provides a way to do payments, like, you know, it's sort of like a roundabout method, but it's definitely not the way to do it, or like Wise or something like that. So if Stripe is not available, that's definitely a challenge. But if anybody has any options that are available, drop them in the comment below so we can help each other out. All right, so we have our top header finished. Let's go ahead and work on our bottom header. Now all of these like little sections here, we will not be building out all of these pages today. Maybe in a future day we'll decide to build out some of these. But what you can do if you're looking to build this out full copy, you can use the links that these eventually go to and use those as your links here. But we're going to at least start by building out this whole thing here. Now, one interesting thing here is like it's saying shop Black-owned business, I guess because it's February and it's Black History Month. We could put that in there. I think we might do small businesses just because this tutorial is going to live online for a long time. We could also do Black-owned businesses. Let's see how I feel when I get to it. So yeah, let's go ahead and and also shop black-owned businesses is somewhat of an American construct. Anyway, we're not getting into politics. Let's go ahead and create this. So let's say const link list. So this is going to be the list. I'm going to create a list of all the different names that we have here, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So let's say, and I'm going to skip two. I'm going to skip all, and I'm going to skip the shop black-owned business at the end, because that's going to come in separately. So just for styling purposes. So we're going to say medical care, groceries, medical care, groceries, bestsellers, Amazon books, Prime Music, oh, Amazon Basics, see, already. Prime Music, new releases, customer service, today's deals, registry, books, Amazon, home, oh, I missed one, pharmacy, gift cards, fashion, stores. Awesome. Cool. I think we got all of them. For these now, what we're going to do is, same reason I created that header link, we're going to basically have all of these populate on the list. So as I mentioned, I'm going to do all and shop black-owned business separately. I'll probably go with black-owned business because it is February, it's Black History Month. But if you are in a sort of in a country where the demographics are a little bit different, or you don't necessarily want to put that on your website, you could also put shop small businesses. But yeah, coming from an American context for the purpose of this tutorial, I will do black-owned business. But in terms of being globally accessible, please feel free to put whatever you want to put there. As I mentioned, it's sort of like a more Western concept to put shop black-owned business on something, which I'm very pro support of, as I do have a black-owned business. But just to be globally accessible and globally aware, I think it's something to think about and consider when you're building this out. Anyway, it's just a simple site. Let's go ahead and build it. So, as I mentioned, we have this box here, which is our dark blue box. We now want to create a second box below that, which is going to be our medium blue box. So box, we're going to say sx equals background color is colors.medium blue. Yep. And then within that now, we're going to add in our link. So we're going to say header link, and href is going to just be all, and we're going to create the all link. Cool. And then one other thing we need, as you notice, has this like 3 thing. We're going to go to the icons. I'm going to say, what is it? It's like a menu thing. Yeah, menu. I'm just going to grab that menu icon. Awesome. One thing I do really like about Material UI is that the names are like pretty straightforward. So like it's not super hard to find what you're looking for sometimes. There probably are some that I haven't used before that are probably a little bit more challenging to access, but okay, cool. We have our all there. I'm just gonna also style this So it's display flex, and I'm going to align the items to be centered so that the words and the icon line up together. Cool, looks pretty good. And then I'm just going to add a margin right of like probably 0.25 rem, not a lot. And yeah, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Awesome. So now the reason I went ahead and I created this whole long list of links is so that I can actually map through them. So rather than like making header link this, header link that, and like taking up literally like 100 like lines of code, I'm just gonna map through them really quickly and use that as our list. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm gonna say link list dot map. For each link, we are going to go ahead and return same header icon, or header link, sorry, same header link. And then we're going to say the href is going to be our link, or it's going to be, sorry, slash whatever our link is. Cool. And then it's going to ask for a key because it's a map. So we're going to say the link is the key. And then we are going to actually say the link is now the child. So link is doing a lot of work here. Not like Legends of Zelda, but all right, cool. So now we have our links all here. Perfect. We do need to change one thing though. We need to make this a flex box, this larger box. So this medium blue box here, display flex. Save that. Good. And same issue. Let's align items to be centered, and we'll save that. Awesome, pretty good. So then final aspect, or you know what, I think actually, hold on, let me take a quick peep. I think there's a little bit more space, so maybe I want to add like a margin right, especially because there's this big gap here. We wouldn't, let's do a margin right on all of these as well while we're here. Style equals margin right. Let's do 1 rem. Cool. And sorry, I don't want to put the link just like right there. I want to use a typography element for good practice and give it a type. So I'm going to say typography. I'm going to say variant equals body. Let's try body 2, see what that gives us. Yes, I like that. That's good, nice and small. I think we probably also want to do a typography element up here to match. Typography, because it was looking a little bit large, like a little bit imposing, for being just like a secondary menu. So you always want to think about what the size of your text in your icon plays into like the overall design structure of the page. So we'll say all, cool, looks pretty good. Margin right, awesome. Yeah, so let's go ahead and add in our last link here. So we're going to say header link. The href is going to be shop black owned business, shop Bob, shop black owned. Let's try that. And then we'll leave that there. And then what do we want to do? We want to say, oh yeah, typography. And we'll say shop black owned. Is it black owned? Black hyphen owned? Let me check. Black owned, small o, small b. Another important thing to just be aware of when you're trying to do a one-to-one copy, like how did they capitalize things, right? It's super important. Body too. Save that. All right, awesome. And then one thing I failed to do here is say justify content space between. We'll save that. And so now, awesome. They're pretty well spaced out. Looking pretty good. Maybe I can reduce that that margin right to maybe a 0.5, maybe 0.75. But looking pretty decent. All right, two things I want to do. I want to bold all, is it? And shop black owned business. Yeah, I want to bold those two. So I'm just going to add some font weight. So say SX equals font weight 700. Save that. And then down here, I'm going to say SX again, font weight 700. Oops, 700. That looks good. And then one little like final sort of thing that I want to do here. I'm not going to do the, we can do it. I just don't love this like square thing. I think it's not like the greatest look in the world. I don't know if it was just me, or I think they used to have like an orange hover and I thought that was pretty cool. It's like this, like their regular like orange color. So I'm going to do that instead for the hover. So let's try and do that. So let's go to, our typography here. We're going to say SX equals and hover. We're going to say color is going to be colors dot. It's either orange or dark orange. We'll see which one looks better. Orange should be fine though. Yeah, I like that. That looks a lot slicker. A lot fits the design a little bit better. So we'll go with that. Let me add this also to shop black owned business. And oops, and to all. We could also just drop this in like a variable or something, but we're here now. Cool. I wonder also if I can do it to the icon. That'll be sick. Oopsies. Nice. I think actually what I need to do is drop it in here. Oh, I wonder, it probably wouldn't work because it's a style. Yeah, that would not work. All right, so I have to do it separately. I could wrap it in a box, but again, not that deep, not the most important thing in this tutorial. So yeah, there we go. We have all of these. They all have links. If you check out the localhost 3000 in the bottom left corner there, the link is whatever the title of the link is. Not ideal. Like again, if you're building this out, you'd want to, instead of creating this list of just strings, you want to create them of objects with like, a name, of whatever, and then like the slug of whatever. You'd want to do it like that, but again, this is not the most important part of this tutorial. We have bigger fish to fry essentially. Oops. But cool. So we have our header built out essentially, pretty much set out, pretty good to go. We do need to add the functionality though. So let me go ahead and first off push all of this to GitHub. So we'll say build style header. Let's say style header. And we'll commit that and sync that up. So that first step is done. Let me check out any questions in the comments in the chat. Please feel free to drop them down below. And if you're seeing this after, please feel free to drop a comment down below. I will respond and answer any questions you do have about this build or other builds or coding in general. So yeah, next thing that we want to do, we want to go ahead and we want to we want to actually add in that functionality, that like searching, filtering ability in our actual search bar. So I'm going to close this because we don't need those. I need the search bar. And then I also need like a page for it to go to. So what I'm thinking here, right? We search, and then as Amazon does, instead of bringing up a modal, which, I don't care, one way or the other, it's totally design choice, it directs you to another page. So we need to create that page for us to go to. So in our app, we're going to create a folder here, and we're going to call it search. Sorry about that. Again, that's why I created that other page called search bar, the other component, because I don't want the two to overlap. So if we do a quick overview of app routing in Material UI, I think I dropped it. Did I drop it up here? Maybe not. Let's search for routing. Or sorry, I'm here looking at material. It's Next.js. Right. All right. So Next.js routing. So as we've done before in the past, we've worked with the pages router. Today we're working with the app router. So I just want to give you a quick overview of like how it's going to work separately. So we do have our main app folder, as you saw. We have our generalized app folder. And then as I mentioned, we create our pages underneath that folder. And those pages, or the pages that we'll create within those folders are what will build out our pages, essentially. So all well and good. The segment, as you see here, is like the pages router, defined by how many nested folders you have. Pretty similar, we're used to that. But as I do mention, you do need to create a pages file or a page file within each folder in order for it to be considered part of that routing system, right? So it does allow a little bit more flexibility, et cetera, et cetera. One really cool thing that we will be able to do, let's see if it's on this page, is use dynamic routing. So because we're going to have a whole bunch of different products, and as Amazon does, they have millions and millions of products, we want to be able to display our 20 products dynamically. So we don't want to create pages for every single product. We want to basically use a dynamic route for each of these products. So the way that you do this is by wrapping the folder's name in square brackets, and that will allow you to have a dynamic route. So if I want it to be like whatever.com search slash whatever the parameter is, like it would be great if our products had slugs, but we didn't add those in. You could totally add those in, but I'm going to use the ID. So search slash, or the query, sorry. So search slash query, backpacks, as we did at the beginning. So we're going to use not ID this time, but we're going to use query as our parameter, and we're going to grab that from our search and use that as our folder. So that might sound a little bit complex. Let's break down how we're actually going to do it. So first things first, created that search folder, right? Awesome. Next thing I'm going to want to do is create a square bracketed folder called query. So this is going to be whatever the user queries for, it's going to be in that folder. And then within a query folder, I want to create a page. So like Amazon.com/search isn't going to result in anything. We don't want that to bring back anything because that's like a generalized search of every single product, or I don't know what that page would hold. But query for backpacks, I know what that would hold. It would hold the results from backpacks. So we're going to say page.tsx. I'm going to create that page. And the interesting thing now is that I can change the name of the page. I'm going to call it query page and save that. But I don't need to change the name of the file to match or anything like that. So good to go. This page is going to result in the filtered products that are going to be passed from, like we're going to have to create a new hook in order for this page to function properly. But right now, we just want it to be a page. So next thing we need to do is finish out our search bar. I believe it's our search bar component. So when the user types something in this search bar, we want it to be able to show up on our, we want to be able to save it somewhere, like have it in state, and then pass it to our query page, which will then call the search as the page loads. So let's break that down. So I'm going to start by initializing a variable called query and with a setter called setQuery. Equals use state, and it's going to start, and it's going to be a string, and it's just going to start as nothing. So it has no value to start with, which is exactly what we want. Cool. Awesome. So we have our query there. The next thing that we're going to want to do is define some sort of like search function that's going to happen when we submit our form component here. Sorry. So to do that search function, let's think about this. We want to pass in the results of the query to the router and like it's going to be in that route. So what it's going to look like is const search products equals, we're going to take in the event, so form event, I think, form event, HTML form event, form element, yeah, because it's going to be passed right on the paper component. Save that, and then we're going to say e.prevent default because we don't want it to reload as we're doing our whole search. And then we want to say, and we want to pass this here. We're going to say on submit equals search products. And if we spelled submit better, that would probably help. Submit. And then we're going to say, so this is what's going to pass our query to the other page. We're going to say router. Oh, sorry, I need to bring in router. Const router equals use router. And it's going to be next navigation, not next router. So use router from next navigation. We're going to say router dot push. And then we're going to pass, it's going to be search slash whatever the query is. And that's going to be slash. That's going to be the route. So whatever the user sets the query to, which we'll handle in a second, when they submit this form, so when they hit that button there, which is going to be our submit, the search function is going to be triggered, and then we're going to push them to /search/query. So that param, backpacks or whatever it is going to be pushed into our query as a parameter. And so we can then access it by grabbing the parameters from the URL and putting that into our filter. So let's build out the next bit of this. So the way we're going to hold the query is going to be using the on change of the input button. So basically, what do? We grab E and we say on change. We want to just set the query to be e.target.value. So, oops, that value. So whenever this value changes, we want to set it to the target value of whatever it is. So when they type hello, I can even show you this. We can say console.log query, so you can see what I'm talking about. So if we go ahead and inspect, go to the console, and we say hi, you can see on the left-hand side here that it's triggering every time we type a letter. So that's exactly what we want to happen. We don't want to console log it every time, but we do want the query to be updated every time a letter is typed in. So on change, we are setting the query. The query, when we hit search on submit, is then going to be pushed to our router, and then we can grab that information when we complete, when we sort of move to that next page. The last thing we want to do here is make sure that this is a submit button, because if it's just a regular button, it might not, wouldn't trigger that submit. So we want to make sure that the type of button is submit. And so, yeah, when that happens, we should be good. So let me do a test run. Let's say backpack, and then I'm gonna hit the search button. And if we've done it right, let's see. Oh, there we go. Yeah, nothing much happened, but it went to /search/backpack, and as you can see here, it says query page. So we know it's working, which is great. So the next bit, the next half of that is actually establishing the query page. But if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat and stop me and we can go over this again. But yeah, the next step is to go to the query page and to actually sort of activate what we're using here. So hopping over to our query page, we want to go ahead and import something called use params. So we're going to say const, well, it's actually going to be query, so we're going to destructure it from use params, but const query is going to equal use params, and it's from next navigation. We're going to save that. So that's going to be the query we get there. So interesting thing here, if we go ahead and console.log query, just to make sure it's working. Oh, and we have to add use client because we are using a hook. Use client. if we inspect here while we're on our search/backpack page, we can see that it's already given us backpack. So we know that our search is working. So we've confirmed that we're actually able to get our query. Now what we need to do is actually sort of make it work for us. Good. So let's go ahead and create that search filter. So this is going to be pretty interesting because it's a little bit of, I wouldn't say a roundabout way, but the way we want to search for this is not sort of like straight. It's not like, oh, just search for this, because so if we take a look at our data, for instance, let's go ahead to our table. You'll notice that we have, if I'm searching for backpacks, right? Is it the title I want to search for backpacks? Is it the description I want to search for backpacks? Is it the category? You know, which of these columns do I want to search for backpacks within, right? It's unclear. We're unsure, probably all, to be honest, because we want to make sure that we get as many backpack results as possible. Like as an e-commerce site, we don't want to just show our user like one product. We want to show them as many products that are relevant to whatever they are searching for, right? So first things first, I want to start by initializing a variable called filtered products. This is going to be, whenever we search, it's going to be a filtered product. So we're filtering through our products to get our limited set of products. Now remember, we do only have 20 products, so it's going to be a very short list, but hopefully we can sort of show our examples. So const filtered products, and then set filtered products. We're going to say use state. And we're going to leave this as any. We're going to actually add in all the types in a little bit. But it's an array of any objects. All right, anything, I should say. And then we're going to say const get filtered products. And I said, if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat below or in the comments section. Equals async. Just like the one above it here, async const data, comma error equals await Supabase dot from, same thing, we're sort of starting out similar, products dot select, select. So we want to select all, right, because we do want to get everything. All. And now there are two ways to go about doing this. If we go back to our Supabase data, there's this property called isLike. And so that is when a column, specific column, matches a case insensitive pattern, right? So the way you'd write it is you'd say the column, in this case they wrote name, matches the case insensitive pattern of Alba with the, they use the two percentage signs there. So if I wanted to do it like that, I could say, I would have to pick a column. So I'd say I like is like, that's a title to start with. And then we'd say the case insensitive pattern of whatever is passed. So two things. We need to pass something here. So we'll say, let's pass in the filter, which is of string type. And then whatever that filter is, we'd pass that in between these, I think the modulos, signs. That works, but it only works for our title. So how do we get around this issue? Well, took a little bit of research, but the way to do this is to use another sort of selector that is called or. So rather than using the iLike, we're not going to use this at all. Or we're going to use it just not in that way. So we're going to say or. We're going to query for or. So it's going to sort of allow us to pass in multiple options and allow us to search for different, search within different columns for what we're looking for. So in my or, I'm going to check for in the title column. So the title column, same column. I'm going to then pass in my iLike. And then I'm going to search for my filter. So that, this filter, and add in that. So I'm just taking this and I'm putting it up here in a slightly different format. And that is going to be how I'm checking for multiple options. So we did title. Next one, we're going to do description. make sure you type this out correctly as well, because if there's a typo here, it's not going to work. I like dot, and I'm just going to copy this to make my life a little bit easier. Filter. And then finally, we're going to check the category. So if I had a backpack category, it'd be really useful. I like dot filter. Awesome. So from products, we're selecting all of them and then going through these to check, is it the title, or is it the description, or is it the category that contains whatever we're passing in our filter. Great. Next thing we want to do, same as before, we want to say if data, we want to then set filtered products to be data, right? And if error, console log the error, so we know what's going wrong. Cool. And then same thing down here. I'm going to pass in filtered, or I'm going to return, sorry, filtered products, and we're going to say get filtered products. And there we go. We've created our query for this. So when I go back to my query page, now I can actually use these filters here. Oh, and thank you for all the support in the comments. Appreciate. Do we use modulo bracket filter? Yes. Yeah. So exactly how you have it in the comments there, that's exactly how you want to do it. The percentage sign, $, curly brackets, and then filter in the middle. That's exactly right. And so yeah, if you do only have one column you want to search for, you can do that. I like filtered products and get filtered products. And we're going to say use Supabase. Call that. Good. Good to go. And then within a use effect up here, effect, we are going to call the actual search. So we're going to say get filtered products. We're going to pass in the query, and then yeah, should return our filtered products. So we're going to pass in get filtered products here, so we don't call this 1,000,001 times. And we're going to pass in query here, and I'm going to add use effect, import it from React. I could also just type it out. Oops. Use effect. We're going to save that. Cool. Now we're getting an error on query here because the argument of type string / string array is not assignable to the parameter of type of string. Type string array is not assignable to type string. Fair enough. Because yeah, the query could be of an array type, and that's not, we want like just a string. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to actually explicitly declare it to string, or call to string, so it'll convert it to a string, and that will get rid of that error there and hopefully fix any problems that we might have. All right, so if all has gone well, when I console.log filtered products here, it should work. So let's go ahead, let's go back to Amazon. I probably is going to do an infinite loop at the moment, just on the way we've called it, but let's go and search for backpack. Oops. Nothing yet. Okay, let's go back to Amazon.com and see what we're doing here. Maybe that's not, oh, you know what? Maybe that's not the best place to console log it as well. No, still nothing there. All right, let's go ahead and pass this in. Let me double check. Hold on, let me do two things. Description.ilike.filter category. Let me quickly pass it in as a the I just to make sure it wasn't an error on my part. Good, always good to double check. Title, comma, filter, and I'm just gonna use S because one of the titles is gonna have an S in it, so we'll search there. All right, so nothing so far. Let's do one more thing. Whoops, go back to the home page there. Let me remove the console log here. And I'm actually going to put it in to search results. I'm going to sort of have a nested component here and see if that fixes it. Container, material UI. And then I'm going to create a component called search results. Oops, I need to pass this in. And then pass search results. Because sometimes it just needs to be triggered an additional time, which is not ideal, but that might be what's causing the issue. Okay, we have search results. Search results is going to take products. Products. Right now, products is going to be of any type, any array. Oh, you know what? It's probably, wait, hold on, let me just check. No, I did that right. Okay. Sometimes I forget to set the filtered products to the right thing, and that creates a big issue. All right, so products is going to be of any, and then products here is going to be filtered. Yeah, it could just be as simple as I'm console logging it in the wrong spot. Cool, set that there. And then let's try console logging it here. Cool. All right, so let's go and let's search. Still not working. Super interesting. All right, let me take a deeper look here, because we know it's working in terms of getting all of our products, right? Because if we were to call get products, we can double check that to make sure that's working as well. If we were to call products and get products, if I passed in products here and I called get products, I should get results. Right, so I'm getting all the results. So we are hooked up to our database. So it's something to do with the way that we're querying for it. So let's take a look here. Filtered products. Use Supabase is from the right thing. Yep. And if anybody sees an obvious error, please feel free to drop it in there. In the code. Oh, okay, thank you. You saw my mistake. So I used a $sign instead of... oh, I'm totally missing these. Wow, that's such a silly mistake. Appreciate y'all in the comment section, because you're finding my mistakes. All right, so let me go and fix this. That's where it was. Yeah, I'm using the wrong. Thank y'all. Thank you for checking out what I'm doing here. So really dumb mistake here. I'm just putting the wrong symbol. So thank you for checking out what I'm doing. All right, so yeah, that was a really silly mistake. So as Kunzu in the comments said, it should be modulo or %sign. $sign filter, that's just to like pass in a variable in React, and then the same percentage symbol. And if you don't do that, you will not get the results you're expecting. All right, so then when we go to here, when we go to our products, we should pass in filtered products. Good. And then when we go to our search results and we console log products, let me refresh the page, we should just get results. Oh, sorry, we are console logging. We are also still getting all the products. Let me just remove that there. Okay. Yeah, computer's a little bit slow because we're streaming as well. Where's the other console log? Oh, you know what? I think everything has an S in it. That's what it is. So let's go to backpack. Let's go back home. Let's go to backpack. Let's clear this out. And I search for backpack. Awesome. I'm getting one result, which is the Fjallraven, I believe, hopefully. Backpack. So let's stop this. Infinite loop from running. And again, we're not going to be console logging in our real app. But yeah, you can see, weirdly enough, has a category of men's clothing. But I'm not in fashion, so maybe there's a good reason for that. But yeah, the title, Fjallraven backpack, fits 15-inch laptops, etc., etc. So we know that our filter is actually working. Appreciate you, Kunzu, for catching that error. So next thing, so we have that working. Let's go ahead and remove this console log, and we can push this up, commit this, and say filtering products. Commit that, and go ahead and push that up. Awesome. So we have our search results. We have our results going to our search results page. The next thing we want to do now is actually build out that page and sort of build these pages, generally speaking. We want to build our dashboard page, our search results page, our whatever other pages that we need to grab. So let's go ahead and start to build these out and build as many as we can. So first things first, because we do have our search results, let's go ahead and build out that page, and we'll come back to our dashboard page and finish that up in a little bit. All right, so what I like to do, so if we take a look at like a real search results page, so if I say again, backpacks, search, there is this sort of like container-esque aspect to it. We're not gonna build it out as fully featured as this. We're gonna do it in sort of like a more, limited way to start, and then if we do have time at the end, we can sort of develop a feature a bit more. So if I search backpack, I do get the Fjallraven here. Or if I just search S to get all of or most of the objects here, you notice the way that we've done it is like we want it sort of within this container thing here. So let's go ahead and build it out like that. So instead of having our page, well, we've built the container already. I would drop that in there. So we've noticed that it's already pushed over to the side, which is great. Next thing we want to do is build out the rest of the page. So let's go into the search results page here. I'm going to change this over to be a box from /box, because I don't think we're actually going to need, well, let me not say, but I don't think we're going to need to make this a client component because we're just displaying. And then we're going to display it in like a flex box. So because basically what this is going to do is going to take our list of products and display, like, we're going to map over just like we did with our linked list. We're going to just display them like that. So we're going to say display flex, justify content is going to be space between, because we want it to take a maximum amount of space. I don't want it right up against the top here. I do want a little bit of margin. So let's say maybe 2 rem. Margin, 2 rem, 0, top and bottom, no left and right. And then we want to, oh, very important. We want the flex to wrap. We want it to like, because we don't want to just go across the page. We want it to wrap naturally. So we'll say flex wrap. Awesome. Then instead of saying search results, we're going to say products, and we're going to say products.map. And for each product, we want to return some sort of box. Some sort of box with our product dot title and like other things as well. We're going to say the key is product dot ID. We're gonna save that. So right now, because it's just that, we got our Fjallraven backpack title. But if we had, I think clothing is a category. Yeah, if we had lots of clothing, we see we have this one, that one, this one, that one is like 4 across, 2 across, depending on the length. So it is wrapping and it is staying within, which is great. But what we're gonna do actually is we're going to make cards so that they're uniform. So it's not like 3 on one line, 2 on one line, you know, etc. Based on the length of the title, they're gonna be much more uniform. So let's go ahead and create that component. So here we're gonna create a new file. We're gonna call it, let's call it product card.tsx, and save that. Cool. And we'll make this a box, and from box, so we don't get the error. And then we're going to pass in product, and it's going to be the same product of any, oh no, well, don't think it's actually going to be an array. It's going to be not an array. And yeah, as I said, we're going to type. We actually have to run a function to bring all the types. So I just want to make sure we have our data first before we run the function, because otherwise we're going to have to run it a few times to get our types correct. But then we'll just do a search for any and fix all the types. So instead of this, we're going to return product card. Product equals product. Oops, product. And product, and then key equals product.id. Oh, thank you for watching. Appreciate checking out the work here. Awesome. Cool. Let's grab that. And yeah, if you do have any other questions, please feel free to drop them in the comments section down below. Always great to hear from you guys and hear what you have to say. All right, cool. So yeah, we're passing in the product, and then here now we're going to access this product. I'm going to say product, again, just .title, and maybe we'll even say, we'll say product.price just to make sure that we're getting it correctly. I'll save that. And there we go. Yeah, we're seeing our title and our price. Not very well formatted, but they are there. Sorry about that. So yeah, we know that that is working and it's going well. All right, so next thing that we need to do here is we need to go ahead and actually build out this card. So this card here, you'll notice that we have our image, we have a sort of like truncated version of our title here. We have, our stars, our rating, and we have the price down at the bottom. So let's go ahead and build that piece out. All right, so first things first, we want to go ahead and build out the actual like image and all of those pieces. We want to display the image, I should say, because the image is going to have a large impact on what we do with the rest of the space. So we'll say image, next image, and if you remember, we need an alt. So the alt is actually going to be the product.title, so that it's like relevant to the product. The source is going to be the product.image, and if you remember earlier on, I added something to our next config. Definitely check that out. If you're having any errors in this section, check out the next config in the repository. All right, so we have our product.image, and then we have our what else do we have there? We have our width, which I'm going to set maybe to 200, and our height, which is going to be, let's say 250 for now. And then, yeah, that should be good. Then I'm going to wrap these in typography. And it might give me an error again, so I might have to go ahead and fix that. Oh no, we're good to go. So we're wrapping it here in typography. And then looking pretty decent so far. Oh, you know what? I do want the background, the like, I want the like the whole thing to be white, right? Like I don't want it to be this white and this gray. So let me go ahead and set the background color of the card. Ground color to be colors dot white, and we'll import colors here. Awesome. That works well. And we do need to do this like truncation here because it is kind of messing up our style. So let's see. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can just set a max width actually on this, and that'll fix the problem for now. So we'll say width is going to be 225. There's a little bit of space on the edge there. Awesome. That looks a lot better. And then let's go ahead and set a height while we're at it. Height, I'm going to say 450 because I need more space for the text. Looks good. And then I want to do a margin, like all around, of let's say 1 rem. That might be too much. Yeah, that's way too much. Let's do like 0.25 rem. Oh, maybe it's like on the left and the right. All right, let's do 0.5 rem. And then we need some padding all around the edges here. So let's do 1 rem there. 1 rem. And then I want to, oh, I didn't write display flex, Lord. All right, let's say display, oh, that's for the internals as well. So display flex, and we'll say just flex direction column. And we'll say justify content space between, because we don't want it centered. We want it towards like using all the edge, using all the space. Looks pretty decent. And then what else? Well, then we need to like actually style out the rest of our actual product itself. All right. So that looks pretty decent though. Like the padding is not too bad. Pretty equivalent actually to what we have here. I would like it if it was a little bit more even. I should say the margin, not the padding. If I put 1 rem, no, that's way too much. What if I have no margin? What does that do? Oh no, that looks terrible on the bottom. All right, let's go back to what we had before we break it. Let's go to 0.5 rem. Looks good enough. All right, you don't need to be perfect. This is educational. All right, but the next thing that I do want to do, I want to sort of like truncate the string, because it doesn't need to be that long, right? I also want to change the style, so I want it to be a little bit bigger. So let's do those two things. So let's say change this to be variant equals h2. So it's really big now. I'm going to actually modify that a bit. I'm going to say font weight is equal to 500. Just want it to be normal. Cool. And then I want to truncate the title. So the way I can do this is I can actually, I can say product.title, because product.title is a string. I can use the property, I believe it's substring. Yeah. So I can use this method, I should say, not property, this method of substring, where I just grab a fraction of the string that is presented to me. So if I want to see, like, you know, the first and the third, between the first and the third index of the string, I can see that. So we're gonna use this in our piece here. I'm gonna say that dot substring. We're gonna say so from the first 0 to, let's say, the 20th. We're going to want to do a substring, and then I'm going to add a dot at the end there. And awesome, that looks pretty decent. I do want it to come onto one line though, not multiple lines. So maybe the better approach would be to say 15s. Yeah, that looks way better. All right, cool. All on one line now, so that's what we're going for. All right, awesome. What else can we do now? All right, so the next thing that we're going to want to do is we are going to want to go ahead and build out our actual like the bottom, the text component, the text portion of this, I should say. So what we can do for that, let's see what details they want. They want the stars, they want the rating, they want the price as well. So that's pretty straightforward. Oh, and we also, good reminder, we also need to make it into a link. So pretty straightforward on how to do that. We can go back here and we can say, for our product price here, what we want to do instead is we want to make it a little bit of a stronger text. So we can say variant equals h2, sx equals font weight 700. And another thing you might not have noticed is that there's no $sign. So let's go ahead and drop one of those in there. So let's drop a $sign in there. And that seems to be working. All right, cool. So after that, what we then want to do is we want to, let's see. Oh yeah, we want to make it into a link. Very important. So all of it, I think, except for the image is typically a link. But we could also change the image to be a link, but kind of up to preference. But I think I'm going to make all the text a link, and then I'm going to make the whole thing like a click through. Or does that even make sense? Yeah, I'm going to make the text a link and the whole thing a click through. We can always change it. It's not a huge thing. So for the typography at the bottom here, I'm going to wrap it in a link from next link. I'm going to wrap that there. Awesome. And then the href is going to be, this is a page we have not built yet, but it's going to be just like we did with our query page. It's going to be like a product details page. We're going to say product / product dot ID, I think I'm going to use for the individual products. It's going to be like a product detail page, but we'll get to that in a little bit. And then I'm going to say for the style, because you know that it likes to add text decoration. If we check it out, it's already added it. We're going to say text decoration none. Oops, not none. Awesome. All right, cool, perfect. And then I want to then modify the colors here. So I'm going to say color for this one is going to be colors dot black. Oh, we didn't add in black. All right. So we do need to add in like a general black color, because you see that sometimes we have to override what's going on here. All right, so it's just going to be 000. So let me go back to my colors. I'll add in black. Cool. Well, color stop black, and now it's black. Awesome. We're going to add the same color to the price as well. Save that there. And then we are going to add, then add in, no, we just need to, we wrapped it already. We're good to go there. Yeah, that should be good. So like now when we click on it, it takes us to the product page. Now there's nothing there because we haven't built it, but at least when we hover, we get that, that cursor, which is what I was going for. All right, cool. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to build out our ratings component. So the ratings component is actually going to sit, where is it? It's going to sit here. So we're going to have our 4 stars and our rating here. So let's go ahead and build that piece. So I'm going to say, I'm probably going to use this in other places. So I'm going to say it's a shared file. I'm going to go ratings.tsx. I'm going to pass it in. See. Cool. Create ratings. And then in our product card, that's going to sit between the title, yep, and the price. So we're going to say ratings from ratings. Awesome. Cool. And we're going to pass in the rating, which is going to be product.rating. And then we need to declare that we want that. So we're going to say rating. And again, any typing for now to be fixed shortly. Rating any. Cool. Awesome. So let's go ahead and make this a box component. And then within this box, we're going to say, well, it's two pieces, right? It's the rating, like the stars, and the price. So let's make it a flex box. All right. And then within that, now we're going to have the box for the stars. So we're going to say, whoops, just give it a little bit of space between the stars and the actual like count itself. I think that's the word. And then for our image, we're going to import that from Next. We are going to have, so the alt is going to be star. The source is going to be, let's go ahead and check out our public folder here, star icon, / star icon. And then the height, let's say that it's 20. And the width, let's say that it's also 20. We'll save that. And yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, so that's going to be our image, and we're just going to put in 4 for now. We can generate them dynamically later, but we'll just do basic 4 for the design for the moment, so we can see if it's working, and then, or if it looks good. Then we'll add in our actual rate, like whatever the number of the actual like number of reviews. That's the word. So we're gonna make it an H2. We're gonna pass in. You noticed how when I hovered, it was like teal already, and then it hovered and turned to orange. We're gonna add in that little feature. So we're gonna say the color is gonna be colors. Import that dot teal, and then we're gonna say and hover. The color is going to be colors dot orange. Put a comma there, and yeah, that'll be that. And then within there, we're gonna say it's gonna be rating. Rating dot count. All right, awesome. So take a look at it now. Looks pretty good. I think I don't want it bold, so I'm gonna actually modify that. In our ratings, where is that? Yeah, let's say font weight 500. Good. And then I think this needs to like align items to the center, I think. Good. And then, and I didn't write margin. That's probably why that's not working. I was like, that should be working. Margin right. That looks pretty decent. Okay, cool. It's still a little bit big. We might just end up, I think I might go ahead and change the H2 to be like 1.125, just so it's a little bit smaller. That too small? Maybe like 1.25. Yeah, that looks a little bit closer. And then, yeah, going back to ratings now. That looks pretty good. I think I'm pretty content with that. I'm going to add maybe I'll add some margin to the top and the bottom of that. So we'll say margin, let's say 0.5 rem and 0 on the top and the bottom. And yeah, that looks pretty good, pretty close. So I'm pretty content with that. What else? Oh, it looks like there's like a weird margin right happening with the image. So hold on, let me take a look at that in the product card. Let's go ahead and inspect this. Just seems like they're sitting a bit to the right. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to center them. Or maybe it's just the image. No, yeah, I think I do need to center them. So align items center. Yeah, there we go. All right, so that looks much better. I guess I want the image centered. Maybe I can add a little less padding. That would also help. Let's take a look. Just my content space between. Oh, thanks. Just checking out the comments here. Yeah, thank you. I know I try and make it, like, explain. The comment was, thanks for sharing. It's helpful explaining the reasoning while I code. Yeah, I'm trying to explain like why I'm making the choices I'm making, just because I think it makes it a little bit easier to understand, like, you know, why you should or should not do something when you're building it. Anyhow, yeah, so this is looking pretty decent. I don't like that centering though. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to just make the image a little bit bigger. 5. Yes, and a little bit taller. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, that fixed my issue there. All right, cool. Maybe even a little bit bigger. One more. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, cool. So we have our cards built out, and it's looking pretty good at the moment. Yeah, if there are any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat below. I am going to move on to the next piece right now, or yeah, questions and comments in the chat. Let's start with that. All right. No questions? All right, we'll keep going. All right, so the next thing that we want to do here is we want to then build out our product pages, right? So when you go and click on a product, like, we want to actually build out that page with that URL that gets that individual product. So let's go ahead and build out the logic for that. So first things first, we need some sort of query, some sort of like request to get just the individual product, right? We don't want to necessarily get all of the products. We just want that like one singular product that we want. So we need to have some sort of Supabase relevant query to grab one individual product. So let's go ahead and add that in. So we'll go back to our use Supabase hook, and we'll say get const get single product equals async. And then we want to pass it probably the ID of the product, which is going to be a number. And then const data, comma, error equals await Supabase. Same thing as we've written before. And then we're going to say from products. We're going to select all of them. And then we're going to say, I think it's filter, but let me double check the documentation. Always double check the documentation to make sure that you're looking at the right thing. I think, is it filter? Is it dot filter? Only rows that satisfy. That might be giving me more than one. I think there's one like dot equals, dot eq. Oh, perfect. Dot equals ID equals 1. So we only want one object. So let's use dot equals. So dot equals ID, comma, not one, ID of ID. And that's what we want to get back. And so we want to then say, if we get the data, we want to set, oh, and I didn't create it. So I need to create a const single product. I want to say set single product. Let's say use state, and it's going to be, it's probably just going to be a string, or no, it's going to be, let's say any, and then, or no, it's not going to be a string, it's going to be 0. Then we're going to say set single product to be data, and same thing, if error, we want to console.log the error. Awesome. So then let's go ahead and export these, I should say. So we'll say single product and get single product, and we'll save that. And then when we go back to our, oh, we need to actually create the page. So just as we did before with search/query, we want to do the same thing with like a new product. So we'll say new file, or new folder, sorry, new folder. And we're going to say products, I think products, product, rename product. And then we're going to do a new file, and it's going to be ID. Or sorry, new folder, it's going to be ID. And then within that, we'll have a new file, and we'll call it page.tsx. We'll save that. Awesome. Let's say that, and we're going to call this product page. We're going to save that. So this is now the page that is going to show up when we actually submit our query for our data. Or our, like, we click on our product, I should say. So the way that this is going to work is that when we click on our product card, we want to push ourselves to this product page with the relevant ID. So heading back to our product card, let's hook that up. So the way that we want this to happen is we basically are going to add like an on click to this box. So anytime we click on the entire box, anything over here, we want it to actually run that push. So we'll say, let's create the function. So we'll say const select product equals, oh, same thing, we need to pass in the E, the event handler. We'll say it's any for now, but we'll change that. We'll say e.prevent default. And then we'll say router dot, oh yeah, we need to also create the router. So we'll say const router equals use router from next navigation. We'll say router dot push slash product dot ID. And so on click of the box, we are going to call select product. Cool. So if we've hooked this up correctly, it should just take us to that like generic card. Question in the comments though. I'm not sure if you already explained this, but why are all the variables of type any? Doesn't that defeat the purpose using a variable of typing? Yes, that totally does defeat the purpose. We're actually going to do a singular piece on typing, just because we need to pull in all the types from Supabase at once. So I want to make sure that we're actually getting all our data back correctly first, and then not having to modify or add an extra column before we pull in the types, because then we'll have to pull it in 2 or 3 times, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, great question. Let's go ahead and type it right after this. So yeah, to make sure this is working, let's go ahead and click on one of our products, and awesome, so it worked. Clicked on the product, gave us the ID of 2, and it brought us back to the product page. So we know that it is actually working correctly, and that we don't necessarily have any issues there. So that's great. The other side of that now is actually getting the details, the data that we have in that query we just made. So same thing that we did when we did our search page here, we're going to have to use one of these use effects to find the product. So we'll say const single product, get single product. I think these are the right words. We'll say use Supabase. I think I need to make it a client component, otherwise it's going to give me an issue. And then we're going to say use effect. And we're going to say we want to get single product, but how are we going to get that? We need to use our params. So we'll go back and we'll say const ID equals use params. Grab that from next navigation. So as you'll notice, this was query in the last one, but in this one it's going to be ID because what we're passing in has the is the parameter of ID. Where is it there? Yeah, it is the product ID here. So we're passing in that ID, and then we're going to pass it in here. We're going to say ID, and it's of type string, not assignable to type of number. So that is an error that you can run into when you're going through basically and creating these pages. What you can do is actually just cast it as a number. You can say number bracket ID because we know it's a number. Like there's no way for it to not be a number. We're certain of this fact, so in this case we can do this safely. So we can say get single product, and then we can go console.log single product. We'll see if that works for us there. Go ahead and inspect our console. Cool. Go back here. Backpack. Backpack. Yes. Oh no. Product does not exist. All right, so we've messed up somewhere down the line. Let's take a look at where that is. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to also pass an ID here. Public.products does not exist. Oh, it looks like it's something on the Supabase side. Single product, get single product. Oh, I've spelt it incorrectly. Well, there we go. All right, awesome. So we are getting some sort of data here. Let's take a look. Should be our fial. Why did you keep going? Stop. All right, we should be our fial Robin backpack here. Yeah, and there we have it, our fial Robin backpack with all the information here. So the next step will be to actually building out this product page and styling it and adding in the designs there, which would be awesome. For now, what I want to do is go ahead and commit these changes. So I said getting single product, and we'll go ahead and commit this, and we'll sync those changes up. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at what is required for the typing. So you can use the Supabase CLI to generate scripts. You can also generate types from the dashboard. All right. Oh, okay, that might take me to an API. Let me copy this in a private window just to make sure I'm not revealing anything. 1 second. Okay, awesome. So yeah, this is actually a really straightforward way to do this. So let me pull this up so you guys can see. All right, so we go here into generate from the dashboard, which is actually really convenient. We're gonna go into this project. And then what we need to do here is actually just hit this button that says generate and download types. So we're gonna click that, and it's gonna actually generate all the types that we need. I've already done this, so it's gonna pop up like a second option, but it is there. So what I'm gonna do on my end here, I'm just gonna grab that from my downloads folder and drag it into my project here. I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it types in case I need to type anything else. And then I'm just gonna grab this new type in here. Where did we go? Yeah, here it is. Drag it in there. And then we have our type here. So looking pretty good. This is basically all the types we need to use in our project. So now that we have this here, and we're pretty certain about that our data is not going to change or anything like that, we can now go ahead and actually drop in our types in various locations. So the first place we're going to use this is in our library. So by adding the type here to the entire project, it's going to make us using our types much more easy and much more effective and much more consistent across our project. So let's say here, we're going to say database types from Supabase, and there it is. So we have our database as a type here. Then we need to go into our Supabase hooks, and now we need to go ahead and type these. So one thing that I found to be useful with the types here, they do provide you with a lot of types, but sometimes you don't get all the sort of like nitty gritty types that you need. So you don't get like the product type or the rating type. So what I'm going to do here is actually create those at the bottom. So I'm going to say export const. And there's actually, let me just pull up this documentation as well so I can show you what I mean. Let's say Supabase typing. There's like a quick way of, yeah, this is the new way to do, to provide shorthand. So rather than saying, like calling database and then calling the table, et cetera, we can just call the, like the specific table that we need in order to grab that. So what I can do is say const products equals tables bracket products. Or is it table bracket products? Should be tables. Maybe I can't do it within the file. That's weird though. Should we just, oh, you know what? Not const, export type. Like, why is it not recognizing it? Type, and it's tables, product. So that's like the entire table of products. But if I want the individual product type, I could say export type, type product, product equals, I should be able to do products bracket row. Let me see if that works. Products. I might have to do it the long way. Let me try. Let me see. Database bracket public bracket tables bracket products bracket row. Right, so this is me saying I just want one individual product with just the individual data on that item. So if that's worked correctly, when we go back to our use Supabase, where it says any here, we can just change this to be product. I'll import that type. Awesome, seems to be working so far. Import that, use that type. Let me double check on our app, make sure nothing's severely broken. Seems to be working pretty well. And then here now, where it says single product, actually I made a huge mistake here. This is not supposed to be, it's supposed to be the actual product. Because we're passing the product, not the ID. I was like thinking like, oh yeah, it's totally the ID. It's not the ID, it's a product. So yeah, that should be that. Let's take a look here. That should be good. So I think we've gotten all the any types here. Let's go ahead and search for any. So we have one in our product cart, so we can set this to be our product as well. So we'll import product from Supabase. And we're getting some errors. Product.title, oh, it's saying it might not exist. You can just assert that it does exist because we do control our data. We know that it does exist. If you were unsure of your data, you wouldn't want to assert this and you find another way to declare it that it's true. But because we know that this exists, we can just assert that it is in existence. All right, so that one, E. This is of like the event handler. Is it event handler? What did I do? I did something for the other one. Event. Oh, it was form event. I wonder if that, I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, that works. No, does not work. Mouse event handler. That's what it should be. Then we'll just import that. No, it doesn't like that. Mouse event. Mouse event. No. All right, I'm going to leave this one as any for now, just so we don't take up too much time trying to fix this particular type. But you've seen how to do it correctly in the in this, where it's a form and you get a form element, because it should be a div and a mouse event, but that doesn't seem to be correct. So need to do a little bit more research onto that one specifically. Let's go back to our any typing. Skipping the product card for that. So here we can use product again. The next thing I want to do now that we've created this ratings component, I just want to go ahead and we've also done our types and things like that. I'm just going to go ahead and commit these changes. So I'll say add types. I'll go ahead and commit that. All right, awesome, looking good there. So let's take a look. So yeah, we have our square, we have the truncated title, we have the ratings, we have the price, looking pretty good. Let's see what else we need to do on that page. I think that's it. We want to make sure that the click works, which it is. We just need to now set up the product page to actually be what is meant to be there. So let's go ahead and build out that product page. So as you can see here, we actually have a white background for the product page, and then, but everything is still within that sort of like container style that we have there, which is totally cool. We can definitely do that. So let's hop into the code and change that up. All right, so in the product card, so as you see here, we've set it's router to push product/product ID. We're setting it to product ID 2. So if we go back to our page here, this is where we want to actually do our stylings. So I'm going to do two things here. I'm going to wrap the whole thing in a box. Material UI. Because that box is going to actually have the actual color of our page. And then within that box, I'm going to wrap that in a container. And that should have the actual page with it. And then we're going to add like a product page, maybe product details component. So let's go ahead and create that file. Let's call it product details.tsx, and we'll save that there. All right. Awesome. And yeah, I said if you do any questions, drop them in the chat. I am keeping sort of one eye on there just to make sure I don't miss anything. All right, so we're gonna create a box here. And then one other interesting thing, you notice how this this container, like the sort of width of the container is rather slim, but notice here that it's actually a bit larger. That's due to the sort of the props that we pass to the container. So back on our page here, I'm actually gonna pass in the max width here, or the attributes, as I say, not the props, of extra large. And that is actually going to set up our product page so that it's not so wide there. All right, cool, looking good. Let me go ahead and refresh, make sure. Yeah, okay, all our changes are coming into effect. Okay, awesome. So now in our product details page, we want to go ahead and build that out, and we also want to add in our styling for this box. I'm going to say SX background color is going to be colors.white. We're going to save that. Import colors. Perfect. And cool. So it is taking up the full width, with it, which is what we're looking for. We'll go ahead and finish styling it and adding in our pieces so that it takes up the full height of the page as well. All right. So product details. So it looks like And the first thing you want to do when you start sort of like adding in a product or adding in any sort of styling to the page, right? You want to just kind of observe what's already going on and sort of come up with a plan, because you don't want to like dive in and then be like, oh, now I need to add boxes on the outside or whatever. So try and come at it with a sort of idea what you want to do. So we have an image on one side, we have this description, we'll call it, in the middle, and then we have this like right-hand box where it's like add to cart, buy now, or sort of like call to actions there. Okay, cool. And then we have that like bottom section where it's like, oh, buy it with and do this and do that. So good. We know that we need to basically create, like it was almost like a dashboard page, like a hero section. And then there are like other sections that will go below it. So let me start by creating this, this upper section, and we're gonna sort of split it into 3 parts there. So let's start by that. All right. So what I'm gonna do in that case, I'm gonna say, all right, so this is the larger box. This is like the whole page box. I'm gonna add in a smaller box, and that's where everything's gonna live within. So first things we wanna do is grab an image from next image. And let's say and we're also gonna have to pass the product. That's very important. So remember that we grabbed our product here. We need to actually pass that to our product page and also import product details here. Details, grab that. And then we're gonna pass it in products. We're gonna say product equals single product, save that there. And product details, we're gonna grab that product there so we can access all of the details we need. Product is gonna be of type, it's gonna be product type of product, which we've imported from our types, and there we go. All right, cool. So now our alt is gonna be the product dot title, and now that we've passed in our type, the correct type, it's now giving us really good sort of typing there, so we know what properties are available, which is pretty awesome. So we're gonna say product.title, and then we are going to say source equals to product.image. Cool. And we're getting some errors here. String is oh, we just have to assert that these exist because it says it might be null, but in our case, we have input the data, I should say, so we know that it is not null. And we're also getting an error here. Cannot be. Okay, it's because we threw in that null. Let me see if I take out the null. Does that get rid of that error? No, still giving us an error. I wonder if it needs the array. No. All right, oh no, that worked. Okay, cool. Interesting. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm actually gonna say const prod equals, or actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to, I think we might have to do a map over the product. Let me see. Yeah, I think let's do a map over the product because basically it's within an array, and so it needs us to like identify which number of the product it is. So we'll say prod, and I remember when I did this previously, I actually got an error when I just tried to do like product 0, like that kind of thing. It said like, oh, it's undefined. So yeah, let's do that. So then we're going to change these two to prod. Save that, and we need to return it. Save that. What else? Okay. Missing key. All right, cool. Equals prod.id, and we'll save that. All right, now we're just getting that same type assertion error. Assert that those are there. Cool. Got rid of our errors. So yeah, basically it's passing it in as part of an array. We might be able to just go ahead and change that in our use Supabase hook, but the reason I did it as a map is because when I do const prod equals, or prods, just so we don't have the error, product bracket 0, I found that when I did that previously, when I went to go access like prods .title, I was getting an error in the way that I was accessing it. So I could try it here. I could say prods.title and see if that works. And if I don't get an error, I might change it to that later, but it doesn't look to be accessing that one. So anyhow, that was the reason I did the map. But anyway, continuing on, let's set the height. Let's try like 500, and the width, let's try maybe 300. Maybe that's too small. Cool, and let's see what it looks like here. Yeah, a little bit too small. Let's try 400. Cool, looking pretty decent. So we have our first item here, then we need this section here, and then we need that third section there. So for the second section, and you know what, this is probably gonna need to be wrapped in, I'm gonna move this box in here so it has a parent element. Good. Oh, and I need to move the key, of course. Move that there. Put that there. Cool. So yeah, second section now, we'll create another box. This is going to be where our typography generally lives. So we'll say typography. And the first one is going to be probably like an H1, I think. I'm going to say variant equals H1. And then we're going to say prod dot title. Let's save that. Cool. So now you notice it's going vertically. We want to shift it around. So we're going to add some styles to this box. So we're going to say display flex and save that. And I'm going to go ahead and add in that third box a little early, just so that we can set up our flex box entirely. So in that box, we're going to have two little boxes. And I just want to set up sort of like the initial thing here. So I'm just going to drop in an image, the prime image. And it's going to be alt equals prime logo. Source equals, source is going to be slash prime dash logo dot png. And then height, let's say 20, width, let's say 50. Cool, and that's going to be our third option there. It's a little too short. That's pretty decent. All right, cool. We'll leave that there. We'll finish up styling that in a second. But what I want to do now is just change this box so that the way that the content is justified is actually space between. So we get like really even spacing from the beginning. So let's see how that looks. Okay, not bad. We will do some more tweaking to this as we go on, but like thinking about it, this is like the end of that box there. That's that edge. So that, for me, that works pretty well. We can sort of modify how we do it. If we want to like move it over to the left more, move it over to the right, we can totally do that as well. So yeah, pretty good for now. Let's continue on with our developing. So another thing I want to do to that outer box is adding in that padding or that margin there. I think, am I going to do padding or margin? I think I'll do margin because the outer box is still white. So let's try that out. I'll say margin 3rem. Oh no, we're going to do padding. Padding, and this is just top and bottom. I don't need left and right. Okay. Yeah, maybe even like 5rem. I'll save that there. Cool, decent. So we have the image. Let's add in the ratings here and these dividers that we have here. All right, so in this middle box here, we just want to import our ratings component here. Say rating. Let's save that. And then we're going to pass in the rating, which is going to come from our prod.rating. Let's save that. Okay, it's giving us that type error again. What did we do before? Prod.rating. That's interesting that it's giving us an error on this one, but not on the last one. Okay, I'm just going to drop this in as an any type for now, just to continue developing, and then we can come back and do a round of fixing up our types here. Interesting. All right, let's take this out for the moment, and we'll just update that in a minute. All right, so we have our stars here. They're not filled in yet because they haven't told it how many to fill in, but we can keep going from there. So we'll add, the next thing I want to do actually is this, is build this horizontal rule. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, but throughout the app, horizontal rule, like even on this page alone, it's appearing in 3 different places. So this is not the standard horizontal rule. Like when I drop in an HR here, or even a material UI HR, it's not quite the right design. It's a little bit short. So what I want to do is actually build my own custom horizontal route. I think it's actually called divider in material UI, but we're going to be using it in so many different places. I want to just style it with the correct colors one time and then move on from there. But yeah, if you do have any questions about what I'm doing, as I said, just drop them in the chat. I see somebody saying hi, hello, nice to meet you. Thank you for watching the videos. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and create another file here. So we're going to call it custom hr.tsx. We're going to save that. And with this custom HR, we're going to actually use the divider. And we're going to import that from material UI. Awesome. And we don't actually need to put anything in between it. Whoops, divider. And then I'm going to add the color. I'm going to change the color. Whoops, color is going to be, I think it's like light gray. I'm going to save that. Cool. And then let's import that under our rating here. So we'll say custom HR. See how that looks. There it is. All right, not bad. It's still a little bit short. Maybe I need to say width 100% on it. Let's save that there. Or you know what? It also could be the like column width. So let's leave that as it is for now. I'll actually take out the width 100%. And then when we finish up sort of the width, the spacing between the two, we'll touch that up. All right, next thing we want to do is grab the pricing here. So with another typography element below our HR, we're going to say typography, and we're going to grab our prod dot price. We'll save that. And then the variant is going, variant is going to be, let's try an H2 for this one. Okay, it's a little bit small, but we can modify that. So we'll say font size equals 1.5 rem, and we want the weight to be 500. We'll save that. Okay, even that might still be a little bit too small. Let's say 2 rem. Cool. And oh, font weight. Font weight should be 500. All right, cool. It honestly, it could even be a little bit slimmer than that and a little bit bigger, maybe 2.5, and maybe, I don't know if they have 400 available. All right, let's go back down to 2. We'll leave it at 500, and we'll add in a $sign here. All right, cool. So one thing you also might want to do when you're adding in your data is like add in the second decimal places, but not strictly necessary. The next thing I'm going to want to do here is add in a little bit of margin and padding here. And actually, I'm going to add that to the custom HR as well, because I think you probably want, I think throughout our app, we're going to probably want some margin. So I'm going to say margin top and bottom, we're going to say 1 rem. That might be a little bit too much. We'll do half a rem. Maybe we'll start with 0.5 rem, and then if we need more on other components, we can do that. All right, cool. Pretty decent. Then the next thing we're going to want to do here is create this free returns sort of like label. Now I think on Amazon it's actually a click through to a particular link. We're not going to click through to a particular link because we don't have any free returns sort of page to go to, but we could change that in the future. So yeah, use a typography element, and then if you do have a link, just you have like a link to send it to, wrap it in a next link. So below this, below the price, we're going to say typography, and we're going to say free returns, and we're going to say sx equals color is going to be, I believe it's teal, colors.teal. Cool. Oh, did it and it imported? No. Let's go ahead and import that, save that. Refresh. Cool, there we go, free returns. And I'm going to add a significant amount of margin to that one there. Oops. Margin 1 rem. 0. All right, cool. Looking pretty good. Now, if you notice, we actually use this free returns in more than one place. We use it in a couple of different locations. So I could actually make like a separate component to do that, just again to make our lives a little bit easier, and so we don't have to copy paste. So I'm going to create in here. I'm going to say new file. I'm going to say, let's say, actually, what I'm going to do, rather than just making free returns, you notice we have free returns, which is teal. We also have free delivery. We have, maybe not try prime, but there are at least 2 spaces where we could use it in that way. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to just make it something that accepts a child. And then you can use it a little bit more dynamically in your app. So let's say link text, or like product link text .tsx. Cool. Awesome. And this is going to take in children, and children are going to be of type react dot react node. Cool. And we'll change this to a typography, actually. Typography. And then we're just going to pass in children here. Save that. And then we're going to pass in the color of teal. Awesome. So yeah, we're going to use that product link text instead of what we have here. And then one other thing I'm going to do here, because you notice that they're not, this one has a lot of space, this one has a little bit of space, not the same amount of space. This one, you know, they're not sort of consistent with the amount of spacing they have. And actually, I might just change it to a span because this one is in line with that one. What I'm going to do is actually pass in a style prop. So let's do 2 things. Let's change it to a span so that it can go in line with other things. So say span, remove typography. We're going to change this to style. And then I'm also going to pass in the style prop so that we can make modifications on the fly. So we'll say style, which is react.css properties. And then we'll go ... style, which is going to just like spread out whatever else we get from style. And I'll make it an optional attribute there. All right, cool. So then we say, instead of self-closing, we're going to have it with children. And it's going to be, let's say free returns. Awesome. And then we're going to add in our margin, and it's going to be 1 rem and 0, and not SX, but style. Cool. Let's see if that worked. Oh, we're not getting our style. Wonder if I need to pass it in. No, should work. Weird that it's not working, but we can always fix that. All right. After that, we're going to add in this little piece of text here. I'm just going to actually copy that so we don't have to type out everything every time. And this is just sort of like a, disclaimer, I guess, that it might be available at a lower price, but that you might not be able to get free shipping with it. So we'll just add in that there, typography, and drop that in there. And again, if this is something I saw in a couple of different locations, I would go ahead and make it into a component so that this product details component doesn't get too large and unwieldy. All right, so that even seems a little bit too big. We're going to go ahead and actually make that a little bit smaller. So we'll say SX equals font size, let's say 0.75 rem. Maybe that's pretty good. All right, cool. Looking pretty good. And what else? Yeah, it's kind of weird that margin is not taking effect like it should. But comment down below if you think you know why it's not working. All right, next piece here. We're going to drop in another horizontal rule. So custom HR. Oops. Custom HR. Save that there. And then we need to drop in the description. Now, the description is actually coming from our API, from our product. So we just need to drop that in as a typography element. What we're going to do too, we're going to say typography and description because we don't actually get the title. And then we're going to say typography, and we're going to say prod dot description. I think it is, yeah. Awesome. Perfect. And yeah, you'll see now that it's like stretched out from left to right a lot more. So now that we can actually style a little bit more easily. Cool. So what I'm actually going to do is add I'm going to add a margin right to this image so that we can control how far over the description is. So let's go back to our image up here, and we're going to say style equals margin right. I'm going to say 5 rem. Okay, not quite enough. And actually looking at it now, the image itself could probably be bigger as well. So let's say a height of 600, width of 500. Yeah, that's closer, but we could still have a little bit more margin. Let's say 8 rem. Okay, that's looking pretty good. And then keep in mind, we still have to add this to the right. So I'm not going to touch this. I want this middle piece to sort of be a bit more dynamic, but I want the image to be a fixed size, and I want the right bar to be a fixed size. And then this just responds based on the screen size. You can do it either way. You can change the image to be more dynamic. You can change the right side to be more dynamic. Totally up to you. But this is how we're going to do it for this project. Oh, and thank you for your kind comments in the comments section. Appreciate it. All right, so description now. We are going to go ahead and add in, we're just going to make it bold. So we'll say font weight is 700 to make it bold. And yeah, other than that, I think we're pretty good. I'm just going to fix this here. So I'm just going to remove this style. We're just going to assume the style is not going to happen. And I'm going to style it outside of the component. So I'm going to add a margin bottom to the price of 1 rem. And I'm going to add a margin top to the description. And so I just chose the 2 elements that are right next to it and just added in some margin to achieve the same result that I was looking to get. All right, that looks pretty good. Yeah, let's move on to the right side here, and then we can make a pass back and sort of clean everything nice and perfectly. All right, so one thing I do notice is that I have this sort of like box here, this like thin gray box, and it appears in a couple places across the app. So again, we're gonna try and make a custom box for that. So let's say new file, custom box.tsx, and we're gonna pass that in there. And then with our custom box, we're gonna use a regular box, but then we're gonna pass in children. So same thing that we kind of tried to just do, but we're gonna use movie components this time, and we're gonna pass in SX, which is the style props. And this is gonna be children, type of React.React node, and SX is gonna be, I think it's SX props. I think that's it. We'll find out soon. And yeah, we'll pass that in case we don't need it. All right, and then we're gonna say SX equals .SX, and then children is gonna go in the middle there. Now the reason I decided to do it like this is just to style that like little gray border with the border radius that is very specific, so that we don't have to do it like 3 and 4 and 5 times. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna add in a border here. So I'm gonna say border, we're not a comma, there we go. Border equals 1 pixel solid, I'm gonna say colors dot light gray. And then we're going to say border, not border block, border radius. And we'll say 0.5 rem. So that there. All right, and now we actually need to use it. So let's go ahead and drop it in our product details page. So we're going to drop it around this prime logo that we did before. So we'll say custom box. We'll drop that there. Save that. And it didn't import. Let's go ahead and import it. Awesome. And there we go. Refresh. Okay, and there we go. So again, we see that we have our little custom box there, but it's not super great. We need to add in the padding. Fortunately, it looks like the padding is pretty universal, so we can add that into our component itself rather than passing it in every time. So we'll say padding, let's say 0.5 rem for starters. Let me see what 1 rem looks like. That might be it. We'll leave it at 1 rem and we'll change it if it's too wide. All right, so the next thing we're gonna wanna do is drop in these pieces of text. So I'm just gonna copy these from here. These are like sort of standard or fixed pieces of text, let's say. So we don't need to necessarily do a lot of changes with them. So yeah, we're gonna grab this piece here and it's gonna say, we're gonna drop this in our product details and right below our prime logo in a typography element. Enjoy free, fast, free delivery, exclusive meals, deals, Lord. And then we're gonna say font weight equals 700. I'll save that. Awesome, perfect. And then we're gonna add in, so this piece here is gonna be quite interesting because we're gonna use a typography element, but we're gonna use a couple of different spans in order to get the colors and the font weight that we want there. So let me grab the whole thing so we don't need to type it all out. And then in the bottom here, we're going to say typography, drop it in there, and then we're going to drop in the span. So the first span is going to go around tri-prime, and we're going to add in the style, And the color is going to be that teal. And then fast free delivery is going to be bolded. So we're going to add in another span. And I'm using spans because I want them to stay in the same, like the same line. If I was to use another typography element, then they wouldn't be in the same line necessarily. I might have to do more styling to get that to work. And then we're going to say font weight is going to be 700. We'll save that. And cool, looking pretty good. It's a little bit tight, generally speaking, but that's just because of the size of the overall box. That's not necessarily because of the text itself. All right, cool. Yeah, I think we do need to add, let me add some margin left to the box here. That's to this box here. Save that there. Cool. Awesome. I think we'd also probably just set width for that box as well, because I do want it to be a fixed width. So I could say sx equals width, I don't know, let's say 20 rem. Maybe too big. Yeah, it's a little bit too big. Let's say 10 rem. 15. Maybe about 12 rem? 12 or 13 rem? Yeah, that's it. Awesome. Okay, perfect. So now we have our box. All right, next thing that we're going to do here, I think I'm going to actually increase the margin on the left here. I'm just going to increase it maybe to 2 rem. Yeah, it looks much closer. And then we're going to drop in this other box on the bottom here. So this box is, it's going to show our price. We're going to use that free returns. We're going to have free delivery, et cetera, et cetera. And these are just a whole bunch of different text pieces that we're adding in here. So let's go ahead and create that. So we're going to go outside of this custom box. We're going to create another custom box. Save that. And then within that now, we're going to add in, let's start with our price. So in a typography element, we're going to say prod.price. Awesome. And we need to make it a little bit more dynamic. Let's set it to an H2. Oops. Let's save that. Cool. Pretty good. Then we're going to add in this free returns. So we're going to say custom, or no, sorry, we called it product link text. Let's say free returns. And then another product link text, which I'm actually going to wrap in a typography element because it's actually a span, because it's going to be in line with what we already have. So say product link text is going to be, was it free delivery? And then the second half was in 2 days. In 2 days. Save that. And one thing that's interesting I just noticed is that this free returns is actually way larger than this free returns. So maybe I do want to wrap, or I'll set the text size so it's more specific. Because yeah, if we inspect the size of the free returns here, it's actually 0.85 rem. And if we inspect it here, it's the one below is 0.85 rem, but this one is obviously not 0.85 rem. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and specify the font size in our product link text to be 0.85 rem. $875 rem, I awesome. Now they're all the same size. Perfect. And then go back to product details. I'm just going to add in that this little space, this little gap here, just so we have that regular space. And in 2 days, in 2 days should be bolded as well. So I'll wrap it in a span. 2 ways to do that. I could have wrapped the whole thing in being bolded and then modified the product link text, but that doesn't necessarily make sense for what we're going for. All right, so we'll say font weight. Oops, not SX, we want style. Font weight equals 700. Cool. Good to go in 2 days. And then we're actually going to do something really interesting for this bottom piece right here, because like, how do we know it's 8 hours and 43 minutes exactly? Well, we're going to generate some text dynamically in order to fulfill that. But yeah, let's continue designing this, and then we'll add in that little piece right there. All right, so next piece that we're going to add in there, and as I said, if you do have any comments or questions about anything, feel free to drop them in the chat below. I am sort of keeping one eye on there, as I said. All right. So next thing we're going to do here is we are going to add in or fastest delivery tomorrow. That's just another simple typography element. And it was tomorrow that was bolded. Yeah, just tomorrow. Cool. Oh, and one thing I've been neglecting to do is adding in some margin here. So let's go ahead and drop those in. Let's say on this element, we'll say margin 1 rem. A little bit too much to do half a rem on each of them. Cool. And on our price, we'll add in half a rem. And then, yeah, we're good there. All right, so then we want to do order within order within some sort of number of hours and some sort of minutes. So let's start it out with the typography element. So we'll say typography, order within hours, or it's HRS, I think, and mins. Yeah, and mins. And we want this to be green. So we'll say font, we'll say color, colors dot green. Awesome. So it's green. But as I said, oh, I'm sorry, it's not all of that. It's actually hours and minutes is green. So we'll add a span there. Cool. All right, so yeah, as I said, we're going to want, let me just move this so I don't keep touching it. So we're going to want to put in the hours dynamically as well as the minutes dynamically, because as I said, it's not going to be this, we don't have to be like to hard code 8 hours and 42 minutes. I mean, you could if you just want something to sort of display like what you're doing, but I think there's a more interesting way we can do this, and it will like generate a new response every time. So like if I go to shirts, the shirt is, 8 hours, 43 minutes, but the next one might be, 2 hours, 20 minutes or whatever, just to make it a little bit more dynamic. If you come back on a different day, let's say, or at a different time, it's not always 8 hours and 43 minutes. So it feels a little bit more alive and like a real site. So what we're going to do in order to do this, we're going to actually use some state and use effect. So we're going to say, we're going to create an hours and a minutes. We're going to have to do a couple of more because we have like a days as well, but we'll start with hours, set hours equals use state, and we'll start it at 0, and we'll say const minutes, set minutes, and we'll use state, and I'll set it at 1. And then what we want to do is in our use effect, or actually let's create the function set hours. And again, if you do have any questions about what we're doing here, just let me know. But essentially what we want to do is we want to get a random number. So we want to say const random number equals, we're going to take in a number, or no, we want to take in the maximum amount that the number can be. Because for instance, we can't say, well, we could say, it's going to take 300 hours for it to show, but you wouldn't say it like that. You'd say like, oh, order within 4 days, and well, not 4 days, but like, you'd say the number of days rather than 300 hours. So, and it's definitely not 4. So we'll say math.floor, and then, so it's going to grab the non-decimal version of whatever we're getting here. And then we're going to call math.random. Math.random. Random. And then we're going to multiply it by the max here. I'm actually going to call this get random number. So yeah, we are just grabbing a random number multiplied by our max. So if the number is, I don't know, 0.02 or whatever, we multiply by the max, and then we grab the floor of that. So it's the number without the decimal. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. So we'll say use effect. And so this will change every time we load the page. We want to set hours to be get random number. And then for hours, I'm going to say the max is going to be 12. And we'll set that. And then for minutes, we'll say set minutes. The max, again, so it's not weird, right? We're gonna say the max is gonna be 59. And try that. Cool. So yeah, if you do have any questions about that, do let me know. But then we're gonna use these variables. So go back down here. We're gonna say hours, and we're gonna say minutes. We're gonna save that. Was it minutes? Did I say mins? Minutes. Okay, cool. So if I've done this correctly, when I go back here, you see we have 11 hours and 1 minute. Not ideal, they could have picked a better number, but we could also put the S in brackets as well. So that's looking pretty good. It is, let me take out the period. Maybe that's what's making it wrap onto that line. No? I think I might need to make this a little bit wider to match the design, the actual the actual box itself. So let's say 12.5 RAM. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, so order within 9 hours and 17 minutes. Perfect. Then we want to do our little, where we're delivering to. We're going to say New York as a general example here. So we're going to copy this. And this is actually all going to be within typography element. So we have this little icon here. I'm going to grab that from movie.com, and then the deliver to New York piece right there. So that's going to be underneath this typography element. So we'll say typography. And, it is a lot of upfront writing at the beginning, have to write it, where it's going to and how, there's a lot of text essentially that's involved, but we only have to do this once. This is just for this one, we're creating basically a template for a page, and then every single time a product hits this page, it's gonna show up for us. So we don't actually need to do this multiple times. So I'm actually gonna use the link for this piece. So I'll say product link text. So assuming in the real Amazon app, you can click on that and change no, I want it to deliver to Boston or a different New York address, whatever. So I'll add that there. And then I'm going to grab that, that icon there. And it's some kind of location icon. Yeah, let's say location on, grab that. drop that outside of this, outside of the span. There. Cool. Perfect. Let's see how it looks. Pretty good. I think I'm going to turn this element into a flex box and just make it display a little bit more evenly. So we're going to say display flex, and we're going to say align items to be in the center. And we're going to save that. Cool, and that looks pretty good. I think I'm going to add some margin to it, but other than that, that line looks pretty decent. Margin. Great, awesome, good to go. All right, so we have that piece. Now there is one more piece that I think, yeah, this only blank left in stock order soon. That's another sort of repetitive element that we're gonna create, and we're actually gonna use our get random number here as well. So I'm gonna create this into its like own unique element, and then we're gonna use get random number in it. So I'm actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a utils folder, I think. Yeah, let me create a utils folder. Let's see. And then I'm just gonna put get random number in here so that we can use it in whatever whatever we need to. So we'll say export get random number, and then we just need to import it here. No, import. There we go. Add import from /utils. Awesome. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So that's good for now. We can close this. We don't need it anymore. Close that as well. Close a couple of these things. Clean up our work here. Make it a little bit more easy to follow along. And yeah, if you guys do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. Thank you for watching. I appreciate all the support. All right, next one. So we're going to create this stock link. We'll say new file. We're going to say, whoops, new file. And it's not really a link. It's like in stock text. So you can use this to display whether or not it's in stock. And like that's not the greatest name, to be honest. Like we could come up with a better name for it. But again, in the sake of getting this done, we can do that. A question in the comments, is utils folder for global elements? Yeah, I mean, it's just a convention. We can kind of name it whatever we want, but I'm using it, yes, for something that is going to be globally accessible, like a utility function, something that we use, like you have like a utility closet, utility function. So yeah, the get random number is a utility function, so I've put it in that file in the folder called utils just because it needs to be accessible globally. Good question. Awesome. So yeah, we're going to drop in, create a typography element, typography, and then it's going to say only, I'm going to create the variable now. We're saying in stock, set in stock, going to use state, and we're going to start it at 0. I'm going to import typography. Cool. And then we're going to say only blank in stock. Only blank in stock. And what does it say? Order now? Oh, dash. Order soon. So it's kind of encouraging you to order. I never noticed that, like, until I started building this out. I didn't notice how many, like, subtle pushes there are on this app, but now you know. It's like, why do I feel like I need to order something? It's encouraging you to do that, just in really tiny text in a lot of different places. So in our use effect, we're going to say, we're going to set in stock, and we're going to grab that from, let's say, get random number, and then we're going to pass in, how many, like max 10? I think 10's good, like in stock. Like if they're only 9 in stock or 10 in stock, you're like, oh, maybe I have to grab it. We can set it to be lower, but it's gonna be like super dramatic each time. Like if it's like only 2 in stock, it says like only 1 in stock or 0 in stock, like, you know, it'll be a little dramatic. So let's set it to 10 in stock. And then what I'm also gonna do is I'm gonna pass in the SX prop, because you notice one was bold, one wasn't bold. So let's pass in SX props. I think it's like import SX props, like that. No. We could look this up, how to grab type of SX props. So type. Okay, it's just telling us about TypeScript. Yeah, here it is. SX props theme from styles. Grab that there, and then we write it like that. Perfect. Remove that there. And also put that there. Cool. There we go. We'll say SX equals SX dot SX. And let's set the font weight to be 700. So we'll start it off being bold, and then we'll modify it to not be bold after. Cool. And thank you for catching my errors in the comments there. Appreciate it. Saved me a lot of time. All right, cool. So then we'll drop that into our product details here. So deliver to New York, we're going to say in stock text. That's what we've called it. In stock text. Save that there. And there it is. Only 5 in stock, order soon. Last thing we have to do is, I'm going to make the SX optional, and then I'm going to set it to the color of red. So it's just even more dramatic. I'm going to say colors dot red. And again, it's not like that dramatic. You know, it's like super tiny text, but you know, it's like emphasizing that, hey, you know, you got to order soon. All right, only 5 in stock, order soon. Awesome. All right, last couple things we're going to want to do here. We're going to want to create this add to cart button and also the buy now button. And I think, yeah, these are used in other places. Like you see this sort of like round button style that we have there. What I want to do there is just create like a custom button, so that way I don't have to build it over and over again, and we just pass in different styles and things like that, different colors or whatever. So let's go ahead and do just that. Let's create a custom button. I'm calling it custom button rather than button, just to avoid like name conflicts, but you can call it whatever you want. Button.tsx, RFC, awesome. And we're going to use the button from Material UI. With in stock random, how to close it to the actual number versus the drama to buy? Good question. Yeah, exactly. It's like you can basically set it to be, you know, like, well, I guess, right, like on like Amazon's real site, like what is it actually, you know, when they say like, oh, only 3 in stock, is it actually only 3 in stock, you know, or are they just creating drama? Like it's so easy to create drama using just like little quotes like that. So yeah, exactly. You can see how important knowing how to code and like knowing how these things are created is. But yeah. All right, cool. Add to cart. So yeah, we're gonna create a button, and the button is gonna have probably like a border radius of like, let's say 0.5 rem, maybe more than that. And then we're gonna also pass in SX props again, because the color is gonna be different. SX props, and then you need a theme. Oops, theme. and I'll make it optional. And then we can set the color to be colors dot yellow. We'll do yellow as the main because it seems like a few of them require yellow, and just maybe that one requires orange. So we'll say yellow, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And then, oh, sorry, children, very important. What does the button actually say? Children, children is the type of React node, and then we'll pass in children there. Save that. Awesome. So yeah, now we'll close this one out. We'll drop our custom button below our in stock text. So it's like a lot of little tiny components that we have in this like right side panel. Like go ahead and check out your Amazon page. It's like a lot of stuff going on there. All right, and so the custom button, we're gonna say add to cart. I'm gonna save that. That's the first one. Yeah, add to cart. Oh, and I made a mistake here. It's not the color we want to change. It's actually the background color. All right, cool. Add to cart. I think we want it to be a little bit more round. So let's say border radius maybe 1 rem. That looks a lot closer. And then we want the width to take up the whole space. I think probably all the time, but we can always come back and modify that if that's not correct. So we'll say width 100%. And we'll save that. Cool, looks pretty good. And then I just want to also set the color of the text to be black. So we'll say colors dot black and save that. Looks pretty good. And then I'll add like just a little tiny margin to the top and the bottom here. Margin, let's say 0.25 rem and 0 on the left and the right. Yeah, just a little bit of margin there. So the buttons don't sort of like overlap. Oh, and then we want to add a hover state. So, and on hover, maybe we set it to like a darker yellow, like on the actual Amazon website. When you grab whatever thing you're trying to buy, it does get a little bit darker. So what I'm going to do to grab that color, I'm going to inspect it. And I'm going to enable the hover. So that one, maybe I need to enable it on the, this is a very nested button. I'm trying to find the outer div that basically has the button. That's a lot of that's a lot of nesting there. All right. And it's not even like an actual button. There it is. All right, it's this random span, I should say. So I just want to grab the color. So we're gonna use the eyedropper, grab that color, and then just set it to like a dark yellow. That's just gonna be our color. All right. So we'll go back to our colors in our styles, and we'll just call this one dark yellow. Not a color you hear a lot about, dark yellow. Maybe there's a better name for it. We'll save that. And we'll say, and hover is gonna be background color. And again, we can modify this in the other one where it's orange. We can change it to be like a dark orange, but we can say colors dot dark yellow. Save that, add that comma, cool. So now when we hover, it just gets a little bit darker. Not much, not very noticeable, but just a little bit something to say, hey, you've actually hovered over this. Am I using React query for client-side data fetching. Good question here in the comments. Take a pause and answer this. So no, yeah, if you check out the video from yesterday, the earlier part, I should say, we are not using React query. We are actually using a Supabase hook here. And we are, yes, using a use effect to grab that data with our Supabase hook. But yeah, using a database on our own side there. Good question. Yeah, so if you did skip over that part and you're interested, just rewind a little bit, check it out, or hop to the other video if you're watching the live streams. All right, so next one here, we're going to add this Buy Now button. So let's go ahead and grab that there. So back in our product details, I'm just going to do another custom button. I'm going to say Buy Now. See, now it's really simple. We just need to add these two things. And later on, I think we're also going to need to add some more to these custom buttons. But for now, let's just leave them how they are. We'll say SX equals background color, and it's going to be colors.orange. And then we can just do our and hover. And we just say background color is going to be colors.dark orange, because we already had a dark orange. And there we go. So now, add to cart, buy now. Take your pick, whichever one you want to do. Those are your two options. Pretty good. All right, I think I'm going to add a little bit more margin to this top button. Or I could add it to our in-stock text, actually. Now let's add it to the text itself. Yeah, I don't think it has any margin, so I'll add margin 0.5 rem. Oh, forgot a comma. And save that. All right, cool. That looks a little bit better. All right, so then final piece here, we just want to add in our ships from, returns, payment, etc. These, again, would be links to other places, but, oh, yeah, no problem. These would, yeah, be links to other places, but we're just going to have using our product link text. So that's how we're going to do it. All right, so at the bottom piece here, let's say below our custom button, we're going to add in another typography element. Typography. And we are going to say, what is it? Ships from and Amazon. So the interesting thing I could do here, I can make it a box. I could make it two separate. What do I want? Oh, I have to make it a span, I think. So I have to make them two spans. So I'll say span 1, ships from, span 2, Amazon. And that'll also allow me to style it. I'll save that. And then the color here, or no, sorry, it's not going to be a span. It's going to be in the product link text. Link text. Perfect. So we don't even need to worry about adding teal and doing all this stuff. The only thing I do want to do is add in a display flex, and then I want to justify my content by putting them between one another, or putting space between each other. So then, yeah, there we go. It's now spread to the size of the page. Last thing I'm going to actually also want to do here is change the size of the font. We'll say font size. I'm going to set it to 0.75 rem because it's really tiny. It's just sort of like that additional information. Oh, and it didn't take for the second one. Let's see. Don't think we're allowed to change it now. Oh, yeah, because it was giving us trouble. All right, let's leave it at 887, whatever the default rem is, because the other one isn't taking the modification. But just know that you could make it smaller if you want. Again, not top priority right now, but definitely an option we could do there. All right, so the next thing I could do, I mean, I could make this into a separate component, but I don't think this is used anywhere else. So I'm just going to copy and paste it twice. We could also use style components for this. That's also an option. But yeah, we're just going to drop that in 3 times, as it's going to be a little bit quicker. So we'll say returns, ships from. We're going to say returns, eligible, I believe it is. Eligible I just remember this from building it recently. Payment, secure transaction. Yeah, so this is something I definitely recommend refactoring. Again, doing it quick just for the purposes of the video, but make your code look clean. All right, so there's that. And then final thing we're going to add on this page, we're just going to add this HR and this buy it with. Now again, you can write like endless information about these shirts. Like if you go to a real Amazon page, you know, the information that you have, like there's colors, there's details, you know, there's brought together, there's, you know, all of this. There's like a ton of information. However, we are not going to add in all of that right now because we don't have it in our API. We don't have it in our database. That's not information that we have access to at the moment. So once we do go ahead and add that in, then we can fill out that bit. But for now, we're just building sort of the MVP. So in order to continue doing that, remember how we made this like outside box a long time ago? Let's go ahead and use that now. So we're going to add in our custom HR here. Oops, and it does not need to have any children. Add that there at the bottom of the page. And then we are going to add in a typography element. So we'll say typography, and we'll say buy, was it buy it with? Buy it with. So like, you know, when you get a shirt, maybe you need a pair of pants. But again, we need the data for that. Oh, and you know what? I didn't actually set up this flex box. That's why it's not showing up where I expected it to. So we need to set up the larger box to be of display flex. And then we need to set the flex direction to be a column of column type. Column. And then drop that down there. And if we've done this right. Oh, no, it didn't work. Awkward. Oh, you know what? I think I dropped it in the wrong place. That's why it didn't work. Drop it outside of this box. Wrong box. All right. There we go. Buy it with. And I should set that up to be some sort of bolded option. So we'll say H2. Awesome. And then I'm going to get some margin. Top, bottom, let's say 2rem. 0. Cool. And so, yeah, you can see that we can keep going with this. We can keep making our page a little bit longer. We're going to leave it like this for the moment. And we're going to focus on some more Redux actions and things like that. We're going to focus on actually connecting the like the add to cart, buy now, these sort of things. So, yeah, if you do have any questions, again, feel free to drop them in the chat. You know, definitely want to make sure that anything that I'm saying here, if it's not clear, make sure that I answer any questions. But yeah, if you do have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. All right, so as I was mentioning, right, we do want to create that those sort of like that Redux experience where you add it to the cart and then it actually shows up in your cart and then we can access it on the cart page, because right now none of that happens. So there are 3 things that need to happen. We need to create the cart page, just like how we created the product details page or all the other pages we've created so far. So we need to create the cart page. We need to install Redux, and then we need to connect like this, adding this product to our cart in Redux. And that's like sort of the first 3 steps. We have several more steps to go after that, but those are the first 3 steps. So let's start by tackling those 3 steps. So first things first. I want to go ahead and create a cart page. So something really simple. We'll say new folder, and it's just going to be cart. And we don't need to create like an IDE or query page just because it's like it's a cart. The cart is the cart. There's no, you know, multiple carts. You have one cart. So we're going to say page.tsx and create that page. Whoops. There we go. There we go. And then we're going to say cart page. Really simple, just a simple little cart page. For context, this is what it looks like here. All right, so this is the page we're looking to create, but we need to access that data. We need to access those products that are in our cart here. So in order to do this, we need to, well, 2 things need to happen. On our add to cart, so when we go here, where's our product? Let's use the bag. Oh, technical difficulties. Well, regardless, when we hit add to cart, we needed to take it to our cart page. So what we need to do on our custom is actually add an on-click prop. So we want to add the on-click prop so that we can actually pass in what happens on click, because we have add to cart, which is going to give us like one type of on-click, but then we also have buy it now, which might take us straight to the checkout page, which is a page we're going to build a little bit later. So we're going to pass in a sort of generic on-click, and then it's going to do the, we'll like specify what routing we want it to do. Cool. So the way that we're going to do this is that we're actually going to add an on-click to the button. We're going to say on-click. And it's just going to be whatever the on-click is passed here. And so on-click is just going to be of type, whoops. Void. Save that there. Oh, there we go. Cool. And then the on-click is going to be the on-click. So we've handled that. Now it's going to give us a couple of errors because we don't have any on-clicks here. So in these two buttons, first on-click, what I wanted to, I'm going to grab, I'm going to create something called the router again, const router equals use router from, whoops, not that one. We want the one from next navigation. Cool. And then what we need to do down here is say on click. So when you click this button, I want you to use the router and I want you to push it to, or no, we can just do push it to /cart. And that's it. Straight and simple. And then for the next button, very similar, but I'm going to push it to checkout. And that's it. That's all we're going to do. So now if I click this button, add to cart, oh, there we go. It sends us to the cart page. Now there's nothing there because we haven't built anything, but at least we know that it's working. So that is good for us. Now what we want to do is on that cart page, we want to grab the data. So we want to know that, all right, I've added this men's casual premium slim fit t-shirt to the cart, but I need to grab that from this like global cart. Because it's not going to be very effective if like we hit add to cart on this one, then we go back and search for another item, then we add that to cart, and then it's like we only are ever getting one item in the cart at a time. So we want to make sure that we have this like globalized general cart that will allow us to actually access all of our items essentially. So yeah, if you do have any questions about the concept of the whole thing, let me know, but we're going to go ahead and build it out right now. All right. And yeah, not seeing any questions in the chat. So let's go ahead and build out our store. So first things first, we do need to go ahead and install Redux. So let me grab the Redux installation. There it is. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and install Redux.js /toolkit. So we'll go ahead and install that. And then we'll also need React Redux. Should have just installed the two together, but it's all right. Go ahead and install that as well. And that should be good for now. So yeah, when you're using Redux, if you haven't used it before, you can definitely just follow their like quick start here. They have a regular like Redux Toolkit quick start. So Redux Toolkit is the newer version of Redux. There's like an older version of Redux. As of the recording of this video, I should say. And then we also, there's like the TypeScript quick start. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. The live streams are also totally available after the fact. So yeah, just check out the YouTube channel, subscribe for when they're posted, and follow for more details. All right, so yeah, with the Redux Toolkit TypeScript quick start, my goodness, that's a mouthful. We basically just want to create something like this. So we can actually borrow this to set up our app. There are actually some really good tips and tricks in here that we'll want to follow if you're doing it with TypeScript, because it'll make your life way easier. So first things first, we want to create our store. So what I like to do is, again, let's minimize, let's commit a lot of this stuff because we've done a lot of work here. So let's say build product details page. And again, all of this code is available on GitHub if you do want to follow along. All right, so first things first, let's go ahead, minimize a few of these so things are a little less crowded, just clean everything up. Let's create a new folder. I'm going to call it store. And within store, I'm going to create an index.ts. And now going back to my Redux documentation, we're going to copy everything that's in this file and we're going to paste it in our index. And this is going to be sort of like just where we start from. We're going to change it and modify it, but it gives us a really good starting point. So this is like basically how you create a store in Redux today. Like this is like the current the current recommended way to do it, using configure store. In the past, I think it was create store, but that's deprecated, so now it's configure store. So you take your store, you configure the store, and you pass in the reducers. These reducers, we're getting these errors because we haven't created them yet. And we're not going to use these ones. We're going to use a cart reducer. But again, you can name the reducer whatever you want. Doesn't really matter. So one more thing we're going to do before we start building our reducer is also grab typed hooks. So when you're grabbing things from Redux, if you've never done it before, you need to grab them using something called a selector. And when you're pushing to the global state, you want to use something called a dispatch. So using these things called selector and dispatch are how we're going to interact with Redux. However, because we're using TypeScript, they need to be typed. So in order to not have to type it every single time, we're just going to use the typed versions, which we're going to add into our hooks folder right now. So I'm going to grab these and I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to, I'm going to call it redux.ts, call it whatever you want. And we're just going to drop that in there. And it says from /store, @/store. So that's grabbing it from our store file there. All right. Now let's get rid of these errors. So next thing we want to do, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it cart_slice.ts because using Redux Toolkit involves using things called slices. And to get rid of this error, we're going to say cart reducer. And it's not there yet, but will be very shortly. So they give you a pretty good example here. Again, just copy and paste and then modify it as needed. That will make your life way easier than trying to build it out from scratch. You could build it out from scratch, but I think the argument is like, as a web developer, you're never going to be working 100% without the internet because a lot of these things require the internet, so you can always Google it. But who knows? So yeah, we want to import the type of root state from /store, I believe. I think it's like right there. Yeah. /index. And then let's start modifying this. So everywhere it says counter, we want it to say cart. So cart state. This is going to be for our cart. We want it to be a cart slice. From /cart slice, save that. So I'll get rid of that error and we're good to go. All right, so we have our cart technically connected, but it's not what we want it to be just yet. So first things first, let's go ahead and build out our cart. So we're going to say the cart, and again, we're going to use any types for now just to speed up our development process, but then we'll come back in and type everything. So say cart, value of any. The cart is going to start as an empty array. And then let's get rid of most of these. We don't need most of them right now. We're just going to focus on one thing at a time. And we're going to say get cart or select cart. Let's say get cart. All right, and so first reducer. So reducers are like what is happening to the cart. So we're going to create an add to cart. So we'll say add to cart, and we're going to say state, and it's going to also take in an action, and the action is of, I think it's payload. Yeah. So add to cart, and then we're going to say state.cart.push action.payload. So whatever the action, so when we call this add to cart, it's going to take in an action, like it's going to take in an action, and the action is going to have a payload. So whatever that payload is, we want to push it to our cart, essentially. And we're going to export add to cart. Awesome. So then when we go to our, product details, on click, we want the router to push to cart, but we also want to dispatch this add to cart functionality. So we're going to say dispatch, we're going to say, we need to import dispatch first. So like const dispatch equals use app dispatch, which is our type dispatch from our hooks folder that we created. We're going to say, right, on click, dispatch, add to cart, and then we're going to pass in the product, which I think is prod. And that is pretty much it in terms of dispatching it. Then we want to actually get it in our actual cart. So then on our cart page, this is just so we can see that it's working. Go ahead and start building it out. Going to say, what is it? We're going to say const cart equals use app selector, and then we're going to say, what was it, get cart? Yep, get cart. And then we are just going to return on the page, we're going to say cart, cart.map, because the cart is an array. For each item, we're going to want to return, I don't know, yeah, had that right. Return a typography element with the item title. Let's see if that works. Sorry, let's see, we're getting all these errors. Oh, we're missing the key prop. Important. Say item.id. Item is of any type. We can set it to the product type, but we know that that can give us some errors, but it should work. All right, cool. Product type. So if we've done this correctly, when we go back here, oh, sorry, totally forgot. Yeah, this is super important. So one thing we also need to do is wrap everything in a provider, which I wonder if they have it. Maybe it's in the quick start. Yeah, so one thing you do need to do is actually provide the Redux store to React, which is sort of like a whole thing when you're doing it with the app router using Next.js. So we actually need to end up providing it using a separate like provider file, because basically you can't have the provider within the actual layout file. So let me show you what I mean. So ordinarily, you would just grab the provider from, let's grab these two imports and bring it to our layout page here. Drop those there. This will be from @store. Oh, and you know what? I think I didn't export it. Export default store. Or let's just say export const store, and import it. Import store. And then what we'd then do, there we go. Okay, so yeah, what we'd then do is actually wrap our entire app, or like the parts we're using that Redux is relevant to, with the provider. So this provider, we take it and we wrap it here, and then we pass in store as store. And in theory, that would work. However, let's refresh. It's going to give us a problem because it can only happen in a client component, and we can't actually convert the layout component to a client component. If we try and do that, it's going to give us more errors about the metadata and things like that. So the sort of workaround that we can use is to actually create a separate provider component. So you can do this wherever you want. I'm just going to do it within our components. I'm going to say within our shared components, I'm going to say new file. I'm going to say provider.tsx. And then what I'm going to do is just move all of the stuff from what we had before, this like provider and all of that. I'm going to move all of this from layout into our provider. So I'm just going to cut that, paste that here, and then see provider, and I'm going to change the name of this so we don't have a conflict. We're going to say provider as Redux provider. Save that there. I'm going to import, I'm going to remove the store here, and I'm actually going to say import provider from our components provider. And we need to pass in a few more things. So we'll say this needs to take in children, which are of the type children. Well, children are of the type React node. And then children will go here. Cool. And then what we need to do is actually use this as our provider. So we'll put a provider here, and then we'll say store equals store. And sorry, not provider, Redux provider. And I think that's all we need to do for now. We might, oh, you know what? I think we need to convert the component to be a client component, but let me confirm when we get this error message. So yeah, if you have any questions about that, please let me know. There was a lot of just like random sort of quick things thrown in there. But yeah, let me know if you have any questions about that. Let's see. All right, I think we just need to set this as use client. I think that might help us out a little bit, because I know, because the whole issue with the other one is that it needed to be a client component. That was the issue. So let's see if this fixes it. All right, and we handled that. That was the wrapping everything in the provider. Just make sure we imported it from the right place. That's correct. All right, just wondering why it's taking so long. Looks all right. Let's check out our console, see what's going on there. Or a network tab. It might be a thing where I need to stop the app and restart it, so let me try and do that. Let's see if we can load the main page. All right, it seems to be compiled. There we go. Awesome, working. Cool, and no errors, so we know that it's working correctly. Getting the shirt. Let's add it to cart. Oh, this function is not, oh, okay, I need to change that into a client component. Which one is that? That is cart page. All right, So let's turn that. So it was a couple different errors, I think, why it was freezing up. Use client. All right, cool. So let's go here. Let's try it again. Add to cart. Awesome. So we're seeing our title there. But one interesting thing that you might have noticed is that when we refresh the page, it was gone. And that's because we don't actually have persist installed. So persist is what's actually going to make it stay on the page for the time that we need it. So it's not just going to disappear after like 2 minutes, or like after a refresh, I should say. So in order to do persist, we need to go ahead and install React Persist. So let's go ahead and look that up. So let's say React Persist. Redux Persist, not React Persist. So let's go ahead and import that. Now you'll notice though that the documentation here is a bit out of date. I did some research on this before and I made a couple of notes, so I'm just going to refer to those notes instead of using this documentation because, as I said, it is a bit out of date because it's saying use create store from Redux, and as you know, we're using configure store. So yeah, if you are having problems with Redux and this is adding persist, this is probably the video for you. So we'll say let's go ahead and install it to start with. Redux Persist. Let me pull up my notes. All right, cool. So it's installed. We're good to go. What we want to do now, and I'll just make a quick commit here. I said Redux installed, so that if you're following along in the GitHub repo, you can see where we're at. I'm going to go, and we'll just double check that the page is still working. Good to go. All right, I'm going to go to our store. And we're going to start with the store, and then we're going to connect it just like we did the provider. We're going to connect that separately. So first thing we want to do here is I'm going to import the persisted reducer. Yeah. And the persist reducer and persist store from Redux Persist. And that's going to be that. Good. The next thing I'm going to import is storage this is from Redux persist /lib, their library, I guess, /storage. That's where that lives, and that should be good for now. So in order to create this persisted store, we need to start by creating a persist configuration. This is just going to tell the persister how we want it to work. So persist config using the key of root. We're going to pass in storage. I believe this uses local storage. I'm not quite sure. I have to double check that. But yeah, this is how we started off. So using that, we're actually going to modify how we do our store a little bit. So we say const persisted cart reducer. And so we'll have to do this for each new slice we add. But it's going to be, we're going to call persist reducer. We're going to pass in our persist config so it knows how to work. And then config. And then we're going to pass in our cart slice. Or cart. I guess I'll change it to cart slice. Oh, and I spelled config wrong. That's why we can't find it. All right, so persist config and cart slice. Change this to cart slice. Oh, that's going to change in a second. I got this. And then now with our store, instead of it being cart slice, it's actually going to be the persisted cart reducer. This is the simplest way I found online. Found it through a YouTube video. Actually, I can link it below, of how to actually fix this issue. So we have our persist configuration, which tells us that the key is the root. We have the storage that's passed in, and then we pass into our persist reducer, the configuration, and our cart slice. Then we have our same store where we configure the store and pass in the reducer, except instead of our cart slice as the reducer, it's going to be our persisted cart reducer. Finally, what we need to do is export const persisted store, and we're going to call persist store, and we're going to pass in our store. And so that is going to allow us to persist our store. So that's part one of persisting the store. If you have any questions about that, please drop them in the comments below. Part two now is going to our provider and passing in this information to the provider, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So first things first, we're going to want to import, or actually we already have store, so we just import persisted store from the store. And then we want to import persist gate. So this is something called persist gate from Redux. And that's going to allow us to persist things. And also pay attention to where we're importing things from, because if you choose the wrong option, it could result in it not working. So just pay close attention on my tutorials or any other tutorials on which folders we're importing things from. All right, so next thing we're going to want to do is we are going to want to wrap within our Redux provider. We're going to wrap our persist gate. So I say persist gate. So already providing Redux, now we're just providing the persistence of Redux, I guess. Persist gate, we're going to drop that there and save that. And then for our persist store, because it requires the type of persister, we're going to pass in the persisted store. Persist store. Oh, it's just not added to the, it's like an unknown word. Cool. So yeah, let me run back through what we did. So we've already added our Redux store, our Redux provider on the outside here. So that allows us to access the store, generally speaking. Then now we've added our persist gate, which allows us to persist the values that we have within Redux within our store. And then we're passing in the children and everything else that's within that. This has already been passed in this provider here to our application. So we don't necessarily need to worry about doing anything else in terms of persistence. So now if we've done this correctly, let's give the page a refresh. If I add this to cart and I go here and then I refresh the page, it stays. So we know that our persister is working. So yeah, if you do have any questions about that, please feel free to drop them in the chat. It's a bit of an unusual fix there, a bit of an unusual solution there, but it does work. All right, so let's go ahead and commit this. So just, Redux persist working. And I'll go ahead and commit that and sync that up. All right. Yeah, but if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. All right, so the next thing that we are going to do, now that we've added in our persister and our state is persisting, so just to recap, we've connected Redux, we've added the persister. Let's go ahead and add a few more actions that we can do and build out our cart. We'll build out our cart and then add in some more actions that we can do to the items in the cart, like, I don't know, removing the items from the cart or possibly clearing the cart or things like that. All right, so let's go back to our cart page. And again, yeah, if you do have any questions, just drop them in the chat, drop them in the comment section down below. Let's go back to our cart page. All right, so for our cart page now, we do have this, I've like set up like a sort of rudimentary option here, but we can sort of touch up a little bit. What it should look like is this right here. So we have this container, which again is kind of like our larger container, like the product here, the product details page, I should say. And then we have our two smaller boxes within. Pretty basic cart page, but doesn't need to be super crazy to work. So let's go back to our cart code and set this up. I'm going to start actually by creating a component called cart. And we're going to add our code in there. Awesome. And then on this page, we're just going to turn this into a container. And I'm going to pass in the max width to be XL. And did it grab container? No, it did not. And then I'm also just going to remove this client declaration. And I'm just going to move all of these. I'm going to actually just cut and paste that into the cart here. And cut this and put that in the cart. So I want to do all of this in the cart component itself, not within the page for the cart component. Save that. And then we're going to just pass in cart. I'm going to import that. Awesome. There we go. All right, so we have our cart. Now let's add in all of these imports. Perfect. And we should be good to go. So if we check out the page now, oh, I think I need to also set this to be a client page. Oh, you know what? I think also I'm getting that error because I have the container. I need to make it I need to import it, I should say, from the default page. There we go. Perfect. All right. So yeah, what I want to do now in our cart page itself is create these two boxes. So I'm going to create one box on the left, one box on the right. And this is going to be our shopping cart with all of our details for our cart item. Probably going to make cart items for these. And yeah, use a lot of our reusable components that we already have established. So let's do that. All right. So on our cart page, I'm going to change this into a box to start with. And I know already I'm going to use Flexbox. So I'm going to change this to be a Flexbox. Flex and save that there. Cool. Another box one box for my cart items, one box for my checkout, go to checkout or whatever the button was saying, and do that. Yeah, proceed to checkout. So let's work on this first box. We're gonna have our shopping cart first, and that's gonna be our H1. So we're gonna add in the typography element here. Variant is going to be H1, and then we're gonna say shopping cart. And save that. Cool. Oh, one major thing I forgot to do already is add in the background color. I'm gonna say background color is going to be colors dot white. Awesome. So we have that for our box. So we're gonna have the shopping cart, and then we're gonna have this this horizontal rule, our custom horizontal rule. I'll go ahead and add in the padding now. Let's add in 1 or 2 rem of padding all around. Save that. Let's say 2. I think it's a little bit more prominent. Cool. And let's add in 2 rem of margin at the top and the bottom. 0. Cool. May actually be 3 or 4. Cool. That looks pretty good. All right, so we have our shopping cart. Let's add in our horizontal rule under that. So we'll use our custom HR. Save that. And, oh, then we also have a price on the right here. So we'll say typography. Let's say price. And we can actually do these two in another little box and just say, or actually, do I even, yeah, I do need to put it in a box so they're on the same line. And I'll say display flex. Save that. And then we'll say align items. We're going to say flex end this time because we want it to be closer to the line, like you're writing it down. That's sort of the aesthetic they're going for. And then we'll say space between for our justify content. So they use, as I said at the beginning, Amazon uses a lot of just really basic properties of styling and things like that, which is pretty cool to see because it's such a major website. It shows you don't really need to do all that much in order to get the results you're looking for. It's more about the functionality and good quality, simple design. Wouldn't say it's the most elaborate, exciting design in the world, but it's effective and it works for what they're trying to do. All right, so next thing here, we are going to move this into its own component actually. So I'm going to say new file, and I'm going to call it cart item.tsx. And I'm going to create that component, save that, and then I'm going to move this. I just keep moving these pieces here into cart whoops, into cart item here. Or no, sorry. Actually, that's not exactly what we're going to do. We're going to leave that where it is, but we're going to return a cart item. That's what we're going to do instead of returning this. So we'll say cart, return cart item. And oh, and then we're missing the key. The key is going to be item.id. Cool. So far, so good. All right, so yeah, that's how we're gonna do that. And then now we'll style within our cart items. That way we don't need to like don't need to bulk up this file. It's like already 44 lines long. We're good. So let's go into our cart item. We're gonna take in an item, and the item is going to be of the product type. And let's set box. And then let's decide what we want to display. So we want to display, actually first, we'll start with the image because you do have that like big image on the left you want to display. So we'll say alt equals item dot title. And honestly, we could sort of like create a thing for this, like a custom image, but it's only a few lines we're adding in. But again, things that you might want to focus on if you're using this as a portfolio piece. So instead of using the next image every time, using a custom item that uses the item.title already as the title, the item.image already as the image, and then the width and height are just the only two things you have to modify. But anyway, it's like a minor improvement, I would say. So we'll say item.image, based on the fact that we're only using this on like 2 or 3 pages. Maybe if you're using it on like 100 pages, it would be better for you. All right, so we'll just assert that those exist like we've done before. And then we're going to say width. Let's start with 200. And we'll say height. We'll start with 300. Oops, 300. And we'll save that. And what are we getting an error for? Oh, we're not passing it. So item is going to be equal to item. And we'll save that. Item. Okay, cool. There we go. Cool. So yeah, we just have our image there. It's a little bit too big, I think. So I'm going to maybe make that 200, make that 100. Yeah, give or take. But in terms of the width, it obviously needs to be wider. Let me inspect this and see how big it is. Width is 225, height is 257. All right, we'll work with those. So we'll say 225, 257. And again, if you want to know this about almost any site, you can just inspect and get the right or the exact details you want rather than guessing and playing around. All right, so we have our image. Next to our image, we're going to create a box because it's going to have all of our like text details. And we're going to say the typography. We're going to say, item.title, and we're going to make this, let's try an H3. Maybe an H2. And then we need the, oh, and also another interesting thing, actually, we're going to end up wrapping the box and this in one so that the price can be on the right side. So let me do that right now before I forget. Box. And then we need to set this to be a display flex so they show up side by side. All right, cool. Working so far. So we have that, and then we need our piece that we created already. So that is in our shared folder. That is our in stock text. So we're going to just import that really quickly. Don't have to do anything at all. Really nice. In stock text with some drama there. We do have to make a little tiny modification just for the styling. We'll say font weight is 500. But like that's way easier than rewriting the whole thing twice. So we'll say font weight for this one is also 500. Pass that in there. Cool. And then we want to add this string, eligible for free shipping and free returns, right underneath that, so that everybody knows, in case, you know, to stop them from deciding not to buy the bag in this case, or the t-shirt, that you can always return it in case you don't need it anymore. And then we're gonna add in a delete button that's gonna be sort of tied into our additional items from Redux there. And then outside of that box, we're going to add in a typography element. So this is in the outer box. We'll say typography, and we're going to say item dot price, and save that. Cool. And I'm just going to add in some styling here. I'm going to say font size 1 rem and font weight 700, and then this to a display of flex, and save that. Awesome, looking pretty good. One last thing, I'm going to set the justify content to be space between, so that there is space between these elements and that element. I think one more thing that I'll probably need to do is actually set a width for this larger box, just to make things a little bit more obvious and clear. So we'll say width, is going to be, let's say 800, just to throw a number out there. And again, this is not the best way to make it responsive. You can make it responsive. Actually, we could say maybe like 50 view width. That would be a better way of making it responsive. And that's not bad. So we'll leave it at that. But yeah, if you set a fixed width, then it's going to stay that fixed width. I don't mind setting fixed widths for smaller items like the images or things like that. In terms of, like, we know Amazon has an app, so this just needs to work for certain screen sizes. But if we were going to create like a mobile web experience for this, then we'd want to we'd actually want to start with the mobile web version of this, and then work with the desktop version after, because it's just easier and better practice to do it that way. So let's go ahead and add in a $sign there. So we have our price. I think our price could actually be a little bit bigger. I'll change it up to 1.5 rem. Not that big, 1.25 rem. All right, cool. Looks pretty good. Now we just need to add in a little bit of margin around it, generally speaking, and a horizontal rule at the bottom there. So to the typography, I'm going to add a margin left of 2 rem. To the, I'm going to add in the custom horizontal rule. To the bottom there. And then I'm going to add in padding or margin. I'm going to add in margin of 1 rem, 0. Maybe 2 rem. Yeah, I think though what I want to actually do is drop the horizontal rule, or actually, yeah, let me drop it. I can do it within the component here, so that every time a new item is rendered, it comes with a horizontal rule at the bottom there. And then yeah, and then it adds that like little piece there. So that's exactly what I'm going for here. All right, so we have our sort of item initially created. The other thing we want to do is add in our subtotal here and add in this box on the right there that allows us to proceed to checkout. So 2 things. Well, and we also want to add in our delete button. So let's start with the delete button. Let's start with grabbing, or no, sorry, let's finish our design, then we'll add in the improvements. So let's go back to our cart page, and I'm going to create a component called checkout. Or actually, I'll create it within, and then if I need to, I'll move it outside because it's just one box. So we'll say background color is going to be white. Good. And then we need these pieces here. All right, so let's start with your order qualifies for free shipping. So add a typography element there and drop that in there. Okay, so now we have an idea of how the box looks and things like that. We put display flex, but we didn't put space between, so let's do that. This is for the outer box that houses these two larger boxes that have the white border. Okay, not bad. And then, you know what, instead of adding the margin here, we can actually add the margin on the outer box. Drop that there. Perfect. So that it applies to both of them and they're both equally spaced. All right. And yeah, as I said, if you do have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. So the next bit we're going to do, we do probably need to expand the width of these, but we'll touch that up right at the end. Let's drop in all of these details. So your order qualifies for free shipping. Let's create another element here. Let's say typography. Drop that in there. And we're going to wrap this in a span because it's a different, or sorry, not a span. We're going to use the, I should have named this better. I can never remember the name. It's called product link text. Product link text. See details. Good. Okay, cool. So then this, your order qualifies for free shipping. We need a checkbox next to it, and then we also need the green text. So let's grab the checkbox from our icons. Check mark. I'll just search for check. Check circle. That's what it's called. Awesome. Grab that, and we'll drop that in here. Oops, sorry. Drop that up here, and then use it there. Check circle icon. Drop that there. And then I want to set the color. So I'll set the color to be colors.green and save that. Cool. Awesome, and it's all green. I'm gonna change the display a little bit, display flex, so that it aligns better. And set the vertical alignment. Align items to be center. Save that. Thanks for watching. All of these are going to be available on YouTube after the fact. So if you do have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat of the video or the comment section of the video. I do go back and respond and answer any questions you might have. So then we have that there. The next bit we need to do is add in some margin or some padding to the box here just to fix up that style there. So we'll say to this box here, we'll say padding. Let's say 2rem. Or it's 2rems on all sides. 2rem on all sides. Actually, that might be a little bit much. There's less padding on this box than the other one. 1rem. Okay, cool. And then I just want to do some alignment here. So I'm gonna set this up. The check circle icon, I'm just going to give it a margin right of 0.5rem. Maybe not even that much, maybe 0.25rem. Cool. And then I'm also going to set a margin right, a margin left on this one. And again, better ways to do this, most certainly. But just for the sake of efficiency and expediency, showing that it is possible to build these sort of things within a time constraint. Yeah, the better way to do this would be to like have these two in a box and have this one in a box and have them separate. But we didn't start, again, that's why planning is so important. It didn't start out that way, so now it doesn't show up that way. All right, so we'll leave that there. And then for our subtotal now, we want to, we use this in two different places. And I think, honestly, if I go to the checkout, there might be another subtotal. No, it's an order total. But we use this in two places. So I'm going to grab this, and we're going to make a custom component for that. And then we're also going to add in our proceed to checkout button. So let's drop in the button. Oops, not button. It's going to be custom button. And we'll say proceed to checkout. Very formal. Makes you feel like you're making a very important decision. I will say on click, which is what it's giving me the error for, is going to be, we're going to say, oh, we have to grab our router as well. So we're going to say const router equals use router from next navigation. And then we're going to say router dot push, just like we did in the other one, to the checkout, to /checkout. So that's what will happen when we do finally set up that checkout page. But for now, it does nothing. All right, and so we have that there. You know what? I think what I need to do is probably set a max width on this. A specific width is going to be, let's say 10 view width, and see what that gives us. Let's say 20. Because right now the button, what it's doing is just taking up 100% of the space that's available to it, which we do want it to do, but we don't. We want it to stay within the box. So we should define what the box should be. Yeah. It's about right. I think this needs to be a little bit wider. But anyhow, let's build our subtotal. So we're going to create a new file here. We're going to call it subtotal.tsx. I could drop it in shared, actually. And our subtotal is going to live right above this button. So we'll say subtotal. And save that. What we're going to need to pass to this is the price. So that's going to be our item.price. Cool. And then what we'll do now is go back in here and tell it that we actually need that price. So, oh, actually, sorry, it's not just price. We actually need to pass item.price and cart.length. All right, so we'll say items and price. And we'll say that items is going to be of type number, as is price. It's going to be of type number. All right, and we're going to pass in items, and items is actually going to be cart.length. And so the reason we're passing in cart.length is that the when we pass in like how many items are here, it's the length of the cart that we're actually passing in here. So that's why we're passing in cart.length. And it's not item.price really. We want to actually do a total. We want to do like a sum. So let me take that out, and I'm going to actually create a const here and call it const total, comma set total equals use state, and we're going to start the total at 0, and that's what we're going to end up using once we set up that function. Perfect. All right. Oh, we need to import use state. There we go. All right. So for our subtotal now, it's just going to be a simple typography element. I'm going to say variant equals, let's say h3. And it's going to say subtotal. Oh, we need to import typography. Yeah, it's going to be subtotal. And then it's like bracket one item. So we're going to say bracket items, And then is it what, a colon and then the price, and the price is bolded. And so then a colon, and then we'll do a span. We'll set the style to be font weight of 700. And then we'll put the price with the $sign within there. This is another great opportunity to like refactor. If we just wanted to put like a singular thing that always adds the $sign to the price, that'd be great. And then I want to set the overall font weight to be just 500. And I think it needs to be bigger, probably. Like font size to be 1.25 rem. Yeah, that seems to be about right. And then I'm just going to add some margin because it seems like they both have margin on them. Margin 1 rem and 0. Cool. Awesome. Looks pretty decent. So now what we need to figure out is actually how much this total is actually going to be. So let's go back to our cart page and set that. So the total, actually, let me not use a setter. Let me set it as like let total. Let's make it let total equals 0. And we'll say for each item, which is of type product. We then want to take the total, right? And then total is going to equal total plus item.price. Yeah, it's going to tell me it's null. So we say, no, it's not null. And there we go. We have 2230 for our total. So the way we can test this is if we go back and maybe I search for backpack. And I'll go ahead and add the Fjallraven to the cart. And now you see that our total is actually the sum of both of these. So we know that it's working properly. So now that that's working well, let's go ahead and drop the total in at the bottom of our shopping cart page here. So that is going to be in the first section here. Below this, we're going to say subtotal. Save that. And then actually I do want to pass in an SX prop because yeah, it's left align right now. I want it to be right align for this particular option. So we'll say SX and then SX of type SX props with theme from movie material. There we go. Save that, not mandatory. And then we're just going to pass in .sx. Cool. And then we'll go back to our cart here and we'll say, what do we need to pass in? Items, which will equal total. And then we need to pass in, price, which will equal total, and items, which equal cart.length. And then price, which will equal total. And the reason I'm doing cart.length here is just to save having to use the app selector within subtotal. I could also do it there, and that would be perfectly fine as well. And then for SX, I'm just going to pass in text align. And we want it to be right. We're going to save that. All right. And yeah, that's looking pretty good. Pretty much how we want it to look there. The last thing I want to change is the height of this. I don't want it to be so tall because I think it does sort of take away from it. And I also want these two to be left aligned. That's important too. So let's go ahead and fix that up. So for this subtotal, I'm going to say SX equals, text align left and see if that works. No, doesn't seem to work. I think it's because I've set it to be centered or I've set too much margin. Where did this come from? Oh, here it is. typography, no, not there. Oh, maybe here. Yeah, I didn't set any sort of like instruction. So let's say display flex direction column. I think the item should just automatically go to the start. Oh no, you know what it is? Sorry, that's totally my fault. I didn't even realize the like little big error I made. So that was because I dropped the subtotal and the custom button within the last typography element. So it was like totally aligned with it. I was like, that seems super weird. All right, cool. There we go. So now our subtotal is left aligned. Proceed to checkout is left aligned. That's exactly how we wanted it. Awesome. Last thing we want to do is set the height of this. So let's set the height of this box to be, let's say 10 view height. Too small. Let's say 15 view height or 12 or something like that. Maybe 17 view height. Cool. That looks pretty decent. I'm happy with that. Let's touch up this sizing here. So we'll make this one a little bit larger now. Say 60 view width. Too much. Let's say 55. And that looks pretty good. I'm pretty content with that. So last thing that we want to do now is actually set up another delete button and add some more actions to Redux here. So this delete button, or whatever we want to have it as, like delete string, we want to allow it to remove an individual item from our Redux store. So the way that we're going to do that, we're actually going to hop back into Redux and we're going to add that little piece there. So let's hop back into our cart slice. And yeah, if you guys do have any questions about this, please feel free to drop them in the chat below or the comment section below, depending on when you're watching this. And let's add another one. So let's add another option. We'll say remove item, and we're going to pass in state.action and state.cart. So now what we're going to do, we're going to take our cart and we're going to slice one item out of it. So that one item is going to be whatever is passed in our payload, and we're going to tell it just take out that one item. So it's going to find that item in our cart and remove it. So that's how we're going to handle that. And then we'll say remove item, and we'll save that. So now if I go back to my cart item, let me go ahead and drop in that delete button there. So under eligible for free items, free shipping, free returns, let's create just a regular button, and we'll say delete. All right, we'll just go ahead and import it. Oh, it's already imported. Why is it giving me an error? Let's try that again. Sometimes it gets stuck in like an error state and it can't get rid of it. All right, so we'll say delete. And then we'll add it in here. Awesome. So now with our delete button newly added, we can style this up a little bit better if we want. But what we want to do is we want to add an on click. So we want to say on click. And we want to add in our dispatch. So we need to say const dispatch equals use app dispatch. And we're going to say we want it to dispatch remove item. We're going to pass in item as the item to remove. Cool. And so now when we hit delete, it should remove the item from our cart. Oh, you know what? I think I also need to make this a client component. One way to avoid making such a big piece of client component is actually just extract that button into its own component, which would be a good idea to do. So if I click on delete, oh, you know what? Yep, remove item, and I'm passing in item. Why is that not working? Let's see. Button on click, remove item, use app dispatch. Yeah, seems to be working. Let's check out the cart slice. State.cart.slice, action.payload1, remove item. All right, so that should work. Sometimes I just need to refresh the app in order for it to start working. On click, dispatch, remove item. Oh, you know what? I think the app just froze a little bit. That might be part of the issue. No. Let me try stopping and restarting again. Oh, it says there's like a persisting issue. Okay, so maybe that's what it is. All right, so for now, we'll just leave it as it is. I'll create one more action that could actually be quite useful to us, or we could just say clear cart. And that's going to just take our state, and it's going to create, it's going to be state.cart equals empty cart. And that's just if we want to get rid of all the items in our cart. So I'll export that as well. And I'll put that, where do we want to put that button? I don't know if Amazon even has that button. Do they have like a clear cart button? Let's put that under here. We'll put it down right at the bottom there and just see how that works. So wherever subtotal is, let's make this a little bit smaller. There it is. We'll say button. Say clear cart. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll say on click equals dispatch. Oops, dispatch. Oh, did we not define it in this file? No, we did not. We'll say const dispatch equals use app dispatch. And then we'll say dispatch clear cart. I'll save that. And oh, we need to import button. We can import it here. Button. Cool. Take out this use state. Dispatch clear. Oh, we need to import clear cart as well. Say import clear cart from store.cart.slice. Import that. Oh, did I already import it? Oh, okay, it's up there. So it's there. It's just giving us an error for no reason. Argument type is not assignable to a parameter of unknown action. That's weird. Should just work. Let's take a look at our slice. All right, so there's probably something going on with our actions here, and that's why it's giving us a little bit of trouble here. Well, that's all right. We'll remove that button for the time being, and we'll come back and fix that up later. So for now, we can just push in that we've added cart page, and we're all set with that. And we'll go ahead and push that up. All right, awesome. So taking a look at it now, I think the only issue is the delete button wasn't working, but let me pull this back over here. Yeah. So actually, I think what the issue is that I need to put a P here and make it splice instead of slice. So that seems to be the problem. All right, and if I hop back over here, let's go ahead and delete this. And there we go, it's working. So looks like it was just a simple typo. Always make sure to double check your spelling and things like that. But yeah, if you do have any questions about anything, please feel free to drop them in the comment section below or in the chat. I do check and read every comment and every chat message. All right, so now that we've finished with the shopping cart and like that initial sort of functionality that we wanted to give it, let's go ahead and start to build out the checkout page, right? Because we do have this proceed to checkout button right here, but right now it doesn't do anything. If you remember it correctly, there are actually two ways we can reach the checkout. One is by clicking here, and the other one is by clicking on the actual buy now button on the product page. So let's go ahead and build out that checkout page. So we head back over here. Let's go ahead and create a new page, new folder, checkout, and we'll create a new file, and we'll call it page.tsx, and set that there. Good. And we'll call it checkout page. We'll save that. Awesome, looking pretty good. So yeah, once we have that page, now if we hooked it up correctly, let me double check that we did. Let's go to our cart, proceed to checkout. Yes, we have set it up to push to /checkout. So if we hit this, we should go to our checkout page. So we know that it's working correctly. Now let's take a look at the design for our checkout page. I think it's gonna be something like this. Let me just pull this over here. So let's go to proceed to checkout. Yeah, so it's gonna look something like this. So we want to basically have a fully white background here with this gray piece on top. And yeah, what the interesting thing is that it's actually going to sort of abandon what we've been doing in terms of actually using the dark blue sort of background here. So we're gonna have to do either some style overrides or something that's going to sort of like give us an indication that it's working in terms of we'll probably do a style override, to be honest. So let's go ahead and get that part set up. So first things first, we want to hop back into our code, and looking at our checkout page, let's start with this gray header bar on the top here. Yeah, I think that'll be the best place to start. So I'm going to start by building a component. I'm going to call new file. I'm going to say checkout.tsx, and that. Then I'm just going to import it into my page, my checkout page here. Checkout. Awesome. All right, good to go. Now in the box here, I'm going to turn this into a box actually from Material UI /box so we don't get any errors. In this box, what I want to actually do, I want to go ahead and set the background color to be white. Yeah, because our general background color is gray. So I'm going to say background color, and I'm going to set it to colors.white and save that there. And we'll just import colors. Perfect. There we go. And now you see it there, so it's working. Now, there are two ways to do this. Oh, hello in the comments, hello in the chat section there. There are two ways to do this. We can set this, we can move this up essentially, or we can override it on the actual route changing. I'm gonna do the first way, which is to just set it when I'm just going to move it up a little bit just for simplicity, because I do know that it's a little bit more tricky to do it with server-side components in terms of grabbing the actual param. But you could totally do it either way. I think the other way might actually be the better way to do it. All right, so let's go ahead and set that up. So background color white, what we're going to do is we're going to say transform, and we're going to say translate y. And we're going to say, I think it's minus, and then however much we want, minus 10 rem. Let's try that. Oh, and then maybe that was too much. Let's say 5 rem. Okay, I see it there. So maybe about 8 rem is how far up we need to move it. Even that's a little bit much. Let's say 7. So as you can see, it's a bit of a hacky solution. It's not necessarily the best practice, but it is quite quick. All right, so that is where our checkout is living now. So let's hop into the checkout itself and create that like header and all that we need. All right, so we'll import box from movie material. Question in the comments, please make it deploy. If you actually check the link in the comments below, there's already a deployed version. This version here is deployed at amazon-tutorial.vercel.app. So check that out. Check out the repository and it should be linked there. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and turn this into a client function, or into a client component, I should say. See if that gets rid of our little error there. It does. Perfect. All right. So yeah, let's go ahead and create this top bar. I think this is using our light gray. So what I want to do is have this like top header. So what I'm thinking is, right, I want this top header to be light gray. I want the page to be white. But what I also want this column container sort of like look in the middle. So I think I'm actually going to end up using 2 containers to sort of keep them in line with one another, but just have the wide stylings that I'm looking to get here. A bit sort of tricky there, but yeah, it's part of, how to make your styles interesting there. All right, so let's go ahead and let's do that. So let's say let's create an inside box, because we do need sort of like an inner box there. So we'll say this box, we're going to have the background color is going to be colors.light gray, and let's import colors. Light gray. Cool, we'll save that there. All right. And then within this box now, we're going to have a few things. So we're going to have an image that we import from Next. Say import image from Next image. And it's going to have a source of, let's check our images in our public folder here. And by the way, if you do use this repository, all of this stuff is available for you to use. So this is Amazon logo -1.png. And then we want the alt to be logo. And then we want, you know what, we could actually reuse the logo component if we wanted to, rather than rebuilding the logo from scratch. Let's try that. So let's grab the logo component. Instead of doing this, let's say logo, because there's also like a link, we want to turn into a link and all that. So let's grab a logo from shared/logo. And then what I'm going to do, because we do want the dark logo, not the light logo, we're going to pass in a dark param. Dark is going to be a Boolean, and it's going to be optional. And so then here for the source, we're going to say dark. If it is dark, we want to return /Amazon-logo-1, I believe it was, .png. Or if it's not dark, we want to return the other one. Awesome. So now we can just pass in logo dark. Save that. And there we go. We have our dark logo. So that's working pretty well. And we don't have to do too much styling. The other thing I want to do, as I mentioned, is wrap this in a container. So let's grab the container and wrap that there. Perfect. Okay, cool. So now it's over on the side. Exactly where I want it. Perfect. All right, so what else do we need? We probably need some padding. We need the checkout word. We need the lock symbol and all of that. All right, so within here, let's add in a typography element. And let's say checkout. And I'm going to make this an H1 because it's the header for the page. So say variant equals H1 and save that. And then one interesting thing that we're going to end up passing here is the length of cart.length. We're going to end up passing here so we can get the number of items. But that's something we're going to grab in a little bit. So we'll leave that there for now. And then the final thing we're going to want to add to this container here is an icon. So let's hop into our Material UI icons. And let's say, what do we want to grab? We want to grab a lock. So we'll grab that from here, copy that, and we'll drop that in here. We'll say lock icon and save that. And so then now with this container, what I'm going to actually do is turn it into a flex box. So I'm going to say display of flex, and then I'm going to say justify content. I'm going to make it space between. We'll save that there. Awesome. And then we hop over here. Cool, they're nice and spread apart. Next thing I want to do also here is add in some padding. Say 2 rem all around just to give it an idea. It's a little bit much. Let's do 1 rem all around. And it's really 1 rem top and bottom. I don't want it left and right. And yeah, that's not bad. I think actually I want more padding on top than I do on the bottom. So let's say padding top, bottom is going to be 0.5 rem, and then, yeah, that's a little bit closer. I think this needs to actually be a little bit bigger as well, and maybe more padding on top. Let's say 1.5 rem, and the H1 we're going to say font size of, let's say 1.5 rem. Might already be 1.5 rem. Let's say 1.75 rem. Yeah, that's a little bit better. What else? Looking pretty good. Let me move these guys over again. Yeah, I think maybe just a little bit more padding on top, to be honest. Let's add it. Let's make that 2 rem. Yeah, that's pretty close. All right, cool. I'm content with that for now. We're going to come back and actually add in that items once we start passing in our data, but for now, that's all right. So let's work on the bottom half of the page now. So what I want to do here with this bottom half of the page, I want to go ahead and I want to make a box down here. So let's start by coming outside of our container and outside of our box, actually, and making another box. And within this box now, we want to add our shipping address, payment method, all of this box on the side here. But we also want this whole page to take up like 100% of the view that we are working with, so we don't have this like weird gray background. So what I'm actually going to do is hop back over to the page, and I'm going to say min height of 100 view height, and save that there. And so now it's always going to take up at least 100 view height, which is great. Not the ideal solution, but a bit of a faster solution based on what I've been checking out here. All right, so let's do that, and then let's add in these pieces here. So as you can tell, these are not real addresses, but we're going to use them as our sample data. So again, when you're looking at a new page, you want to think about how you're going to architect it, right? So we have this one left side here and the right side there. How exactly are you doing this in a way that is going to make it sort of like really easy to work with. You don't want to make your life harder. So how is this going to be easier to work with? So I'm going to start with this as one box on the left side here, all of this text, and then this, similar to what we did on our product details page, is going to be text on the right page, or one box on the right page here. So let's start with the left page here, or the left side, I should say. So we're going to have the larger box that everything is contained within, and then we are going to have, and so this box is for the lower quadrant of the piece. In fact, because I have to explain it so much, I think what I should just do is make a new file and call it checkout header, because you want your code to be as like easily understandable as possible. And if you find yourself having to really explain things, it's probably not that easily understandable. So let's go drop this piece right here, the checkout header, into checkout header here. Save that. Add all the missing imports. Save that. Let's add in that lock icon there. Save that. And then we're just going to import checkout header right here. Awesome. Much cleaner. Then, instead of doing a box here, well, I'm still going to do the box here, but what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to say, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to say checkout checkout, or let's leave that. Let's start to build it out, and then I'll start making it as a checkout item. So this is number one. We need the shipping address, and we have our Harry Potter information there. So yeah, it's kind of like segmented in this this way. So let's start by building out a couple of typography elements. So within this first box, it's going to say typography. I'm going to say number one, typography, shipping address, and then typography. This is going to be the actual address, and it's going to be, we're going to grab this from what we have here and save that there. So there are two ways we could do this. We could have typography elements for each of these lines, or we could insert breaks, which would make our life a little bit easier. So diagonally, break, break. Save that there. Cool. So now it's already flowing from top to bottom. Awesome. One thing I did forget to do already here is add in that second container we're talking about. So rather than making this a box, we can actually just make this a container. And yeah, it's already imported. Cool. So that just pushes it over to the side so we don't have that issue that we were having before. All right, so next thing we want to do is style it now. Because as you can see, we have this like one left number and then whatever the text is. We could actually simplify this into like a checkout header, we just made a checkout header, but like a checkout title, and use that a few times. So let's make that. Let's say checkout title, because it's also not going to change. We're just going to pass in whatever variables we need. I'll save that there. And that's going to take in a number, and it's going to take in the actual title itself. And whoops, so number is going to be of type number, and title is going to be of type string. Let's save that there. Turn this into a box. And then in this box now, what we're going to do is we're going to have we're going to move our typography elements. So we're going to grab these two, and we're going to drop them in here. I'm going to save that like that. And I'm going to make it a flex box to make our lives easier. And we need to import typography. And then we'll drop it here. So we'll say checkout title and save that there. Oh, and I do need to pass in the information. All right, so we'll say number equals, no, it should be 1, title equals, what was it, shipping address. address, checkout title, and we're going to drop these in here. So we'll make this number and make, make this title. I'll save that. Awesome. Cool. So it's still there, which means it works well. Thank you for subscribing. Looking forward to seeing you in the lessons as we go forward. Yeah, if you do have any questions about web development or anything like that, please feel free to drop them in the chat below. I can take a pause from what we're doing at any point and talk about what's going on there. All right. So moving forward, we want to now style this so it's a little bit more in line with our design. So let's hop back into checkout title, and I'm going to say, let's say font weight. Let's see if it'll let us apply it to both of them. That would be quite nice. No, I'm not doing it. All right, so let's move this. We're going to say font weight is going to be 700 for both of these. Awesome. And then, or actually, that's silly. Let me set the variance first, because that might give us a lot of the design. Let's see. Yeah, actually, that gave us pretty much everything we needed. So good to go on that side. And then we just want to add a margin here. So we'll say margin right of, let's say, 4 rem. Maybe 3 rem. But that's looking pretty good. Cool. Next thing we want to do is add in that Harry Potter bit. Now, the reason I didn't include this in the checkout title is because this time it's Harry Potter and his address. This time it's going to be paying with galleons, and it's going to be a little bit different. So I didn't want to sort of like stick us into one sort of format, and then the last time there's nothing in terms of something going on the right-hand side. So yeah, we're just going to make those separate pieces. So we have our Harry Potter piece here. What I want to do is actually make this box that it is in, I want to make that as flex box, so they display next to one another. So let's set that to be a flex box. Awesome. And then I think the last thing we need to do is just set maybe a margin to the right of the typography element, or the checkout title, but the second typography element here. So basically, these are like 2 of the same elements. We could actually use style components for this, but something to think about in the future if you want to refactor. All right, next thing we're going to add. So we have first piece here. I do want to add a little bit of margin to the top of these boxes. And then there's also this like horizontal rule here. I'm starting to think if there's like another way to make it a little bit less redundant. Yeah, if I pass in something as a child to this, so rather than just making it a checkout, like we have the checkout title, but then we maybe pass in a child to it, maybe that could make our lives a little bit easier. Yeah, maybe I'll call this checkout. Well, let's try and do it first. So let's move this. Oh, we already have it. Let's wrap this in another box. Say box / box, and then we are going to take in children. And we'll say children. And we'll say children. And the children are of type React node, React node. Cool. Oh, we have to have this extra box here. Then we pass in the checkout, we pass all of this in as the child. Right, there we go. Still looks good. And then the last thing we're going to do now is, so we have the box, we have the child. At the very bottom of the box, or maybe outside of the box, we want our custom HR. I think we need another box. Yeah, I think we need another box. Let me drop one last box here. And save that there. Awesome. So that's pretty much going to be our setup for several of them, and they're all going to be the same width. So that's going to really reduce the amount of work we have to do there. Let me check out some questions in the comment here. The main issue I face is building logistics for application. Can you suggest some tips? In terms of logistics, what do you mean by logistics? In terms of like setting it up, or like the logic in terms of like what goes where? Specify a little bit more. I'll be happy to answer. Why am I using margin on typography instead of padding? You could use either, to be honest. I decided to use margin just because it was going to be outside of the component. But you know, you could use either. Now that we've moved them within one another, it might make more sense to use padding. But I'm thinking of it as like the one wants this to be a certain distance from itself. It wants to have like a right margin, like it wants to push it away. So I'd rather use margin rather than the one is actually the size of this space. That's more how I was thinking about it. And then I was also thinking like if I wanted to ever use like justify content space between or things like that, I would want this to be just that size and that to be just that size. I wouldn't want them to be that side plus some more, if that makes sense. But good question. All right, last thing I want to do here is add some margin, or no, you know what? I think I'm going to actually add the margin to the top of the box because it seems like it's pretty uniform. So we'll say margin top, let's say 1 rem. Cool, that looks pretty good. All right, next piece here, we're going to just do the same thing, but with payment method and the last piece there. So let's drop out. And I'm going to actually change this from checkout title. And cool thing you can do, you can just search for something in your app if you didn't know. Checkout title. I'm just going to replace checkout title with checkout section, just so it makes a little bit more sense. I'm going to replace all 6 occurrences. And the only thing I have to change now is the actual name of the file. I'm going to say checkout section. Save that there. And that should no longer be an error because there we go. Figured it out. Cool. Yeah, no problem. All right, cool. So we have our checkout section there. Let's make another checkout section. So we'll say checkout section, and then we are going to say the child of this is going to be this right here, paying with galleons. I'm just going to copy that for brevity. So we'll say it's going to be 2 typography elements though. So we're going to do one here, paying with galleons, and then we're going to do a second one down here, and it's going to be billing address. And then within billing address, we're actually going to do a span around billing address because that is like that teal color. Maybe it's cyan, but whatever the color is, it is different than the rest. So we want to make sure that we grab that correctly. Oh, and you know what? This needs to be wrapped, I think, in one element. That's why I'm getting that error. Oh, sorry. No, I'm missing the... It wasn't that. I'm missing the title and the number, of course. All right, so number equals 2. It just doesn't know it automatically. Crazy. Title equals payment method. Payment method. And we'll save that. Looks pretty good. Now, next thing I want to do actually is wrap this in a box and make it a flex box. So I can say box. Display, flex, direction, column. I think it's actually because I specified it was a flex box in the other one, but didn't specify that it needed to be a column-based flex box. That's why I had the issue, because I decided to do this a little bit differently, but no worries about that. Let me hop in these. So, but yeah, we have this almost done. Let me add in the bolding here for paying with galleons. So we'll say SX equals font weight in terms of 700. And yeah, that's pretty close to what we want it to look like. So I'm pretty content with that. We can move forward to the last piece here. But first, let me answer a question in the comments. So this is a follow-up from the previous question. Logics like state management, handling errors, etc. Sometimes I code it all, and then I remember some better way to creating it, not deleting it. I'll create it from first. I say, like, think about what the end goal is, right? Like, do you want to build this to build something that works for a particular reason, right? Like a budgeting app. Are you building the budgeting app for personal uses? Are you for personal use? Sorry, are you building it to sell to customers, or are you building it to use as a portfolio piece to get a job? Those are like three sort of different use cases. If you're building it for personal use, you can kind of just build it however you want and fix it along the way. If you're building it for customers and maybe you need to have hire a team, you do want it to be a little bit more clear in terms of how you're building it. Like, you want to be a little bit more semantic in the way you name things and a little bit more straightforward. If you're building it for a job, though, that's where, or like for a portfolio piece in order to get a job, that's where I think you want to be the most sort of clear and concise and well written in your code. So all that to say, I think take a few minutes before you start your project, do some research about best ways to do the project, best practice, whatever state management tool you want to think about, and really lay that out, write it down somewhere in a README file or whatever, and just have that on hand so that you don't do the thinking as you're coding. Think first and then code second. Think while you're coding, but plan first and then code. So yeah, I think try that way. And then, because I think in terms of setting up state management, things like that, the apps you would, or the libraries you would use depend on the use case, right? Like this application I'm using Redux for, because it could become a very unwieldy application in terms of adding state and working with multiple buttons and things like that, depending on how far you want to take this project. However, if we're only using sort of the most simple forms of global state management, we could use something like Zustand, for instance. That would allow us much of the functionality we're using today. Part of the reason I'm using Redux here is just so that, and if you do follow this tutorial, you can grow your app much more easily. But yeah, so really think about it from a very high level before you get started actually building out the project. And I think that's really going to help you out in terms of the logistics. And then if you do think of a better way as you're going through, don't stop and redo the whole thing. Just finish the project and do a version 2. Because you'll have that fully complete first version, and then when you create that second version, you'll be that much more happy that you do have it there. So there's a couple of thoughts on that. All right. Coming back to our checkout page, let's add in the last piece here, which is review items and shipping. So we'll just add one more checkout section here. We're going to say, and it's actually not going to, no, it's going to take children, sorry. Checkout section, we're going to say the number is 3, and the title is review items and shipping. I'll save that. Cool. Oh, shipping is S and shipping is small. Save that there. All right, cool. And then we need the actual checkout items and the place your order and all of that. Cool. So I think what I'm going to do here, did I end up making that custom? I did make a custom box. So I'm going to drop in the custom box to start with. So let's drop that in here. So that is our gray single line, thin line box there. So we're going to start with that there. And we actually need 2 of them. Well, we will need 2 of them. Let's do the bottom one first, because I'm actually going to do this one as a checkout item. I'm going to create a singular component for it that we're going to reuse it over and over again. So let's pull that up here. So yeah, we want just our regular old button here, place your order, and we need the order total and all of this info here. So let me copy that for our piece here. But we're going to say custom button, there it is. You're going to say place your order, and we're going to save that. Then the bottom section here, we're going to drop into 2 typography elements actually. This and this is going to be in the second one, just because they're so different, and on 2 different lines as well. Typography, drop that there. Sweet. Did I pass in an SX? Yes. All right. So for this box now, I can now pass in the display of flex, which will handle the left and right of it. And then for custom button now, we're going to say on click, it's going to console log clicked for now. If we decide to make an orders page, we can definitely do that. And then what else? Oh yeah, it's a little bit too wide. This checkout section here, let's see. We need to have, oh, because it already is a display flex, so we need to have one more box here. I'll drop that there to actually make it all flow. Display flex and flex, or actually I could probably, well, let me just say flex. Or if I take out the display flex, sorry, would it just drop it in order? No, okay. Actually, no, I need the SX actually to be on the checkout section itself. So let me go ahead and add that as another prop there. SX props. And then I want these SX to actually work in this box because that's where the children are going. So I want it to modify the outer box, or the second outer box, not the largest outer box. So we'll say SX equals up here, flex direction is going to be column. I'm gonna save that. Cool, and that's doing what I want it to do. Awesome. Another thing that I want to fix is the fact that it's taking up so much of the page. Like it's taking up the whole page, and I just want it to take up like a portion of it. So let's go ahead and set that larger, this larger container. No, not the large container. We want to make a box around all of this and set that to have a specific width, which we would have had to do. We would have had to create this box anyway, because the container is meant to apply to the left side and the right side. So we'll say SX equals width is going to be, let's say 50 view width. Maybe that's too big. It's a little bit too big. Let's say 40 view width for now. 45. Nice sweet spot in the middle. Cool. Awesome. And then, yeah, we can drop our other piece in on the side here and then adjust as we need to. All right, cool. So now that we have place your order here, order total, and that we need to drop, sort of stack that as well. So we're going to say, we're going to wrap these two in a box. And boxes are just divs. Drop that under here, and we'll say SX equals display. Actually, yeah, it'll do it for us, so we don't even need to do the SX. And then I'm gonna give this a variant of, let's say, H3, and the SX prop of color is going to be colors.red, and the size is pretty good, so we'll save that there. And then this one here, privacy notice and conditions of use need to be on their own line, so let's add spans in for that. It's privacy notice and conditions of use, or not span, sorry, we have we have product link text for that. Product link text, and we'll do that again here. We'll say product link text. We'll drop that in over here. Cool. So those are there. We add in that space where width, let's say 5 rem. Ooh, way too small. Let's say 20 rem. A little bit too big. Let's say 15 rem. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Could probably be a little smaller. Pretty good. All right, cool. And then we're gonna pass in. It seems like there's like padding around the whole thing. So for the box in general, it actually looks like it's almost all there. Let's just add in a margin to the right of the button as well. Say margin right equals 1 rem, and we'll save that there. Yeah, it looks pretty good. And then we're getting this little error here because we need to escape the mark single quote here. So we're just going to drop that in there, and that's going to be our single quote, but it's going to, the code will know that it's not actually, we're not like trying to insert code in that point, if that makes sense. All right, so now that we have our lower box here, let's work on our upper box here, which I said we're going to make into a separate component, and we're going to call it checkout item. And so this is just going to have our item itself, the price, the delivery options, etc., etc., etc. So let's hop into that. But yeah, if you guys do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. More than happy to answer any questions that you might have now or as we go through the tutorial. Cool. So let's hop over and do that. So let's start by creating another component. We'll say a new file, and we'll call it checkout item.tsx. Create that there. Awesome. How we want these to be displayed? Well, let me drop one in, and then we can work on the logic. So let me drop one checkout item in to this checkout section. Yeah, and it's going to be above this. So let's say checkout item. Let's save that there. And it's right there. All right, cool. So yeah, the way I want, oh, and you know, I've totally missed the fact that there's actually some margin on this lower box. So let me go ahead and add that in. Custom box, let's say margin left is 3 rem or 3.5 rem. Yeah, cool. It's just kind of meant to be in line with that. Awesome. So checkout item, same thing. Gonna have that margin there. And we could drop another box around it. Kind of up to you which way you want to go with it. But as I said, we need to use the custom box for the outside actually. And then the image, title, price, etc., etc. So let's start by grabbing that custom box. Custom box. Didn't import it. Go ahead and there we go. Import that there. Awesome. Checkout item, and then image. And so within the custom box, we're gonna have, it's gonna be a flex box. Yeah, and it's not already a flex box, which is good. So we're gonna make it a flex box. Say display flex, so that the items could fall in order. And then, yeah, we'll have our image, title, delivery options. So let's grab our image first. So we'll say image. And then I think at this point, actually, we need to start grabbing our data. So let's do that, because rather than mocking up stuff, we should use real data. All right, so the beautiful thing is I've already pretty much set up most of this. We just have to use our actual cart to grab the information that we have here, that we need here. So in terms of doing that, let's go ahead and grab that here. So we want to, let me think about the hierarchy here. So we want to grab this at a high enough level that when we pass it, we need it in a few places. So we need it up here for the length of the cart. We need it in each item, and so we'll need to map through the item. So I think it makes sense to grab it on our checkout page here. That, to me, makes the most sense. So we'll say const cart equals use app selector, and we'll say, what is it, get cart? Yeah, I think it's get cart. and we'll use that there. And so now we can go down and pass in our data. So for our checkout header, we're going to say we're going to say items equals cart.length. We're going to go into our checkout header and add in that field now. Take in items, which is going to be a number, and it's going to be checkout bracket items, and then items. So one item, but it should be item spelled properly, but I am. And then I'm just going to wrap this in product link text so that we get that nice teal color. Grab that around here, save that there. And oh, it's a little bit too small. All right, rather than using product link text because it's going to throw off all our styles, we'll just do a simple span and give it some color. So we'll say span. Say style equals color. Oops. Color.teal. Colors.teal. And yeah, that should be it. Oh, color. Makes more sense. Cool. One items. Next piece that we want to pass it to is to our checkout item itself. So let's go down here to checkout and pass it to our checkout item. Where do we put that guy? Here it is. All right, so we want to say cart.map, and for each item, we want to go ahead and return a checkout item. I'm going to pass in the item as the item, and we're going to say the key prop, because I just saw that error, is going to be item.id. We're going to save that. Cool. And it says item implicitly has any type. We'll say it's of the product type. See if that's going to give us an error again today. And then we need to grab that in our checkout item. So we'll say it needs an item, item of product type. And awesome. It's working well. Cool. Next thing we're going to do here. Oh, question here. Will you be writing tests? Do you typically write tests at the end or while coding? That's a great question. I think it depends again on what your goal is. Will I be writing tests on this? If folks want to see me write tests, totally happy to write tests. Hadn't planned on writing tests, but definitely can write tests. Didn't want to make it too long. But I think, yeah, writing tests is generally good practice to know how to write tests, when it's necessary, especially when you have a very if this was a real application where we wanted to make sure that the product was actually being sent to users correctly and things like that, definitely want to make sure that you're writing tests there. So definitely would recommend writing tests if that is your goal. Like if you're, again, end user, you want to make sure that it's being used correctly. And in terms of when you write tests, I think honestly the best practice way of writing tests is writing the tests first, especially if you know you're going to need them. Write the test first, and then you write the code that fits the test. So that would be the best practice way of doing that. In terms of how we already built the application, for this case, if I write the test, I would definitely do it probably at the end, just to make sure that we've sort of worked out all the kinks and then added in the tests. So yeah, stay tuned. And if we have some time at the end, definitely we'll do that. You see, another question here. I see you do the Pomodoro technique on your challenge. How well do you rate it? I think it works well depending on what you're working on. I think, if you're staring at a screen all day, I think it's good to take a break every once in a while to rest your eyes and, look at something that's not like a few inches from your face. I think that's very important. In terms of focus, if you're a person that has trouble getting into focus, it might not be the best for you, just because sometimes you feel like once you do get into that focus, it cuts your focus. I prefer to do longer sessions of Pomodoro timing, like maybe 45 minutes, and then take a 10-15 minute break or whatever the timing should be on that one. Just because I find that once I do get started with something, I can usually focus for at least 45 minutes, maybe in the first chunk, and then maybe I do smaller chunks later. So yeah, that is sort of my opinion on the whole thing there. but good question. All right, so yeah, now we have our checkout items there, and let's start to pass in that data. Data here. So we need the image, which we were starting to build out before. Let's build out our image, import that from next image, and the source is going to be item.image. I'm going to save that there. And then the alt is going to be item.title. Save that. Oh yeah, it's going to give me errors. And then, oops, I need a closing piece there. And then, source. Oh, missed that there. And then I need a width, which let's say it's going to be, I don't know, like let's say 45, and let's say a height of like 100. It's not going to be super huge. Save that there. And then let's keep going here. All right, that definitely needs to be wider. Let's say 50, much wider than 50. Let's say 70. That looks pretty good. And then next to that, now we're going to do the title here. So let's say typography. And we're going to pass in image dot, oops, or item dot title. Title, save that there. And then we're going to do the second typography here. I'm going to say item dot price. I'm going to save that there. Cool, looking good. I'm going to wrap these two in a box as well. Awesome. And then finally on the right side, we don't actually need our data for that, but we can build it out now. We want to choose our prime delivery option. So we'll say, create one more box. And we'll say, first typography element is going to be choose your, I can just copy and paste this. It's also good to not make any errors when you're doing copy, just to copy and paste it from like the Figma or whatever. That way, whatever the designer wanted is what's going to be in it. So you don't screw up on that part. And then now we're going to need to do these radio buttons. Now I'm sure Material UI has a piece you can use for radio buttons, or not a piece, a component. So let's use this here. So let's create a radio group. I'm going to grab this piece in the middle here. We're going to use that because we're not actually selling products and we're not actually submitting this. But if you did want to do that, grab the whole thing. And I don't want a form label. I just want the group in the middle. But yeah, if you were using this legit, grab the whole thing. So let's do radio group. There we go. Add all missing imports. Save that there. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, now what I want to say here is tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, and Friday. So it's always just going to come. That's the last option, Friday. So we're going to change this to be tomorrow morning. Label tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon. And last option, Friday. So whether it's not today's Friday or tomorrow's Friday, or the last option is always going to be Friday. And again, this is like the hard-coded way of doing this. There's a more dynamic way of doing it, obviously. Cool. And then what we want to do here is we want to make it a little bit smaller. So maybe I'll set it to, is it body 1 or... let's see. I think I need to do it like this. Is it much smaller? It's a little bit small. Let's try 0.5 for him. Yeah. Oh, I don't even think it's taken, to be honest. All right, so we'll leave that as it is. The next piece I want to do underneath that now is adding in the delivery. So it's going to be $2.99 delivery, free 1-day delivery, free Amazon day delivery. So I'm just going to add in another typography element here below each of them. And again, this is totally something we can make into its own component. Let's see, $2.99 delivery, $2.99 delivery. I'm gonna say free 1-day delivery. And last one here, whoops, last one here, we're gonna say free Amazon day delivery, because you get to pick whatever your Amazon day is. And that could be another cool thing to do, to build that out. All right, so I think after doing all of this, I think I am gonna make it into just like its own component so I can make it a little bit more dynamic and reusable. So I'm just gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it delivery options.tsx and rfc. Save that. I'm gonna drop in this whole box right here. Save that. Import all missing imports. There we go. And then I'm gonna say I'm gonna create const. So let's say const is gonna be, let's say, options, and this is going to be an array of objects. And so this is like a really easy way if you have like data that is fixed but you want to display it in a bit more of a dynamic way. This is one way to do it. So options is going to have a like a whatchamacallit, a name of the option. So let's say tomorrow morning, and then it's going to have a price, and that is going to be $2.99 delivery. We're going to save that, and we're just going to copy and paste that. And so the next one's going to be afternoon, free 1-day delivery, and then Friday, and that's going to be free Amazon day delivery. And the reason I'm doing this now is because what I'm going to do down here is I'm going to say options.map for each option. I just want to go ahead and return one of these. I don't want to keep doing, I don't want to write it out 3 times or return it 3 times. I need a fragment to wrap. I mean, I could wrap it in a box, but I'm going to wrap it in a fragment. Or I could wrap it in the radio group. But no, I just want it to be, it's going to be recurring, so that wouldn't work. All right, so yeah, and then for the value, we're going to pass in the option.name. Same thing for the label. I know it's not going to be lowercase, but that's all right. .name. And then we're going to pass in option.price. We're going to get rid of all of these. And, we're going to import it. Delivery options. And that is it. Still working. So let's go ahead and style this up. Let me hop in the comments, see what folks are saying. I use Pomodoro T when I'm solving errors or criticisms because I need a hard stop so I don't get frustrated. That's fair enough. Yeah, that's a good use of Pomodoro. Because yeah, if you're working on something for too long and it's frustrating you, it's making your life difficult, then yeah, you don't necessarily want to keep using it there. Hello, I am from India and I'm pursuing BCA, a BCA course. What is BCA? Tell me about it. All right, so next thing we're gonna do, let's style out the title. So we're gonna say the style of the title is gonna be wrong component, literally wrong component. Let me close this one so I don't work on that. Delivery option. So we're gonna say the color, I wonder if it's going to even let me do this. SX color, let's try colors dot green. It's green. Did it import? No. Import color from at style at styles oop, slash colors. Cool. Did you mean, oh yeah, sorry, colors. Should have made it a default export. That would have made sense. So we have colors.green. Awesome, that's working. And then I want to just modify this bottom piece here. So I want to set this, I want to give it, again, a margin left of, let's say, 1 rem for starters. Let's see what that looks like. Let's say 2 rem. Okay, and that looks pretty good. Last thing I'm going to do here is lower the line height. Line height is, let's say 0.25. Okay. Line height 1. It might not let me do line height on this one. Might have to do it on this. Let's say line height 0.25. Oh, you know, I probably also need to make it a number. And then I want to just have some margin at the bottom so that each of them have some space below. So we're going to say margin bottom, and we'll say 0.25 rem, and we'll save that. Cool, and that's looking pretty good. A little bit bigger than I wanted, but other than that, we're fine. I'm gonna fix up choose your prime delivery option as well. So we're gonna say sx equals font weight. It's gonna be 700. Save that. So now that's bolded. And then let's fix up this entire box so that it flows a little bit better. So we have our checkout item, we have our place your order, and we have, let's see, our checkout section here. So I want, well, actually what I want is a checkout item. What I want is for this to be a bit more spaced out. So let's try doing a justify content space between. We'll save that. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think this is a little bit more left aligned. So maybe we don't want space between. Maybe we just want to add some margin to each of them. So like I'll add some margin to the right of the image and to the right of the first set of text. So let's try that instead. So say margin right. Let's say 2 rem. Save that. Pretty good. And then margin right on the other one, which is this box here. Right. Let's say 1 rem. Oh no, let's say 2 rem as well. It probably is a bit more even than that. Cool. That looks a little bit better. Awesome. Let's go ahead and fix up this little piece in the middle here. So I just want to make them bolded. So we'll say sx equals font weight 700. And then for the next one here, we're going to say sx equals font weight 700. But also the color is going to change to colors dot red. And I think we need to import colors here. So we'll say import colors from @/styles/ colors, and it's not a default, so I need to wrap that there. Cool. Awesome. Pretty good. Let me add in the $sign for the price there. Pretty good. What else? Oh, you know what? We need some space around these boxes. So let me add some general margin to the box itself. Let's actually do, instead of saying just margin, let's say margin top, right, bottom, left. Let's see how that looks. Let's save that. That looks a little bit better. I think the bottom might be a little bit too much. Let's try 1 rem. That looks better. All right, cool. And the top also actually might be a little bit too much. Let's try 1.5. Or 1, wow. Okay, that looks pretty good. Awesome, so I'm pretty content with that. The next piece we're gonna work on is this side piece. So let's hop in here. So let's go ahead and build this out on the side. So this is our like order, like when we click like place the order. So what we need to do, oh, you know what, I'm also forgetting something. This order total, this subtotal or total. So remember we created that subtotal piece before? We need to create the total piece as well. And it's actually this, we're gonna have to change this number because it's not just gonna be that, it's gonna be that plus tax or shipping and handling or whatever we're paying for. So let's go ahead and build this on the right side there. What am I gonna call this? Let's call this order summary. Let's call it order summary. All right, so new component, new file, we'll call it order summary.tsx. We're gonna save that there. And it starts out, we start off with this box. I think actually this is meant to be a bit longer. I think there was a bit of an error here in the implementation on my part. So I think this box should cover everything. So that's how we're gonna build it. So we're gonna say custom box, and then we need a custom button. A lot of customization in this one here. We're gonna say place your order, and again, this is a button that I would actually duplicate if I'm gonna sort of send it to a location, like place your order, and then it goes to the orders page. So stay tuned for that if we end up doing that. And we're gonna say, but for now we're gonna just pass in a console log on click. Or clicked. So place your order there, and then we need to add in some of this text and stuff here. So let's add in this typography, grab that there. And it's a lot of like boilerplate text, just like telling you, oh, you know, do this, do that. There's an HR there, and we have an order summary. So let's say custom HR. And then we have another typography element, which is going to say order summary. I think this is going to probably be like an H2, maybe an H3, not quite sure yet. And then this is actually, we could actually grab our subtotal for this, but then we need to sort of fill out this whole bottom piece. So let me actually drop this onto the page so we can see how it's looking, because it could look awful. Probably does look awful. We haven't put any styling on it. So let's see what it's looking like there. So this is order summary. We're going to add it to our checkout page. So we're going to add it outside of this box. And save that there. And then that will remind me that we need to make this into a flex box. Yes. So we're going to make the container into a flex box. So we'll say sex equals display flex. But yeah, you can see this page is also already becoming a bit long. Like we're almost at 100 lines already, and that's with putting in so many custom components. So it's important to add in custom components just so that you can actually, you know, figure out, make it a little bit easier to figure out what you've done in the past, like when you come back to it. And yeah, that'll just make your life a little bit easier. All right, cool. So let's hop into order summary. So order summary. Looking good there. I'm gonna go ahead and just do one thing right here. And yeah, okay, so order summary now. Let's go ahead. Oh, sorry, one more thing. We need to set the width of this because it's way too wide right now. Let's go ahead and make this, let's say, width, let's say like 15 view width. We'll save that there. Yeah, that's pretty decent. And then I want to add in like a margin left of like 1 rem. See how that looks? Maybe 2 rem. Cool. That should be good. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. So we have that. let's center this text and add in our privacy notice and conditions of use. So we're just going to use the product link text for that. Product link text. I'm going to do product link text. Save that there. Looks pretty good. And then we are going to set this to, let's see if it'll text align center for us. Awesome. Perfect. All right, next line here. So we have our HR. Perfect. Order summary. Good. I want to add some padding to that, or margin to the order summary. So we'll say margin and 0. One rem. Pretty good. And now we want to create these pieces. So again, how do we want to do this? Because basically we have 1, 2, 3, 4. This number also needs to be fixed. 4, actually 5, where we have the title on one side and the price or the value on the other side. So I think we could make a custom or like a reusable component for this. So let's go ahead and let's do that. Yeah. So I'm going to just copy and paste all of this so I have it on the other side so we don't have to keep going back and forth. But what we're going to do is we are going to say const summary values equals, first one is going to be title, and then I'm going to say subtotal, and I'm going to say 1 items for now, but we're going to change that, which is why I'm using the backticks. Title, and then value is going to be, this is also going to be a variable, so we're going to say, I'll just put $signs for now so we know that we have to change it, or we remember we have to change it. All right, and then we'll copy and paste this 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So subtotal, next one is shipping and handling. We have total before tax. We have estimated tax to be collected. And we also have order total. Or you know what? Order total might be its own thing. Maybe we could use this as a base. Let's see. Order total. Cool. So I'm going to take out all of this here. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to say summary values dot map for each value. We want to go ahead and we want to return, what do we want to return? We want to return some sort of like box with display of flex. And then within that box, we want to return 2 typography elements. One that's going to display the title. The other one that is going to display the value. Oops, did not actually make that second one. Value, save that. And then, oh yeah, we need the key prop. Key equals, let's do value dot title. Box, oh, we need to import box. And then, what else do we have? Oh, you know what? Oh, it says title is not defined because it should be value.title, not just title. So value.title, value.value. Good. And then we need to set this to be justify content space between. I'll say space between, and we'll save that there. And cool, pretty much set up in that sense. So good to go. What we need to do now is just pass the information. I think there's also an HR between shipping and handling and total before tax. Not strictly necessary, might just skip that one. Let's take out this last one so we can actually and I say value.title equals which one is it? The second one? Summary values one. Then we want a custom HR. Oh, .1.title, thank you, TypeScript. Then we wanted a custom HR. Value.title, summary values, and so it should work. Not seeing what I want to see. That's all right. Let me try it one more. Custom HR. Let's try and. Let's do the and. Yes, need to do the and. So that worked there. Awesome. Yeah, so last thing we want to do is create this order total one at the bottom here. And I'm actually going to make this into a shared component so we can use it in our other side of our checkout. .tsx. Save that there. And we're just going to grab this. We're going to make some modifications to it. Save that. And we don't need the key anymore. This is going to be order total, and this is going to be the total price. Or are we going to pass it? Well, I'm going to take in total price for now, and then if we decide to calculate it in the component, we can do that. So I say total price, and it's going to be a number. Let's say total price here. Price. Oh, if you missed the beginning, a custom HR is actually this custom component we made a couple of sessions ago. So it's just literally the divider from Material UI, and then using adding some styling and some margin and things like that, just to make it a little bit easier for us to work with, rather than doing that every single time, just to clean up the code a little bit. Yeah, same thing with custom button and custom box. We just created things that we were going to use a couple of different times, and then just created them into custom components. So yeah, for order total, we're going to make it red, probably make it an H2 or H3 or something like that. So we'll say, let's grab this, we'll say variant equals H3, and oh, did not import typography. That would be useful to do. And then we need to color it red. So we'll say SX equals color red. Not red. We have colors for that. Colors dot red. Cool. And then we should actually import it on our checkout page. Or is it check order summary? So we'll say order total. We'll say that. And that looks pretty good. That's like pretty much what I want it to look like. We're going to drop an HR in the right underneath here. Custom HR. Just for styling. And it's giving us an error here because we need to pass it the price. So the thing, oh yeah, no problem. The thing we're gonna do here is we want to grab the price, like the subtotal of all items. We want to grab any shipping and handling, which we're not going to have because we're going to do prime and there's not going to be any shipping and handling. But then we want to grab the tax, the total before tax, and the tax percentage. We'll just pick a random percentage. And then we want to add that to this to get the answer. So I'm trying to think of the easiest. The easiest way to do that, all of this calculation, will be to do it in the larger checkout component, so we can just pass order total to both of them. That's going to be the easiest way to do it. So what do we need to grab? We need to grab total subtotal of all items. We need to multiply it by the tax. So let's do that. So in the larger checkout component, let's grab the cart, and we're going to say const, what is it? Subtotal, total, equals cart dot, or we actually have already done this. Did we not do this already? Subtotal, total. Price is the total. Yeah, we've already done this. So we're just gonna borrow that in our checkout page here. So we're gonna change this to a subtotal though. So we're going to use this for our subtotal, and then we're going to get our tax. So we're going to say const total tax equals subtotal, and I don't know, let's say, actually we don't need to do total tax in here. We can do total tax in the actual piece, but since we're doing it, we'll do subtotal times 1.07. We'll say 7% tax, and then we'll say const order total, and that's going to be total tax is going to be times 0.07, and then total tax is going to be subtotal plus total tax. Cool. And so now we should be able to pass these values down into the components that need it. So order summary is going to take subtotal, which is going to be subtotal, tax, which is going to be total tax, and total, which is going to be order total. And so it's subtotal, tax, and total, and we just need to add that in here. Subtotal, tax, total, and then we're going to say subtotal is going to be number. They're all going to be numbers. We're going to say tax is going to be a number, and order total, and then total is going to be a number as well. Awesome. Save that there, and now we need to pass those to order total. So this is kind of the annoying bit about it, isn't it? We're sort of prop drilling quite a bit. But what we will do, we'll say subtotal tax, subtotal tax and total, subtotal tax and total. Yeah, we could also put these in our global state. Totally valid to do. Just showing another way to pass the props if you need to just pass like individual props there. And then we're gonna borrow this inside piece here. Oh no, I forgot oh no, yeah, we can use that. Oh, sorry, I'm here screwing everything up. We just need the total price. Cool. So that's just one piece that needs to go there. We can then use the total before tax to be the value there could be the tax. Or no, sorry. Total before tax is the subtotal. Estimated tax to be collected is the tax. This is also the tax. No, sorry, the subtotal. All right, cool. because there's no shipping and handling. If there was shipping and handling, that would be the total, like the subtotal plus the shipping and handling, etc. So there's that. Value.value. Oh, it's upset because it's not a string. Subtotal. Oh, because it could be undefined. It exists. Oh, I can't. That's annoying. It exists. Fixes it. Cool. Just had too many brackets. Awesome. And then going back to this page here, order total right here is actually going to be order total. Cool. Oh, and a really important thing we need to do, we need to set it to, it's not math.floor, it is math.round, I believe. Order total. Let's look it up. Let's say round to 2 decimal places. That does sound a little bit complex. Let's say round to 2 decimal places. To fixed. I think that was the easier way I ended up going with it. So let's say try to fixed. Order.total to fixed, and then pass in 2. I think that gives us what we're looking for. Yeah, to fixed. So that's what we wanted to. Order total to fixed. Cool. Awesome. And we also forgot to put the $sign. That's fine. We being me. We'll drop in the $sign there, and that should be good. All right. Total string is not assignable to type number. Oh, did I tell it was a string? Oh, because I changed it now to a string. Got you. Because to fixed is a string. That's fine. It doesn't need to be. We're not using it for calculations at this point. It could be a string, and that's not a problem. It's just for display purposes. Cool. So that looks good. I want to do the same thing here because that's a really long number. Let's go back up. Oh, so I'm gonna actually also have to change that. Let me close some of these that we're not using. Let's say string as well. And I'm gonna take the total tax and I'm say to fixed. Save that. Cool. There we go. Add some $signs in there so things are looking a little bit better. Yep. Copy and paste that. Oh no. Sorry. Forgot the actual $sign. There we go. Copy and paste that. There. Save that. We're going to make this $0.00. And then I'm going to copy and paste this and just change it back to tax. Tax. Save that. And cool. That's looking pretty good. Pretty content with that. Question in the comments here that's very relevant to what we're doing now. How do you typically decide whether to pass a value through globals or through props? Great question. I typically decide to pass a value globally once I end up needing to pass it to like more than one component, and it doesn't make sense to prop drill it. Like, it's just too much prop drilling. If there was like more that these needed, more places these numbers need to go, I'd put them globally. But because it's literally just from here right down on the same page, I'm just going to prop drill it. But if it needed to go any further than that, I'll put it into the Redux state because it doesn't make sense prop drilling into different places like that. But good question. So the next thing we're going to do here, let's take a look at this page. Oh, we just need this like gray box at the bottom here. How are shipping costs calculated? And we'll add that in there. So let's drop that down in the bottom of our box here. So that's going to be on our checkout page. And we're going to create just a regular old box. Drop those, and we're going to use it to typography element. Drop one of those in there. Cut the second one out. Drop the second one in another typography element here. Cool, save that. And we're going to say the background color is going to be colors dot, is it a dark gray? I think it's a light gray. Do we just have a regular gray? No, we only have light gray, so that's what we're going to work with. It's going to be light gray, and then I'm going to add some padding to the inside, and I'm going to say 1 rem all around. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, because I didn't make it into a flex box. So that is because there needs to be a box around here for these two. Or could I just drop it in order summary? Yeah, I could just drop it in order summary. That makes more sense. It's actually not going to work unless I drop it in order summary. So let's do that. Let's drop it in here. Oh, and I need to import colors. There were no colors in the other one. Crazy. Or in this one. Import colors. From /styles /colors. Cool. Save that. Awesome. And yeah, that looks pretty good. Oh, you know what it was? It was the margin. But you know what? I'm okay with it being a little bit, having some margin on the side there. I'm going to actually change this typography element to the product link text because it is that teal color. And I'm going to just add some margin on the top here of 1 rem. And then, yeah, that looks pretty decent. Last thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to make this box, I'm going to set a fixed height for this box. So it's fixed width, we're going to set a fixed height of like 30 view height. That might be too big. Oh no, it's too small. Let's do 40 view height, 42 view height, 43 view height. 3.5. We're gonna go for the weird little border. Let's commit to it. All right, cool. So that looks pretty decent. I'm pretty content with that. I'm gonna add one little last margin on top here, and I think we're done with the styles on here. So that margin is gonna go on this container. We'll say margin top 0.5 rem. Cool, and that's just to push it off of that. So yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty content with that. We can click and choose our prime delivery option. And yeah, looking pretty good on that. Let's see if there are any, guys have any questions about anything we've done so far? Anything we've done today? Any questions? No? All right, cool. So the last thing that we do need to do is to go ahead and build out our dashboard page. And then, you know, if we want to build out an orders page, that is also something, the orders page does not exist, that we can do as well. And then if we want to add in testing or something like that, that is also something we can do. Oh, one interesting thing I've just noticed is that these don't actually line up. So maybe we want to actually redo how we do this. So let's spend 2 minutes doing that really quickly before we move on. All right, so this is the checkout item. So rather than having a margin right in this box, gonna take that out. We are going to we're gonna give it a fixed width. That's what we're gonna do. Width. Oh, way too small. 20 room. Cool. That's good. So now it's even. Awesome. Let's commit our changes as well, because we've done a lot of changes here. Let's say build checkout page, and we'll commit all of that. We'll sync those changes. All right, awesome. That looks pretty good. Let's clean up a little bit of this stuff here. Close a few of these tabs. Clean up some of this extra code we never did implement. Whoops. It's always good to keep a clean code base, especially when you're coding quickly, because sometimes you get let stuff build up. Oops. And you don't necessarily need to work with it again. Then you have these imports. Another great thing you could do is just import or use a like a linter of sorts. That would check to see if you have unused imports. It's a little bit annoying sometimes when you're like, oh, I'm just trying to get this thing done quickly, but it is good in the end because it makes your code look a lot cleaner. So we'll just pass that and say clean up and commit and sync change. All right, so we finished building out our checkout page here. The next thing that we're going to want to do is we're actually going to want to go back to the beginning and build out our dashboard, because as you can see, the dashboard has not been built out yet, but it is one of the most essential parts of our project here. So let's go ahead and build that out. So if we take a look in our example here, we can see that there's a few different elements we need to think about. So there's this like background sort of like hero-esque kind of component here. There are a bunch of different sort of like categories, like grouped categories of different products that they offer. So we have clothing, electronic, jewels, women's clothing, etc., like that. Cool. And then there are also these sort of more specific individual items that we have here. All right, so let's go ahead and let's build out this portion here. So as you know, all of the different sort of assets that you might need are already linked in the public folder here. If you do use this particular repository, the Amazon repository, it's available on my GitHub if you want to check it out. But I think the one that we're going to need is the one called dashboard1. Yeah, so this is the file we're going to be working with for that header piece. But before we even get that far, let's go ahead and actually initialize what we need for this page. All right, so first things first, on the dash, let's see, it's gonna be on our home page here. So what I'm gonna do is actually create another component, and I'm gonna call it dashboard. I'll save that. There we go. And we'll build out that dashboard there. All right, then we should actually hook it up to the page so that it knows what we're looking for. Nope, not that one. Just gonna say import dashboard from component/dashboard. Perfect. And give it a second and that should show up. Awesome, so we have our dashboard showing up here. We can get rid of this line that says home right there. So looking at our dashboard, as I said, we have this container here, like we've had on a lot of our pages. So I think what I'm going to do first is actually start by getting that container actually set up and ready to go. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to change this into a container instead of having it as a box. So container from Material UI. Oops. And save that there. And we don't need it to, it should be the default export. Perfect. All right, good to go. Looking pretty good there. All right, let's exit out of this page for the time being and hop into the dashboard page. So now on the dashboard page, what we want to do is we want to break out these different components here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start by making a flex box, and then I'm actually going to align it by columns so that this image has a place, and then these four boxes have a place, and then everything will fall in line like that. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll say box. And we'll say display flex, and we'll save that. Awesome. And then first things first, let's import that image. So we'll say image from next image, and the source is going to be slash dashboard. Oops. Dashboard -1.png. And the alt is going to be, let's say, I think it was gaming controller add. And then the size, I can actually just query for the size. Let's say, doing a little inspect here. The width is 1150 and the height is 450. So you can just use those. So I'll say width equals 1150, height equals 450. And there we go. Oh, you know what? It's gonna tell me that, I think it's because of this import here, box, that it needs to be a client-side component. So let's see if changing this up will work here. Save that. Okay. Oops. Okay, awesome. But the image source is wrong. Dashboard 1 dash JPG. That's what the issue is. JPG. Cool. Awesome. Looking pretty good. Yeah, and if you do have any questions or comments or thoughts about this, please feel free to drop them in the chat below. I see one comment already. Will I be your mentor? If you do want to sign up for mentorship, go ahead and hit that first link in the description. It's going to take you to our website called Davidson Programming Academy, where you can sign up for a free call with a mentor. You can try out our memberships. You can go ahead and learn how to become a front-end engineer if that's something that you're interested in, or just sign up for mentorship lessons if you are not really looking for the whole package of learning how to code. So yeah, a bunch of options available on the website. That's davidsonprogrammingacademy.com. First link in the description there. All right, so now that we have our top box here, what we want to do now is introduce these 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes down below. And the really interesting thing about these is that, you know, we don't necessarily have an API that's going to return top deal available now, editor's picking for you. So we might have to do some like sort of just shoving the data in there kind of thing, but we can think about it a little bit as we do our implementation. So first things first, let's go ahead and build these white cards, because if you notice, they're pretty much all the same white card with a Shop Now button at the bottom. So I'm going to go and actually build a couple of custom cards. So I'm going to say new file. I'm going to call it small card.tsx. I'm going to save that there. Awesome. And this is going to be wrapped in a box. And then what small card is going to need to have is this like heading here, the image, and this like Shop Now text at the bottom here. So we'll take in those params. So let's say image, header, heading. And I think the link is the same and all, so we'll just leave that as is. And then we'll say image, which is going to be of a string, and heading, which is also going to be of a string. Cool. And then I'm just going to use the typography element here. I'm going to say h or variant equals h2, and we're going to drop the heading within the variant here. Cool. And then the second thing we need is that image. So we're going to say image, and we're going to use next image again. And the source is going to be image, and the alt is going to be product. Or it's actually, let's do something a bit more dynamic. Let's say whatever the heading name is, heading, and then we'll put a dash product. Or maybe without the dash, because there won't be a dash in the heading. So whatever, it's like top deal product, so that they know that it's the sort of that whatever product is relevant to that. And then we'll just drop in that shop now button at the bottom there. And we can use our product link text for that. Save that there. It's going to say shop now. Capital N. And we'll just go ahead and import that. All right, awesome. Looking pretty good. Next thing we're going to want to do is import this into the dashboard page. So now is the time so we can sort of make a decision about how we're going to use and grab our data from this. So the way that we're going to grab our data, I think what we're going to do is we are going to probably hard code the data, as this is like a sort of portfolio kind of piece. But what you could do is actually create some sort of API route for like, you can do some sort of find for like which product has the highest number of reviews and grab that instead, and maybe say like call that the top deal, or you know, depending on how much data you have, you can work with it in a unique way. So what I am going to do though is just what I said. So we're going to create basically an array. I'm going to say const, what should we say? Hero data. We'll treat this like the hero. And then it's going to be an array of objects where we have the header. Did we say heading? Heading, which is going to be, first one's going to be top deals. And then we're going to have the image, which is going to be whatever that string is. And so then what we're going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste that. And at the next, sort of in this next piece here, I'm going to make this a flex direction of column. But yeah, in this bottom piece here now, what I'm going to do is take the hero data and I'm going to map over it. So for each what do you even call these? Each product, let's say, we're gonna say this, and we're gonna return a small card. And then with our small card now, we're gonna say heading is gonna be equal to product dot heading, and then image is going to be equal to product dot image. There we go. Cool. Oh, and it's missing the key prop, which we can say key is product dot image, or product dot heading, because that should be unique. All right, cool. So we're set there. And it's giving me an error because because these are default, not default imports, I should say. So we'll do that, and then copy and paste that, change these two to be typography. Cool, and we'll save that. Awesome. Looking pretty good there. And we have our 4 top deals. Good. There are no images because we haven't set that up yet, but it's looking good so far. Next thing I'm going to want to do actually is set this to be a flex box as well, this like outer box that contains these, so that they'll flow across nicely from left to right. So let me create a box surrounding that, and put that there. We'll say display flex. All right. Appreciate all you watching in the comments section there. Yeah, if you do have any questions about the build, please feel free to drop them down below. Appreciate all the likes and the subscriptions as well. All right, so cool. We have our 4 boxes here. Good to go. Let's now go ahead and actually grab the data. So let's see how one of the easiest ways I think we could do this is actually just by utilizing one of our existing components. So we have our, what do we have here? Our search products. What I'm thinking, yeah, on our search page here. So I'm just going to do a console.log of our filtered products here. Or actually, yeah, our filtered products. on this page here. And I can actually remove these two imports because we don't use them. But yeah, I'm going to do a console.log of our filtered products, and then I can go ahead and grab some details from each of those. So if I go into here, and I'll do a little search for the letter S. Oh, I forgot that we do this infinite loop. So let's go ahead and stop that. Go back to the console and just grab one of these here. And what I want to do is just grab some of this data. So I think what I'm going to do in order to match the design, we're going to grab the Fjallraven, which I believe is the last option here. Yeah, this is Fjallraven backpack here. So I'm just going to grab the image link here for what we're working on. There we go. All right, so hopping back over to the dashboard here for the first one and the last one, we're going to use the Fjallraven backpack. So to sort of reinforce like, hey, this is our top deal and it's for you. So maybe you should really go ahead and buy this. So we'll use that one there. And then we want like some really cool images. So I think I'm going to go with this Western Digital Elements, whatever terabyte hard drive here. And then this leather jacket, because I think those look pretty cool. So, oh, 2 terabytes, sorry. So that is the 4th item here. Yep. And I'm going to grab this. And that one's going to be available now. Available now. And the image is going to be there. And then the last one's going to be that leather jacket. So it's going to be somewhere around here. The Lock and Love, is it that one? No, Lock and Love, this one here. You're gonna grab that. And it's gonna be the editor's pick. Editor's pick. And we'll drop the image link in there. Awesome, cool. So that's all set up. We have our hero data established, and we can go back to our home page here, our dashboard. Maybe do a little refresh. And, oh, we're missing like information for the image. That's fine. Let's go ahead and fill that out. So for the width, I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to go ahead and expect this. And I'm going to say, okay, width is 225, height is 300. So I'll go ahead and insert that. Width equals 225. Height is going to be 300. And we'll go ahead and save that there. And cool, we have it already set up. Now, as you'll notice, these images all have like a natural white background, which you probably remember from a couple of sections ago when we were working on the product cards. What we want to do is set up the white background for the entire piece here, as well as fix up a flex box and things of that nature. So I'm going to turn this also into a flex box. So we'll say display is flex, and we'll save that. So now everything is left to right, and then we're going to change it so the flex direction is column as well. Cool, we'll save that. Awesome, looking pretty good. Final thing I want to do here now is change the background color to be that white. So we're going to say, we're going to import from our colors. And again, the reason I like to use this colors file is so that if I do decide one day I want to go ahead and make a change, you know, set up a dark mode or whatever, I don't need to go change all the whites. You know, like every single place I've used white, I can just change the one instance of white, and then it will change all of the whites that we have on our within our project here. So great, now we have this white outline here. The other thing that we're going to do here, we're going to set it to be our justify content is going to be space between. Space between. We'll save that there. Or no, not justify content. Not for this box, sorry. It's going to be up here. This box here. We're going to say justify content is going to be space between. That's just going to give us some margin between the items naturally. All right, we'll hop back over here. And cool, looking pretty decent. I think I want to add some padding around these boxes here, just because, yeah, in our design, they do have a little bit of padding here. Not too much, maybe 1 rem. So let's go ahead and add that in our small card here. So we'll say padding equals 1 rem, and that's all the way around. All right, cool. And that's looking pretty decent. I think Couple little touches we might want to make. We might want to add some margin down below the header. Just add margin bottom of like, I don't know, 0.5 rem. Just a little bit of space there, and then maybe some space below the oops, or yeah, style below the image there. Margin bottom. Cool, and we'll save that there. Awesome. Looks pretty decent. I think one thing we might want to do actually is set, I'm wondering if we should set like a minimum width for these boxes or anything like that. I'll think about it. But for now, I think, yeah, let me see what happens if I set a width equals 250. My images should be stored, or are my images stored in a database? Yes, they are. The images are actually stored, if you check out the first video in the series, the images are stored on Supabase. So I was just borrowing the URL from that database call to use in our project here. Good question. Let's say width equals, let's say 5 rem. Oh, of course, I should use the right syntax here. And 5 rem is obviously too small. Let's do 20. Save that there. A little bit too big, maybe 15. Yeah, I like that a little bit better. It just feels a little bit wider. So I think we're gonna roll with that for the time being. Am I using Node as backend? No, we are not using Node specifically as backend. We are using a hook to hook into our database using Next.js, which is using TypeScript and JavaScript. So yeah, we have not written like an explicitly Node-based, like in the typical sense of how you'd think of it, like writing out like an Express server using Node. We're not doing that in this. It's actually just all in this use Supabase file that I'll show you guys in a little bit. So yeah, but you see, if you go back a little bit, you'll see that we set it up earlier. All right, cool. Next that we're gonna do here is, so we have our four boxes here. We're gonna actually create a, like these wider, whatever you wanna call them, like strips. We're gonna create those strips there. And sorry, one other thing we're gonna do, we wanna move these boxes up because there's sort of this like overlapping effect here that's going on. So what I'm actually gonna do is translate this box, this larger box that's containing all of these details, I'm gonna translate it up. So we're gonna say transform. We're gonna say translate y. I'm gonna say minus 8 rem. Cool. Let's try maybe 12. Is that 12? Okay. 15. Yeah, looks like it's about 15. That's pretty good. I'm pretty content with that. So let's hop into the strips now. So the next piece is, we built our small card. Let's go ahead and build wide cards. And these are just going to be generic cards so that we can use them again for other opportunities if we so desire. So we'll do that. Turn this into a box. Make it a named import so we don't get our client error, because there's no real reason. Well, these actually might need to be client components anyway, but there was no reason for the other ones to be client components, the small cards. And you'll see why I'm saying that in just a second. So actually, no, these probably don't need to be client components. So let's get past the data. So yeah, what we're gonna do here is actually even more simple. We're just gonna have the heading, and then we're gonna have the little, like the product information. But one thing I do, actually, you know what, one thing I do wanna do with both of these, or just with these in particular, I wanna make them clickable clickable products as well, so that when you click, you can go through to the products. And actually, we probably should have done that for this as well. Oh, we do have that. So maybe I just need to update that information as well. I can add in the ID and make that a link. But let's get started with it on these little ones here. So what we're going to do for that, so it's two things that need to happen. We basically need to return. So in our wildcard here, we need to do two things. So we need to style the box. So we'll say background color, ground color, there we go, is colors.white. Save that. Width is going to be the same as the image, which was 1150 pixels. And then height, let me go check it out. Height is going to be 200 pixels. I'll save that there. And colors did not import. Import, there we go. So that's what we need to do for that piece. But then what we want to do is take in like a list of products and map over that list of products and then return these image/link options here. So what that's going to look like is we're going to take in products is going to be product list. So we're going to grab that type from Supabase, save that. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to map over products.map. We're going to map over it for each product. And we are going to return an image wrapped in a link. So we're going to use link from next link, and we're going to then return an image. All right, and so what that's going to look like is, first we'll make a key here so it isn't mad at us. We'll use product.id. And then we're going to say our href now for the link is going to be similar to what we do in our search page. We're going to set our href to be /product, I believe it is, /product.id. Oops, .id, and save that. So like right now, when we go and we click on a product, it's like /product/2. So we want that same thing to happen in our when we click on our images here. So now for the image, we're going to say the source is going to be equal to product.image. The alt is going to be product.title, and the width is going to be, again, something we can just easily look at here. And again, recommend checking these sort of details out when you are trying to make a clone of another site. Width is going to be 125, height is going to be 150. So say width 125, height equals 150. And we'll save that, and does not support attributes. Oh, you know what? We didn't import it. That's why I was like, why is it upset? Import image from next image, and that should fix that issue. Cool. And it's telling me here that it's not sure that they exist, but because we control our data, we know that these exist, so you can just assert that they do exist. Again, if you don't know that your data exists, don't do that, but we know that our data exists, so we can do that. And also, this is not a production site. So next thing that we're going to want to do here, so we have this is our dashboard page. We have our larger box, our dashboard image with the gaming controller. We have the box with the small cards. Now we need a box for the large cards, but it's actually going to be like a box with boxes. So let me explain. This box is going to be we're gonna have 4 categories. So we're gonna have bestsellers in clothing, bestsellers in electronics, bestsellers in jewelry, bestsellers in women's clothing. So let's start by make an array for that data. And you know what? This is getting a little bit crowded. So what I'm going to actually do here, I'm just going to create a new file, and I'm just going to call it dashboard data.ts. And I'm going to move some of this stuff in here so that our files don't get super crowded. So I'm just moving over the hero data that we just wrote up earlier. You call it mock data, you call it whatever you want, but just so that that is out of the way a little bit. Cool. All right, so we have our hero data. Next thing we want to do is create sort of like the category headers, I guess we can call them. And we want to name them as following. Say bestsellers in clothing, electronics, jewelry, women's clothing. So say best sellers in clothing, and then I'm just going to copy and paste the following. Oops. Clothing, electronics, jewelry, and then women's clothing. And you can do any categories you want. These are the ones I've just chosen because I know they're available in our database. So we have our category headers here. So why did I go ahead and create these? Well, that's because what I want to do here is take our category headers. I want to map through those. And for each category, I want to go ahead and return I want to return one of these wildcards. So one of these boxes here. So we'll say return a wide card. Cool. And it's probably set because it doesn't have a key. So we're going to say the key is going to be the category there. There we go. Cool. And yes, it's telling me products is missing and products is missing. So how are we going to grab products? Well, in order to grab products, we need to actually set up our, use Supabase. We need to actually set up a few more calls to our API in order to grab calls directly, but more so filters of the data that we're getting back from our API so that we can actually get specifically what we're looking for, if that makes sense. So how we're going to do this is we are actually going to take the individual categories that we're working with, and we're going to do some sort of like filter something like that for what we're working on. So like let's take a simple category like jewelry, for instance. If we check it out in our Supabase section here, we can see that we do have an individual category called jewelry. So what we can do there is that we can just check for our individual products, our jewelry items there. So we can check for these four items there. So if I go back to my dashboard here, let me just comment this out because it's getting upset. I want you guys to see what we're doing. All right, so yeah, if you go back to our dashboard here, what we can do, there are a couple of ways we can handle this, but I think, first what I want to do is set up the get jewelry. So just like we did when we were grabbing our products or our filtered products, we're going to set up a const, and we're going to say jewelry, and we're going to say set jewelry. We're going to say use state, type of product, array of products, and then we are going to set that like there. Then now down here, I'm going to say get const get jewelry. Yeah, okay, cool. And it's going to be the same as our get single product. In fact, I'm just going to copy this, and didn't even spell const right. We can just change this to get jewelry. And again, all of this code is linked down below at the GitHub repository if you want to sort of follow along. So what we're doing here, right? We're getting the jewelry. We are waiting for Supabase. We're going to select from the table that we've called products. So that's all of our products. We want to select everything, but then we want to select it only if the category, so this is the part we're going to change here, if the category is equal to the word jewelry, or is like the word jewelry, or somehow contains the word jewelry, or something like that. So what I'm going to try here, because something we've used before is the I like, which was good for features. We can do either I like or equal, but we can say I like, so is like, in the category column is like the word jewelry. So if we had maybe a men's jewelry, women's jewelry, it might be able to query for that as well. So we're going to say get jewelry. We're going to pass out, we're going to return both jewelry and get jewelry here in our hook. And so then when we go back to our dashboard, we're going to turn this into a client component now, because it's going to give us an error unless we do. So we're going to say use client, save that there. And then at the top of our dashboard here, we're going to say const jewelry, jewelry. I feel like there's going to be a typo in here somewhere. And then we'll say get jewelry equals use Supabase. And we're going to use Supabase like that. And so we're going to grab those two from Supabase. Then in a use effect, we are going to call get jewelry here, just like that. Oh, and it's asking for ID because I didn't finish fixing this up. We don't actually need an ID here, because we're just going to get anything in that category that includes the word that the category actually includes the word jewelry. So once we do that, we're going to pass this here so we don't have infinite loops. Jewelry. And what I'm going to do here in the category headers, we can actually modify this data a little bit. What I'm going to do, I'm going to set this to be an object. So I'm going to say heading is that, and then products are whatever. So in this case, I'm going to use jewelry for all of them, but we'll change that as we add in their hooks and their calls. So we'll say products, jewelry. Cool, we'll save that there. So then now at the bottom here, we can uncomment this and now pass in the products as a category dot products. And then the key can be actually product, or no, it could be still a category dot heading. And then what else did we say that we were passing in the heading? Oh no, we just said we're passing in products. We also need to pass in the heading, but we'll save that for now and take a look at what we get back. Oh, refresh the page here. And we have a big box. Okay, so far, so interesting. Let's go ahead and add in a typography element here. And we're going to use the heading here and see if we get anything in return. Let's say add in heading, and it's going to be a string type. And then we're going to pass in the heading, and we're going to make it an H2. All right. And then over here now, we're going to pass the heading, and it's going to be category dot heading. We'll save that there. Type boolean is not assignable to type string. Okay, cool. Just a minor. All right, cool. So we are getting back our individual titles, but interesting is we're not seeing our products. So let's make sure we've done everything correctly. So we've added in category. We've taken the products from our category, which is fine. And then we've gone to our card here, and then we've returned them, their image, their title, whatever, And we've wrapped it in a link, and we've taken those products, and yeah, everything seems to be correct. So I think what's going on here is that we're not actually refetching when jewelry changes. So let's see if we can get, if we can have this refetch when jewelry changes. Let's go see if that works for us. Questions in the chat here. Do you need some sort of Mac processor to create images? No, these are actually, well, sorry. So again, going back to how we set this up, the images are actually hosted on this website called Fake Story API. They actually host those images. We've just taken the data from there and put it into our database. So no, haven't used any sort of processor to create that there. All right, cool. Next thing that we're gonna want to do, another question was, Redux Toolkit is the best for UI, will you use it? So yeah, we're actually using Redux in the program here in the application to handle sort of the general UI state. It was good for this use case, but as I talked about yesterday, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be good for all use cases. Sometimes you'll find that Redux Toolkit isn't the best for that. All right, so next thing that we're gonna do here, so yeah, let's figure out why we're not seeing our images. So let's do a console log of jewelry, console.log jewelry, and see what's going on here. Cool, yeah, and if you do have any other questions, feel free to drop them in the chat and comment section. I kind of one eye monitoring that over there. And if you're watching this later, please feel free to drop any questions that you have in the comment section down below, because I do go back and check and see what folks have written on the site before. All right, so we're not getting anything so far. So that means either something is awry in our call here, or something is awry somewhere at some point. So let's go ahead and see if we can figure out what's going on here. Looks like the spelling of jewelry is correct. Oh, you know what? So silly. Instead of changing this up, this is why copying and pasting is so dangerous, because I copied it from here and I put it down here. It's setting the single product to data instead of set jewelry to data. So you definitely want to double check if you're ever going to copy and paste, because you'll make silly mistakes like that. All right, so refresh one more time. Cool, now we're getting our data. Awesome. I don't want an infinite refresh here, but you can see that it is working there. All right, let's remove these two here. Let's see if it's still working there. All right, awesome, seems to be working. And if I click on one, it actually does take me to the page. So we're good, we're set up, we're good to go. Next thing I want to do now is actually just create the other 2 to 3 options here. So again, hopping back over to our data, we'll notice that we have categories like men's clothing, electronics, and women's clothing. Now, I'm going to use the specific like text categories of women's clothing and electronics, but for the clothing category, we'll do that one last. It's going to be a little bit different. So you'll see what I mean in a second, because we're not using the word, we're using the word clothing to grab that in a different way than we are with the other two. So super quick, let's just go ahead and create these two here. And another way you could do this is just to create some sort of like filter search. That's another easy way to do this. So let's do electronics. We'll say set electronics, and we'll attempt to do this better the second time. So we'll say down here, get electronics, and then here we'll say electronics. Right, there we go. And we'll say electronics. Get electronics. Yeah, the reason I haven't actually just used like the filtered products query for this, because you might be thinking like, why don't you just do that? Is because I would then need to set the filter. I would have to set different variables based on what the filter is. So it would still be a bit of a complicated action. So it's actually a little bit simpler to just separate what we're doing in here. Electronics. electronics, grab that, and then we're just going to change this to electronics. And drop get electronics in here. Let's save that there. Let's check out. Awesome. So we're already seeing some electronics here. So that is working pretty well. Let's grab our clothing and we'll grab women's clothing and we'll grab clothing. So we'll say, we'll do the same thing. Grab, we'll say women's clothing. Oops. It's women's clothing, let's spell it like that. And then we'll actually create the variable here. Save that there, and we'll export to both of those as well. So women's clothing and get women's clothing. Great, awesome, looking pretty good. And we'll grab them in here as well. So we'll say women's clothing and get women's clothing. And then we'll once again call get women's clothing. And put that down here. Oops, and change this last one to women's clothing. All right, taking a look down here, and you can see that we are now getting women's clothing. If I give it a quick refresh, we see we're getting electronics, jewelry, and women's clothing here. So all of that looks pretty good. Now we just want to get clothing. Now, as I mentioned, clothing is going to be a little bit different from the other two, just because it's not going to be exactly how we've done it before. So let me show you what I mean by that. So if we go back to our hook here, you'll notice that in the way that we've set up these calls, we've used I like or is like, right? So I'm just going to set this one up for clothing. I can just take that out. There we go. However, setting it up for I like may or may not work with the way that we want to call our data. So let's try it. If it does work, then we actually have saved ourselves a lot of time. But if it doesn't work, we're going to have to try a slightly different approach. So let's change this to clothing and set clothing. And good to go there. And then we'll go back to our dashboard and import it at the top here. So we'll say clothing and get clothing. And you know what? I think I forgot to export it as well. So that might be a little bit difficult. Clothing, or return it, sorry. Get clothing. All right, cool. So that's there. Clothing is there. We'll say get clothing. Call that get clothing. Let me see why this is giving me an error. Did I spell it wrong? Entirely possible. Clothing, no, that seems to be right. Seems to be right. Why is it giving us an error here? Oh, just because we haven't used it. Don't worry, we're gonna use it. So let's drop it in the top here and save that there and see if it does return what we want it to return, which would be lovely. But no, it looks like we're getting absolutely nothing. And the reason for this is because the way the I like filter or is like filter works is just, it doesn't necessarily return matches or common things that you want to grab. And there are two things that I want to do here, right? I want to grab the, in the filter here, we want to grab things that are in the category clothing. But say there's also like another word, like the word clothing goes somewhere else in the description. Maybe we want to grab objects that also have a description of clothing. So we want to sort of use the thing that we used for our filter up here actually, and do something a lot more similar to this. So I'm going to grab this or that we used on our filter earlier and drop that down there. Yeah, and if you don't remember, we did this in the section where we actually set up our initial search. So you can just hop back to that section if you have questions about that one. So I'm going to grab this as well so that we can use it as part of our information down here for get clothing. Save that there. And yeah, looking pretty good. So I think now Sorry, one more thing. Instead of having the filter being passed in as a parameter, actually, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change it up here. I'm going to say const filter equals clothing. I'm going to save that. And that should work. Let's see, get clothing. Okay, good to go. So now if we check out best sellers in clothing, you'll see that we have all of our clothes here. So our call did work. We have men's clothing, women's clothing, all of the above. I think they're in order of ID. But yeah, and that seems to be working pretty well. We've already tested and clicked on them and they seem to be opening up correctly to the right product. We'll do a few little tweaks now just to make this look a little bit more interesting. But other than that, I think we're pretty good to go. So I'm going to add in some padding to these boxes here just to fix up the style a little bit. So these are our wildcard boxes here. So let's add in some padding. Save that there. And then what else do we want to do? I think we want to add in some margin as well. Say margin 0.5 rem on the top and the bottom. Oh, and you know what? I think I'm just going to do a slice of products here because I don't want it to be too many products. So products dot slice 0 and let's say like 8. I'm not quite sure if 8 is too many or too few. Maybe 9. We'll do 8 for now and we can add one more if we need. Let's add a little margin under the header here. Save that. And let's add some margin to the images themselves. Let's say for style equals margin right. Let's say 0.5 rem and save that. Cool. And that looks pretty good. Pretty decent. I think the next thing that I'm going to want to do here now is actually connect these two so that they're in the same box. I think I should have put the transform on a higher box than what I did. Yeah, I put it on this box and really it should be everything else on the page. So let's do that. Let's say box. Let's say sx equals that. And then we'll wrap this box around everything else on the page. And so that everything will move up together. Cool. And there we go. Pretty close. I think maybe this is a little bit too wide actually. Might have gone, oh yeah, because we do have the margin and the padding. So let's go ahead and actually shrink that down to 1100. And again, different ways of implementation mean that the styles might not be exactly 100% accurate. Maybe 25. Another way of doing this would just be to make it responsive. Just make it a responsive design or center align it or something so that you don't have to play around with the sizes so much. That's actually the preferred way to do this. Cool. So yeah, looking pretty good there. I think maybe I'll add a bit more margin actually to the top and bottom, just so there's a bit more room. But other than that, I think it looks pretty much like what we have here. So we have our dashboard page, we have our individual items, we have sort of click-throughs to the individual items so we can grab them there. And yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. Let's check out what questions we have in the comments in the chat section. So are you making an API call to get the images? Yes, so we're calling the Supabase API and we're getting the images back from our database. Good question. Do you see AI as a threat to this kind of development? I think at the end of the day, there's always going to need to be a person to start some level of the process. Because like if there's a designer who gets a design, or maybe maybe AI starts the design, I don't know. And that's sort of like a larger question, you know, it's like if there's somebody who creates the design, or if the AI can just ingest the design and spit this back out, then yeah, it could be a threat to this kind of development. But are we at that point yet? Not quite sure about that. And then the other part of this is like, the AI program needs to be aware of not only the design and the responsiveness, which is sort of a given, and it could probably do that given responsive designs, but it also needs to be able to connect things to the back end and do it in a semantic way, in a way that's going to be able to be changed by the product team when they decide, they want the layout to change. So I think it's definitely something that it's going to be a possibility in the future, or has the chance, is a probability of the future. But is it something that's currently an issue and will be an issue tomorrow? I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem today. 2024 February today. All right, cool. Yeah, and see a question down in the chat. Another question down in the chat here. Talking about job searching. If you are searching for jobs, I would definitely recommend checking out, your LinkedIn, sites like that, but also the lesser known sort of developer sites, or actually even looking at your unique countries developer sites. Because if you're based in Europe, you have different rights to work for different companies. So make sure you always have those filters on when you're filtering in LinkedIn. And then also, if you're searching for a job, this is something we talk about in my course a lot, but you definitely need to be applying more than you think. Not saying that you're not applying if you are looking for a job, but I remember when I got offered a position, one of the last positions I got offered, I applied for that job on the first day of applications, and I didn't get any information from the job back for over a month. So sometimes the job you end up getting is one of the first you submit to. It just takes so long for them to sort of go through the application, or even start looking at the applications, depending on what time of year it is in their sort of work level. So I know it's not oh yeah, just wait it out. That's not really the best sort of advice, but it does take them quite a while to get back to you. 1 week, 2 weeks is really a very short amount of time for a lot of these applications. You think more in the 1 month or 6 weeks sort of time frame. But all right, so we have our dashboard. Our dashboard is built out here. The next thing that we would probably want to build out, I don't know, what do you guys want to see next? Do you want to see the orders page? We could do the orders page. I think that would be a pretty cool page to build out. So the orders page now. The orders page is actually going to be built very similar. Well, we need to set up some Redux for it in order for us to be able to display, to know what was passed into the order. So let's go ahead and create the Redux for that first. Let me go ahead and first submit what we've done. So let's go ahead and say build dashboard page. Push those changes up so you guys can see them right away. But yeah, let's go ahead and build out that orders page. So if we check out our store here, we have our cart slice here, and our order slice is going to be pretty similar to the cart slice, to be honest, except it's only going to have one reducer. So the reason we need this slice is so that when the person hits proceed to checkout, the information actually goes somewhere. So let's go ahead and let's set that up. So first things first, I'm going to add in an orders reducer, and we're going to add a new file. We're going to say orders slice.ts. And then I'm going to copy everything from here, drop that in here, and import orders slice. Orders slice from /orders slice. Now remember we added persistent, so I'm going to need to add in a persisted orders reducer and take in my orders slice. And then I'm going to pass this persisted reducer, whoops, copy that. I'm going to drop that down here. And that's how we're going to get our orders in our app. So we'll leave that there for now. Then we'll hop into our orders slice and we'll fix this up. So now here, everywhere we say cart, we want to replace this with orders. So orders state, because it's going to be the array of orders, 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 add to orders. We're going to delete these two because we don't need them, and then remove this one because we don't need it. Get orders, and then we're going to change these to orders. Cool. And I think we've changed all the instances of cart on the page. So our order slice is set up essentially. So what it's doing here is we're taking, we're starting with an initial state of no orders. Then we are going to add to orders by taking that state, grabbing whatever orders, taking that state of orders, and then pushing to the array, the empty array of orders, whatever we're getting in our payload from our action. So wherever we call this, we'll pass in that cart information and then send it to our orders. And then we can pass in other things like a date or whatever else, whatever the other information we want to pass. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So if we create a page, so let's create a new file, or new folder, sorry. We're going to call it orders. And we create a page, page.tsx. And we're going to call it orders page. Cool. We'll go ahead and set that up. Add that in there. We'll make this a container. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, the way we're going to set this page up is kind of similar to how we already have our cart page set up. So we have our container, we have our cart, etc., etc. So let's kind of model it after that. So we're going to say the max width is going to be XL. And I'm going to do the default export for container. There. All right, cool. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a component. I'm going to call it orders. And I'm going to import that here. Oops. There we go. Cool. Let's go ahead and import that page, or that component here. So we'll say orders. Awesome. So if we go back to our page here and we click on orders, did we hook it up? We're about to find out. We did hook it up, so in theory this should actually work. Let's see. Okay, there we go, finally loaded. All right, so we have our order set up, so we know that it's connected, so that's working. And again, kind of copying our cart design here, because it's not a very, well, we don't want to 100% copy it, because if you recall the orders page from an Amazon thing, it's like a large like white box. So let's try and build this one freestyle, because we don't actually have it in the example app. So I'm going to start with a box from Material UI, and this is going to end up being a client component because we do need to import our orders. And then within that box, I want to start off with an H1, typography. Oops. H1, we'll say my orders, because like you're logged into your account, my orders. All right, and then now below here, we're going to want to loop or map through our orders and return an order item. So we'll create a new file. We'll say order item.tsx. And this is going to be another box. You know, I love to make these boxes. And it is going to take in an item, which is going to be of probably the product type, I think, unless I decide to add some other information. But what it's going to be is, as I said, very much like a cart item. We're going to have, and if you want, if we can check out a cart item here, if I have any in there, very much like this item, or no, you know what? It's not going to take an item because it's going to be a whole bunch of different items. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to say, oh, this is good. This is a good problem. It's not going to take an item. The order, what we want the order to display is like an image from the order. So I can even drop that in there. An image from the order. We want it to display like a header. So like order, and then like the date of the order. What else do we want? We want probably the total price. We'll say total price. And yeah, I think that might be it. So let's go ahead and hook up how we get the data for our order. So I think that's going to dictate a few things. So in our checkout or in our cart, there are two places we can do this. In our checkout, or is it the checkout item? No. I think it's our summary, order summary. That's where it is. When we click on the purchase button, which is product. Oh, it's order total? No. It's not total. Oh, it's here, right in front of my face. Place your order, and we have a console log.clicked right now. What we want to do instead is actually add an item to our order. So I'm going to go ahead and actually change up a few things. So let me close out a few of these that we're not using right now. Okay, so first things first. For our order slice, I'm going to change the format of it to be the items. So it's going to be an array of objects where we have items, which is an array, empty array, and then we have total price, which is going to be, it's going to start at 0, but it's going to be a number. And then we have the date, like the date the order was placed, and that's going to be a string. That's how we're going to set it up. So then now when I go to my checkout, that's what I'm going to want to pass. So when I say console.log clicked, instead I want to, let me import use dispatch. We're going to say const dispatch equal use dispatch, use app dispatch, because we want to use the type dispatch. Then we're going to say down in our console log, probably a few too many lines in this, we're going to say dispatch. Then we're going to say add to orders. And then we're going to pass in, what are we going to pass in? We're going to pass in item is going to be, or items, should be items. Yeah, items is going to be cart. Total price is going to be order total, and date is going to be, we're going to make a new date. Let's see how to make a new date. I think you just say const date equals new date. Yeah, const new date. See how this works. All right, cool. Working pretty well. So let's do that. Let's say date equals new date. And let's go with that. Argument, type void, add to orders, type void. Oh, did I import it? Yeah, I did. Import, add to orders, action.payload. How do we do it with cart? Let me check out add to cart. Oh, just the individual product. What if I take out the type of payload action? What happens? There we go. All right, cool. So it's just the incorrect type. Awesome. So that seems to work there. Then in our orders, not our orders, in our order page? No, yeah, in our orders, I had that right. We're going to want to get the order. So const orders, or const, yeah, or let's see if it'll let us do orders, equals use app selector, and we're going to say get orders. We're going to map through orders, say orders.map through each order, and then we want to return an order item. I'll save that there. And we need a key. So we're going to say key equals order dot date. I think that would be unique. And order, it doesn't have a type because we didn't write a type for order yet, but we should do that. Oh, and it's telling, I'm just missing all the props. Well, yes. So we'll say items. Oh, sorry, we have to change this. So it's not going to be item now. It's going to be items. It's going to be date. And what do I say? Price. Total price. So date is going to be a string, and total price is going to be a number. Should be. All right, and then we're going to pass in items equals order dot items, date equals order dot date, and total price equals order dot total. I think we called it total price. Total price. Total price. We'll save that there. Yeah, we call it total price. Cool. So there we go. That's sorted. And then this is just giving an error because of the image. So we'll say, I'm wondering what the best way to do this. Maybe we could do a little box with the images. That may be cool. So like what I'm thinking is if we have a box, another box on the left-hand side here, and we take our images, or we say order dot items dot map, or sorry, items dot map for each item, we want to return an image. But we just want to do it for the first like 4 max, because if it's more than 4, we don't want like 20 images. So we'll do an image here, and then we're going to say the source is going to be the item dot image. The alt is going to be the item dot title. And I'm thinking these are going to be pretty tiny, so I'm going to say width is going to be like 200, and not even that much. That's probably too big, actually. Let's say width is 50, and height is like 75. Like I want to make like a little 4x4 kind of thing. Make sure to return this, and that should be good. What's it upset about? Oh, it's missing the key prop. Fair enough. Key equals item dot title. We'll save that. I think it's just complaining. Oh, it's because we didn't import it. I was like, I've seen this one before. There we go. And then same issue, it's saying it doesn't exist. I'm going to say it does exist. Cool. So that is that. So if we've done this correctly, let's hop back over here. Let's go to our, okay. One more thing we need to do is we need to actually check out an order. So let me go back here. Let me add in this jacket, add to cart. Let's proceed to checkout. Actually, let me get one more item. Let's say add to cart, proceed to checkout. I said place my order, which is the button we've hooked up our action to. This should also be a redirect, so I'll add that in as well. So we'll say orders, go back here, and it's just saying my orders. What have we not hooked up? My orders, orders.map, use selector, get orders. We are exporting get orders, orders, add to orders. And then when we check out, place order, place your order. Oh, you know what? I hooked it up to one order button, but not that order button. That's what it was. I hooked it up to, no, proceed to checkout. Yeah, I hooked it up to this order button. That's what it was. All right, so go back, go to orders. All right, cool. So we have our first initial little thing there. Pretty cool. Let's go ahead and fix this up a little bit. So for our orders, order item, or let's start with order. So we have this larger box, and it's gonna be, let's make the background white. So let's say background color, colors.white. And then, as I said, I want to kind of make it like the cart page. So I think I might borrow some of these stylings. Cool. And then let's add some padding to rem. Oops. Cool. And let's add some padding or some margin. And then I think there was like a, is there like an HR on that page or something? Yeah. I think we actually don't want this here yet. I think what I want is the custom HR right there. I think I'm actually also going to borrow this price piece. Whoops, borrow that price piece there. And again, this is something we could create as a reusable component now that I'm like looking at it further. But I'm just going to borrow a few pieces here. Put that in a box. There we go. Cool. Awesome. So if I go back to orders, looking pretty similar there, but like full page, which I like. All right, cool. Next piece here, I said I think it's actually probably too wide now that I'm looking at it. So maybe we want the page to not be an extra large. Yeah, we'll keep it small. And then let's make up this little box here. So for order item, we're going to say display flex. I'm going to say flex wrap is wrap. And then we're going to say that the width of the box is going to be, what did I say? Each one is going to be 50. So let's call it 110. And that's kind of the look I'm going for. I want them to wrap 1, 2, 3, 4 in a box. Let's touch it up a little bit though. So we'll say style equals margin 0.25 rem. And we'll make the width 125. Width of these, maybe make it 55. That looks a little bit more proportionate. Cool. What else? Oh, we want all of this to be a flex box as well. So we'll say display flex. So we want it to line up next to one another. And then I'm going to wrap the images and the date in a flex box. And then for the outer box here, I'm going to say justify content is going to be space between. So that pushes the price to the other side. Perfect. And then for the total price, we're going to go total price to fixed like we had earlier. Just fixed of 2. So we get that total price at $sign there too. And then how do we want to grab the date now? Let's see. Oh, we can do it like this. Date equals year, month, index, day. That might be what we want to do. Let's say new date. Or is it just, oh, it's like saying that's the placeholder. Got you. So new date is just the actual date. And then how do we grab that object? Date, get day. Okay, we could call it get day on it. But that's going to be a lot of just moving things around. I don't want the day, I want the month and the date and the year. So when we get our date, let's set up const month. Let's say day equals const month equals const year. Whoops, year equals. So we'll say date dot get day, date dot get month. Ooh, and does not exist on TypeScript. Okay, I'll have to change the type. Date dot get year. And so this is not actually of type string, it's of type date. I think. type string. Does not exist on type date. Oh, interesting. But it just said year. Is it get? No, it's get year. Oh, it's deprecated. Got you. So it's get full year. Get full year. Documentation, very important. But like, see, I was able to just figure out what it was without just like even going into the documentation, just looking at it there. So we're gonna say order dot date dot let's say, should we do it American or British? Let's say month slash day slash year. We'll save that. Check that out here. Let's see what we're working with. Oh, it is not a function, but it says it's a function. New date should be, that should work. Date. Maybe it's because I don't have it in order slice. Maybe if I pass it in new date. No, it's still saying it's not a function. Interesting. So we go to checkout. Date, we say new date. Order slice, we say new date. Order item. Date is of type date. We say get date. Should work. All right, let's see what we do return. Maybe we can do this a different way. Let's console.log date. Oh yeah, it's gonna give me a whole bunch of errors here. Let me just comment that out for the moment. All right, so we can just grab this in a different way. So we can say, let's say date dot, is it splice, array splice. Well, that changes it. We just want a slice of it, like a slice of pizza. All right, so array dot slice, date dot slice. I wonder if it's gonna work because it's a string. We'll see. We're gonna set it to be type any. Zero to 3, and see if that works. Or is it string dot, oh yeah, it's gonna give me here. There's like a string version of get slice. String slice. Oh, you can just do string dot slice because a string is like an array string. All right, so let's say oh yeah, and that needs to go away. Cool. All right, so we'll say string dot slice for the first one there, and then we'll say, or sorry, date dot slice those indices. I think we want to do, is it 4 to 6, something like that. We'll change it up as we need to, and then we'll say year dot slice 7 to 9 or something like that. All right, so let's see what this gives back. All right, not quite what we were looking for. Let's do 5 to 7. Let's do 8 to 10. There we go. Think, what did I do? Oh, I did it backwards. Month, day, 02, day. What's today? The 24th. And then year. Day. Oh, I did it backwards. These two should change. That's what it was. All right. Year day. I think I need one more. There we go. All right. So we'll say order from, and we'll say the variant here is going to be H2, or maybe H3. Order from that day, and that's what we have there. So pretty simple, pretty basic, but just a quick example of how to add in an order page without any design whatsoever, just based on the existing styles on your site. And yeah, how to provide your customer with some simple information. Now you can go further with this, of course. You can set up an order page, things like that. We could integrate testing. We could do a whole bunch of different things like that. But how far you take this project is totally 100% up to you. So yeah, if you do want to take it further, just keep going with it. If you do have any questions, comments, please leave them in the description below. Leave them in the chat below. I do follow back and answer every comment. Check out every comment. Check out every question. And if you do have any questions about anything we've worked on today, please let me know. As I said, if you're interested in learning how to code, you can check out our website. That's davidsonprogrammingacademy.com. And you will be able to learn how to become a front-end developer, learn all the ins and outs of development, or if you're just interested in booking a call and getting some mentorship information, you can also do that on the website as well. Just hop to our Calendly link there and book a call and chat about whatever you're interested in. All right, so if you do have any questions, please let me know. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe if you're interested, if you're new, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.